everyone. Welcome to the WGLNA Season 4 Finals. How you guys feeling out there? I love it. I'm jazzed to be here tonight. My name is Lauren Elise, and I will be your host. This is Season 4. I've been here all 4 seasons, and I cannot wait to see who takes it away this season. So, without any further ado, we have 4 teams that are going to battle it out for the grand prize of $50,000. That is RBIS, #RU, Fanatic, and Simp. Joining me on this stage tonight is this lovely bearded man. His name is Waffles. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. This crowd is pumping us up, right guys? I've been talking to these teams and every one of them came to play. They're the 4 remaining teams in the Gold League, guys. They're the best of the best in North America. They're here competing for a $100,000 prize pool. I'm going to be your man on the sidelines today. Going to be doing some interviews. I'm going to be showing you guys some awesome replays and maybe getting these guys to talk a little bit of trash about each other because that's where the fun is, right?
How do you guys feel about that?
So Lauren, who do you think is going to win?
Fanatic. I mean, they've won it like
a million times. I feel like that's a safe pick. I'm going to hitch my wagon to #RU. These guys are awesome. They've got hot when it mattered, and I think they can do it. And hey, I want you guys to remember, you need to check out the Twitch stream. We're giving a lot of cool prizes away, and a lot of great deals, and I don't want you guys to miss out on it.
I want to know who you guys think is going to win. Make sure that you tweet at us. Use the hashtag WGLNA. All of these teams have earned the right to be here. They have fought it out. They battled it out. But who do you think deserves to win the championship? Tweet at us. Let us know. I want to hear your thoughts. We are going to let the desk take it away. Clutch, Rookhill.
Thank you, Lauren Elise. Thank you, Waffles. It's a pleasure to be here at the Season 4 Finals for the WGLNA. I'm Joshua Gray, call sign Clutch. To my left is my battle buddy, my co-commentator, Randall Rookhill Holcomb. Randall, it has been quite the journey to make it to this moment.
It has, and now we have an unprecedented situation where we have Simp and Fanatic about to face off before the actual finals. And across from that, #RU and Arbis, 2 teams that I don't think anyone would have predicted to be in this situation actually here.
It is incredible to see that this is anybody's tournament. And in the past, what Lauren said, you know, Fnatic has always been a front runner, but last season Simp took the win and Simp performed very well in the Global Grand Finals, and now a team, RBIS, joining us from the Silver League, took down Simp in the playoffs, meaning they have a higher seed moving into this tournament. It was a double elimination playoffs for the playoffs themselves, meaning that those teams still had a chance. So after the loss, Simp still fought their way to make it. But this is an exciting series to see. First off, it's going to be #RU versus RBS in our first semifinal. But you have to look at what is at stake here as well. $50,000 for first place. That is quite a sum of money for these teams that just a couple months ago were doing this for fun in the Silver League.
Exactly, and also don't forget about the Global Grand Finals. First place gets you just about set into
almost guaranteed.
Almost guaranteed. I mean, you have to do pretty poorly the next season to not make it. But first place, really sitting easy for the Global Grand. Second place, you still have to work pretty hard. I know they're all shooting for it.
I want to thank Jinx for these awesome bandanas that they made for us. They actually detail all of the team's logos. You guys can get your hands on these by coming to the event here at Showbox Soto in downtown Seattle. We've had a lot of fun at PAX so far, and a lot of people are here to watch this tournament. They're ready to see who is the best team in North America. Now we're in the pregame show right now, meaning we're going to break down the different teams. The first team we're going to talk about is Simp. Let's take a look at their journey to the finals.
Let's talk about Simp. Undefeated through division play. Were we surprised? No. Can anyone beat Simp? That's a question for this division. Now, they barely took the win against Simple Tankers in that tiebreaker. Simple Tankers was so close to finally defeating Simp, but it didn't happen.
Jay Smooth pushes up against Heavy 20. Oh, Jay Smooth with the ram damage in the shot is able to get it, and they've done it. Simple Tankers ties up the series 2-2. They're going to take Simp, the American champions, to the tiebreaker. Can you believe it?
Then in the playoffs, Simp faced RBIS. If you were to tell me that RBIS was going to defeat Simp, myself, Rookhill, and all of WGLNA would have laughed in your face. Well, at the end of that, Simp was not laughing.
one base has been captured. Will the other one say base captured in time? Victory Arbis by 1 second.
It is theoretically over. There's almost no proper response that could win. This doesn't feel like the simp I know.
It's not. However, Fej in the T1 destroying the AMX 1390 had all of us going nuts. Fez!
What?
Fez!
Yes! What?
Fez does it! Fez does it! From a distance! I love it! I love it!
What?
Simp! Has Simp improved since Season 3? Of course. They're playing way tighter, they're more aggressive, and their battle buddies are dealing incredible damage in their IS-3s. Do they have what it takes to become Season 4 champions? We're going to find out.
Simp, the defending champions from Season 3, is back again tonight. Their record overall was 6 wins with that one tiebreaker win against Simple Tankers. In the playoffs, they defeated Bernal Empires, lost to RBIS, but destroyed the Cunninghams to make it, knocking the Cunninghams out of the playoffs. The first time the Cunninghams are not joining us in a finals event. Simp is looking strong, and we have the stats to show it. Their storyline so far, can they be defeated when it matters? We're going to find out tonight.
We will have to see. Again, I mean, got to return to Arbis when they fought. It was a little bit shaky there. Maybe worry about Simp, but they were off their game. They proved that they could get back into it against the Cunninghams. And just in the regular season, though, they really stood out as exceptional. A few players in particular, I think Adroxis, definitely one of the IS-3s, his battle buddy being Heavy 20, was able to deal about 34k damage.
A lot of damage, a lot of damage. You'll see the rosters up on your screen. Mac G, the team captain, Blue Boys captain, Heavy 20, Moddable, Adroxis, Fej, and Labs. Labs really stepping up as the team spokesman this season as well. Very well articulated and putting out pretty much the goals and motto of what Simp is as a team and as a clan organization.
Yeah, and his story is just so very interesting. When we talked to him just the other day, it was enlightening, I have to say.
Very enlightening indeed, and hopefully we'll get to talk to him a little bit more this weekend. If not, I'm sure it'll be displayed on the VODs for you guys. You can catch all the action that's happened today in case you missed any of it at youtube.com/WGLNA and, of course, twitch.tv/WGLNA. Ruki, let's look at the stats. Let's look at the performance of some of these individuals and how they measure out.
Yeah, so I was talking about Adroxis first, so we'll return to him. He's had 34k damage this season, which is a very respectable number. Not absurdly high, but above average. He's also backed that up with 76% accuracy. 76% of the shells he fires hit a target. Now, he has also racked up 31 kills. I have to then move on and just say that he's done exceptional, but he's not the only one on the team. Blue Boys is another player on the team who's just done so exceptionally well.
And that's that teamwork that's so important too,
yes.
Because even though if you do a lot of the damage, sometimes the other tank will finish it off. Usually the T-69s, a lot of times in some of those maps, are such a crucial finisher for tanks that have been damaged before.
In particular, Blue Boys, who just seems to pick up kills all over the place. He's gotten 33k as a player of 1390s and 5100s pretty regularly in the season. And as he plays the role of a scout, you wouldn't expect him to be able to rack up that much damage or that many kills. 41 kills in the season, which is very impressive. And on top of that, 4,775 in spotting damage, which in 7x42 is very impressive.
It's very impressive. It's very crucial as well, playing that scouting role. And not necessarily getting all the kills all the time, but still 41 kills for a scout player. Mighty impressive work from Blue Boys captain. But it's that team effort of scouting, of pinpointing your enemy location, that allows the wins to happen. Because in the end, no matter how well they do as individuals, it's the team that has to win the series.
Yeah, and probably the best example of that teamwork is also in Heavy 20, who has done 35k damage. The battle buddy of Adroxis done a little bit more damage, but doesn't have as great accuracy. He's at actually 61% of his shells that hit, and with 21 kills. So he's not getting as many kills, gets a little bit more damage here. But you can just see how those two work together and how their stats show how very close they are.
It fills that role of the blind fire type mechanic of that shooter when it comes to Heavy 20. And that is important to set the pace sometimes at the beginning of these maps when you can do a little bit of damage to offset the enemy and to stop the initial strategy. We wish Simp the best of luck. They are the defending champions, but they're going to be up against Fnatic in the second semifinal tonight. Let's take a look at the journey of Fnatic to the finals.
Let's talk about Fnatic. This team, again, surprising us all because of their performance throughout the division play. This is the most dangerous team.
2K damage for Antonio Handsome. He just was putting shells out where it mattered.
This is some real talk. Fnatic is dominating the division. Why? Because they're playing aggressive. And aggression is what's going to dictate what's happening on these battlefields. These teams that were playing for the one win and then the rest of the draws, that may work in division play, but Fnatic's going to prove you wrong every single time.
If they win, if Fnatic wins, they stay in first place undefeated. If they lose, they stay in first place.
Now you see the evolution that's happening in WGLNA and in esports around the world for World of Tanks. Teams are understanding that if they play defensively, it's more the call of their opponent to push in and aggress. I understand, yes, it's a powerful placement to be in, and yes, so much is at stake when you have money on the line. But when you can dictate the battlefield, when you can crush your opponents by breaking through their own defenses, that's what it's like to fight like a man. And Fnatic fight like men.
Nice hit from Jackie as Antonio Handsome is able to push up and clean up. Militant 83 from further back takes down SBM Hawk in the T1. No scouting for you, sir. Good day.
Fnatic has a lot riding for them. They have a lot on the line. They represent not only themselves, but an international esports organization. Fnatic has showed us how to break against the defensive play of teams that like to camp. Fnatic has showed us what it's like to work as a team, and Fnatic is poised to show us once again what it's like to be a champion at World of Tanks.
The front runners for so long falling a little bit down to second place in the last season. Fnatic is here to prove themselves once again, and they've done so through the entire regular season. 6 wins, 1 win via a tiebreaker against the Cunninghams. In the playoffs, they had an excellent win against #RU and Hammer Time. Now they are ready to face their rival Simp in the second semi-final tonight. And that was quite a match that we saw against the Cunninghams, but Fnatic was able to close the deal on that tiebreaker.
Yeah, you have to give a lot of respect to teams like that. Even though they weren't able to join us here today, they still gave Fnatic one of the best matches of their season.
Let's take a look at the rosters for Fnatic. Leading the charge is the team captain, Nagatron, followed by Soviet, Jackie Rudo, Militant 83, Antonio Handsome, Friction, and Relics. These gentlemen have been friends for quite some time. Militant 83, the newest addition. Hugo Maximus will be the 8th player here. We'll see him possibly switch out. Militant 83 has been performing well on Fnatic so far.
Yes, he has. He actually came over from the Cunninghams, which is a very interesting transition. Such a great team to kind of lend that player on over. He just kind of switched. It's a bit odd, you don't think.
Well, you wonder too, does he shine more because of the newness of being on Fnatic and the experimentation they've had to add, or is it because that Commander J is in the limelight so many times for the Cunninghams?
I think he just melds well with the team.
Yeah.
He's a great team player, and that's exactly what he's there to do. But just to move on to some of the other members of the team, Antonio Handsome is the top damage dealer for Fnatic. He's racked up 42k damage in the regular season, which is absolutely in the top 10.
Staggering.
One of the best, yes. 73% accuracy with 69% of those shells penetrating. Got to pay attention to that. He knows where to shoot, and he knows when to fire exactly. He also throws out a little blind fire here and there. I think that gives him a little, like 10% less than what he's probably about. And he's also gotten about 45 kills in the regular season. This does not include his playoff record, which was also very impressive.
And the Battle Buddy system is so important too in World of Tanks, and you'll see a lot of the Battle Buddy system work so well against Fnatic. Jackie Rudo, one of the executors when it comes to the Battle Buddy system, looking at his stats.
Yeah, 37k damage for him in the regular season with 61% of his shells connecting. He's blind firing all the time. Just let him go. But you have to pay attention to the fact that 57% of his shells have penned, which shows that he's kind of gotten a little bit loose with it a few times. And I think that's probably because of their play on open maps and the way 1390s will kind of perform when T69's here or there. A little inconsistency with just the tank.
You have to bracket that, really. You have to bracket that blind fire thinking, okay, it's enough for me to at least try to put some danger out there on the battlefield, but if it's too much, then you're a loose cannon almost. And you have to be careful too, because that fire can indicate to the enemy team where you're coming from. And that can trigger a surprise you don't want to happen.
Yeah. He's also gotten 25 kills for the season. Now, the final member of the team that I wanted to talk about was Soviet, who's gotten 28k. And you'll notice this about a lot of Fnatic players. They tend to gravitate towards that 30k range. And that's just because they kind of spread the weight around. They try to make sure that they're all pulling their own weight. No one's having to really carry the team. Everyone's doing their job just as it should. And because of that, you don't see you only see one player actually standing out incredibly high, and that's Antonio with the 42K. Now, he's gotten 3,705 spotting and 30 kills for the season.
Very impressive from Fnatic. Can they do it again tonight? We're going to find out. But the first series that's going to happen is between #RU and RBIS. Let's take a look at the journey of #RU to the finals.
#RU. Last season, hey, they had a tough break in that tiebreaker against Hammer Time, all right? Who wouldn't if you didn't practice the shootouts, #RU. But now looking how they played through the division, they were all over the place. One week they're doing great against a veteran team, the other week they're losing to Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret is close to shutting down this veteran team. T1 on the flag cap. Victoria's Secret is going to do it. 3-0 against #RU.
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing indeed.
But what mattered was in the end, and that tiebreaker, that revenge match they had against Fun Gaming was big. The first time these two teams faced each other, it was a draw fest, and Fun Gaming took the win.
Now, Young Money waits.
Valera Desolator is so close to getting the shot. Rams and gets it. #RU cleans it up. 2-0 takes the series. The complete opposite of what we saw in the first week of Season 4.
In the tiebreaker series, #RU took out Fun Gaming and then destroyed River of Blood to make it to the playoffs.
To Rylac, that is some solid damage from the IS-3.
This is it. And they fall. That's it. #RU seals the deal. They move on to the playoffs. River of Blood is out. They have to fight in relegation to stay in the Gold League.
Now, what type of #RU team is going to show up? The one that was bumbling around and having trouble at the beginning of the season? Or the team that decimated their foes at the end of division play and through the playoffs? If #RU is over their obstacles and they have some good luck in their favor, then they will definitely perform tonight.
#RU is coming from a losing record, if you can believe it. 3 wins and 4 losses. However, just as Waffle said, they started to turn on the heat, really, of when it mattered, and that was through the tiebreakers, the wild cards, and into the playoffs. In the tiebreakers and wild cards, they destroyed Fun Gaming in that revenge match, and then River of Blood. In the playoffs, they lost to Fnatic. They won against Top Tier, and they won against Hammer Time, and that's another revenge match. 2 revenges that happened in Season 4 against Fun Gaming, and then Hammer Time destroyed #RU the last time we saw them at a season final event. They lost because of the shootout, but incredibly, they got that revenge, and because of that, I think they have more confidence in some of the other teams here. That has trumped that shadow, that nightmare that they had in the past.
Yeah, and then when they lost against Fnatic, one would have thought that perhaps they'd feel demoralized, but when speaking to them, they didn't seem all that fazed by the fact that they'd dropped that match. They knew they could still make it, and of course they ended up doing so.
Let's take a look at the roster. Godzilla Mode team leader, Young Money, Cash Money, team representative. Game is rigged, Master Putin, Valera Desolator, Kazo, and Angry Granny. They'll be making up #RU. Remember, these players are joining us from Russia to represent the huge Russian community that loves World of Tanks so much. So they have a lot of fans on both sides of the ocean. They'll be rooting for them tonight.
Yes, they will. Talking about these players, I wanted to first start with Valera Desolator, who's gotten 35k damage this season. He's actually got an incredibly low accuracy, which I think was hurt by their early season performance. They just were not able to get the performance they wanted. Their team cohesion was shaky at the beginning, and because of that, you actually take a look at them statistically, and it's not as impressive as other teams. But they've really kind of pumped them up. That 35k damage is great for Valera Desolator, 59% accuracy, and he's gotten 26 kills. Not bad, but early season really hurt them. Now, Angry Granny with 78% accuracy, that's impressive. Keeping those kinds of high stats with the record that they have is great. Now, he has gotten 26k damage, which I think is a reflection of their season performance, and 13 kills.
Impressive enough, but you have to look at how do they handle themselves as a team. And they struggled. A lot of the struggles was coming from the new roster changes they had. And some of those team members in Russia with the latency, there were going to be some bumps in the road. Yeah. But it shows that once they started to work together and smooth over those bumps, they've made it to the finals. And this is one of the most impressive stories impressive stories to us and to the rest of the different regions, because I would have never have guessed halfway through Season 4 that #RU would make it this far.
Yeah, and that's a little bit reflected in Godzilla mode. He was able to actually bump himself up right at the end of the season to 28k damage, 3,462 in spotting damage, and 29 kills, all of which just in the weeks up to the end of the regular season were incredibly low stats. He just got tons of kills, did great damage, and his spotting definitely improved.
What was so big about #RU this season was their ingenuity, and that's why one of the best maps for them has been Steppes, but another best map has been Mines, and how they went onto the hills in Mines and started to change the approach of everyone in the WGLNA. Even though this was being done in other regions, it was quite a surprise for everyone else, even us to see that type of play in the Season 4 WGLNA. All right, well, that's it for #RU. We'll see them in just a little bit. It's time to take a look at the journey for RBIS.
RBIS. What does it stand for? Who cares? They dominated in the division play. Joining us in the Silver League, first off, taking out their rivals, Victoria's Secret, was quite the sight to see.
Tyler Jordan returns fine, and Akiyama is able to close it out. RBIS takes the series 3-2.
And moving on through the division, RBIS performed well, except against some of the veteran teams. And the day they were up against Simple Tankers, they were definitely the underdog.
Pub Whisperers, all that's left for Simple Tankers. As RBIS further solidifies their spot in second place in the division.
Once RBIS destroyed Simple Tankers, they were on our radar to make it to the playoffs. Now when Simp lost to RBIS, this new team, these new kids on the block, with the power of Aquavolt, made it to the finals.
And he deserves it.
And they've done it! RBIS has defeated Simp. RBIS is going to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe it.
Now in the playoffs, Simp versus RBIS is going to be a memory I will never forget when it comes to the WGLNA, because that was the one time that Simp has lost outside of the finals in the WGLNA.
I can't believe it. I don't think anybody from my team can believe it. I'm still in shock. This is unbelievable.
The journey of Silver League all the way to Seattle is huge for this team, and they're up against not one, not two, but three veterans for that $100,000 prize pool.
Taking a look at the record of RBIS through the regular season, they had 4 wins and 3 losses, no tiebreakers. In the playoffs, they faced the Cunninghams, a veteran team, and they got the win. After that, when they faced Simp, that 3-2 victory rocked the world. And the ripple effect is now being felt here tonight as this team is going to be performing live in front of a crowd for the first time. This is huge for RBIS, and this is a great story for any team that's competing either the Bronze or the Silver League, that if RBIS can do it, then other teams can do it as well.
Yeah, and you have to look back at the previous time they even played against Simp. First, they lost against them in the regular season right at the tail end, and I think that actually allowed them to prepare a little better for the next time they fought Simp, where it was just strange. RBIS has such an interesting play style. Their tanks are a little bit off, you could say, in strange positions where it's not necessarily completely out there, but it's just a few feet off where it throws off a lot of these teams.
Taking a look at the rosters led by Precambrian. Aquavolt, team representative, Legit, Anoble, Ox Mathis, Akiyama, and Sella. RBIS hails from different areas of North America, also Canada as well. Large Canadian crowd will be supporting RBIS in this tournament.
Yeah, and speaking of a Canadian, you've got Carbon Ward, who is not going to be able to make it to the tournament due to visa issues. And because of that, they're missing one of their top damage dealers. So Ox Mathis is going to have to carry a lot of weight for RBIS.
It's a tough place to be in, especially for a team that has never experienced something like this before when you don't have one of those strong foundation members. But if there's one time to rise up and prove to the rest of your team you can do it, it is at this event. Let's move on and talk about the stats individually, Rukill. I think that the performance-wise of some of these individual players speaks for themselves.
Yeah, I was talking about Ox Mathis a moment ago, so I wanted to hit at him first. 43k damage in the regular season. That's better than Carbon Ward. But Carbon Ward was always standing out so much as an exceptional player. 72% accuracy, 70% of those penning, and 39 kills in the regular season. Ox Mathis can be that guy to just be the meat and carry this team a little bit. around the map. Now, there is legit a player we've neglected a little bit to talk about in the regular season. He got 31k damage, not bad. 74% accuracy and 3,335 in spotting damage.
The understanding for some of these individuals is I can play well in a scenario that I can control, like my bedroom, living room, wherever your computer is. But when you go to a live event, all of that sometimes goes out the window, and you have to adjust accordingly. These teams, these veteran teams, #RU, are, Simp and Fnatic, all have that under their belt, and that's one thing these guys don't have. And that could be actually a boost for them, a confidence boost, because they have a little bit of that fun mentality.
Yeah, there are players, though, with some camera experience. Sella streams a lot, and he's another player I wanted to discuss with 35k damage, 4,135 in spotting, and 33 kills. So he is an exceptional player on this team, and he could be one of those guys that doesn't even care about the lights and the cameras.
Possibly, possibly. We're going to find out. There's only one way to find out. There is no magic wand for experience. There's only one way we're going to determine if RBS can handle the pressure in front of a live crowd, and that is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, live from Seattle, Washington. A little bit rainy outside. People are inside. I think it's almost completely full here as they're going to see these teams compete tonight. Pro Heroica has been the best map so far for RBIS. Will that be the best map for them tonight? We'll find out in just a little bit. Overall, Randall, the stakes for all these teams, for first place, it is a huge chunk of change. First place takes home $50,000 in the WGLNA Season 4 Finals. Second place will take home $25,000. Third place, $8,000. And fourth place will not go home empty-handed. They'll take home $4,000. Now, how tonight's going to work? We're going to play two semifinal matches. The first one, RBIS versus #RU. The second matchup is Fnatic versus Simp. The winners of those two matches go on to the finals. The losers will face each other in a third, fourth place match, which will happen right before the finals. Every single one of these battles will be a best of 7 for this entire match. And the first to 4 wins is the victor. If it goes to a tiebreaker, please detail for us what map they will play on.
Yeah, so we're going to be going to Sand River for the tiebreaker. Bet team who does the most damage gets to pick the side, and then they fight it out, just as normal regular season play.
Normal regular season play. These teams have had 7 weeks of that.
Yes.
And then they went through the tiebreakers and the wild cards and now the playoffs. But even after tonight, they are still fighting for a chance to make it to the global grand finals. 2 of these teams represented North America last time in Q1 of this year in Warsaw, Poland. That was Simp and Fnatic. For the next time in the global grand finals happening in Q1 of 2015, it could be #RU. It could be RBIS. It is anybody's game at this finals event.
Yeah, and last time it was Fnatic with 2 first places and then a second place, Simp with 2 second places and a first. Those are the kinds of teams that are going to make it, the ones that are consistently performing, the ones that are consistently finishing at the top.
Those are your teams, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the pregame show for the finals tonight. The players will be ready to go. Rukel and myself are ready to go. We are excited to finally crown a champion for Season 4. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourselves for the Season 4 finals of the WGLNA.
Well, here we are. It has been a long road for these teams, Ruko.
Falls to Fej. This is it. RBIS, one take away from moving on to the finals.
And he will try.
Oh, Countess tracks himself.
Fez! What? Fez! Yes! What?
7 weeks of league play to show us who's the best of the best in the Gold League.
And not only that, points for the global grand finals are on the line. Who's going to take it?
I guess we'll see soon enough.
#RU does it. They are going to the finals. And they close it out. Fnatic moves on to the winner's match.
Welcome to the WGLNA Season 4 Finals live from Seattle, Washington. I am Joshua Clutch Gray. To my left, Randall Rukel Holcomb. Randall, this is it, the main event finally after a long season. We're going to have the top 4 teams in North America go head-to-head, the winner taking home $50,000.
Absolutely amazing set of matches. We have Arbus versus #RU, a match that we could not have predicted, along with Fnatic versus Simp. I'm completely amazed that we are not seeing them in the finals. Never before have we seen a series like this.
This is going to be an excellent series. 2 teams, one of them a brand new team to the Gold League, another a veteran from the previous season. Let's look at #RU and how they have prepared for the finals.
Compared to the last season, we feel way more confident as a team. We know what we are doing, and we have a goal which we're gonna reach. It's still a moment of excitement going to the finals, meeting all the players, and playing on the professional stage. But we are confident in ourselves, and we are not the team you want to underestimate.
We made it to the top 4 already. You know, last season we were top 8 and we lost to Hammer Time in the first battle. And it happened this time that actually we played Hammer Time on the same stage. And this time we won them. But that brings even more boost of confidence. Even, like I can say for myself, I'm almost sure that it brings a boost of confidence for the whole team, because you know that makes you think that we're on even higher level right now.
We never played in a shootout this season, and we never reached it to Karelia or Sand River, because we kind of changed our approach as well. So it was a great lesson for us from Hammer Time, that how you approach the game for not leading it to this situation you want to be, and winning Hammer Time in our series for allowing us going to the finals was really important for us. It was like a revenge, and we didn't even reach it to the shootout or Sand River, which even better for us. We have really, as Godzilla Mode said, a really huge boost of emotional boost, and now we know that we are doing it right, and we increased in our level from the last season.
But I want to mention, this time we practiced Sand River once.
We did.
We did.
And it was good. We did pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, that is a difference compared to Season 3. They did practice the shootout map at least once. Yeah. Hopefully it won't come to that, but if it does, I'm sure #RU is more prepared than last time, and they are definitely prepared against their opponents tonight, RBIS.
RBIS is the kind of team, though, that is prepared to play whatever game they need to win. They could take this all the way to that tiebreaker in order to attain victory. They talk about it plenty of times. They're just so flexible like that.
They are. And they had a couple words to say about their flexibility and about their preparation. Let's check in with RBIS about their preparation for the finals.
We are pretty excited to have made it to the finals, but at the same time, we are also resolute, expectant. We know what we came here to do. We know that we are here to prove that we are not just one of the top 8 or top 4 teams, that our matches against Simp were not a fluke. We are here to compete with the best of the best in the esports scene, not just in North America, but beyond. We're gonna, do our best, hopefully come out on top, and we think we've got as good a shot as anybody else.
I'd say the highlight of my career was when we beat Simp. That was when I knew that we were going to be big shots in the esports scene, and people would actually see us as good players and a good team.
I think beating Simp was basically a question of they made a couple of mistakes that we were able to capitalize on, and for the most part we just went after it, and we weren't afraid to back down, and we came out on top.
Our team motto is we play their game. And we will play their game. If a team wants to camp 5 matches, we'll camp 5 matches. If a team wants to rush 5 matches, we'll rush 5 matches. Like I said, we'll do whatever it takes to win. And even if it takes playing their game, we'll play their game.
Yeah, the most important thing about us is we're ready to do anything to anyone. We can bring anything unexpected right off the bat, or we can just play conventional, slow, grindy. We came into the season with not the highest expectations in the world. I don't think anybody had high expectations for us, so to come out there and show people that we can place first will be pretty nice. And I mean, 50K, 5K each buys a lot of textbooks for me. on Saturday, no matter what happens, I think Arbus is going to stay together. Losing isn't even in the playbook, you know, we're just going to go through it. We fully expect to win, and we're just going to come out on top and then enjoy the prize money.
You heard from RBIS. They are almost ready to begin this match against #RU. I like this type of approach, Rukiel. I like the words that they have, but it's going to depend on how they play tonight. And no matter what you say, it's in that crucial moment. It's the action that's going to speak louder than words tonight.
Yes, and well, as we heard from Precam, who's incredibly well spoken, it sounds like that they are prepared to play that flexible game. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to play up to the same level that they've practiced for at this live event, and many of them coming their first time. And #RU, their experience. I don't know if it won't affect them similarly, though.
Well, if you were looking at the stats themselves, the higher seed's going to go to RBIS because of their record.
Well, of course.
But you have that card you can put in the deck of #RUs that they've been here before. And they've learned from that mistake last time against Hammer Time of losing in that shootout. They don't want to make the same mistake again. And they have a little bit more to prove in that sense, and especially with the Russian crowd following them to get the win here tonight. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw it to Lauren Elise for the face-off for our two team captains. Lauren, take it away.
Thank you, Clutch. This is one of my favorite times. I love these face-offs, and this is the very first one. So I have Godzilla Mode from #RU with me, and I have Precambrian from RBIS. So you guys have been here before, so you kind of understand a little bit of how it is to be in front of a live audience, but do you feel any extra pressure today?
No, there is not much pressure. We're just, you know, hanging out there. We're just having fun. So waiting for the game to start. I'm done.
You guys have not been here before, but you do play very well. How do you think you're going to handle playing in front of a live audience?
Well, I've talked to my guys, and no nerves at all. Everyone's feeling good, excited, ready to go, so we're pumped, and I think we'll do just as well as we always do.
Great. Guys, please tweet at us. Use #WGLNA. And Clutch, what do you think is going to happen during this match?
Wow. I think that RBIS has a couple secrets they haven't showed us yet between these two, between what we've seen in the playoffs and what we've seen now.
So they've got something up their sleeve.
I think they got something up their sleeve.
Okay.
I think they could possibly pull a top-tier level of secrets tonight.
Well, if you look at the order of maps that we're going to have, Ruinberg being the first, I'm seeing possibly a bit of deja vu.
Yes.
Remember #RU versus Hammer Time? When they started the first one off completely just, maybe afraid, maybe just unwilling to engage.
So unwilling to engage is almost just feeling out their opponent, finding out what they're going to do. They're going to play hyper-aggressive on this map. It's a big map.
Yes.
Ruinberg is a big map, and it sets the tempo a lot of times for some of these teams. Where are they going to scout? Are they going to go for that Delta Village? Are they going to try to do something crazy with the F Crossroads? And a lot of these teams have played more passive, played more predictable in a sense. But when it comes to this map, I've still been most impressed by Victoria's Secret's approach than any other team, at least in Season 4.
And that approach is what again?
That approach is where Victoria's Secret spawned in the south. They went all the way to the north on the western side of the map. They fired blind fire into the northern section of the map and then left that area. Their enemy thought that they were in the northern section, but at that time, Victoria's Secret moved all the way to the south, moved then to the east, hugging the line, then coming up through the Delta Village, which was unguarded. They got the overmatch and then pushed into the northern section. The reason why I bring up Victoria's Secret is because RBIS and Victoria's Secret were rivals from the Silver League. And now that Victoria's Secret is not here at the finals, obviously, I'm sure they helped RBIS a little bit, at least in some of the tactics, or even just watching some of the VODs of how to deal with some of these teams that have been bringing more foreign tactics to the battlefield.
Well, RBIS certainly probably did their research, and if they did that, they could have figured that strategy out. That's probably just one thing in the playbook. It's risky, though, to take that kind of a play out, especially if your opponent sees it coming. #RU is going to have to be on their toes if RBIS tries to do something sneaky like that, trying to kind of maneuver their opponent for them and force them to react and then set the tempo, set the pace for every single battle. This is the perfect spot to start on Ruinberg.
Cam Dozer, our admin, is handling everything behind the scenes to make sure the players are ready. The map is loading for battle number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the WGLNA Season 4 Finals between #RU and RBIS. Rootkill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we have 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Arbis will be bringing something similar, 3 5100s and IS-3, 1390, 2 T1 Cunninghams.
Similar, but a little bit of difference in that 1390. We're going to pay extra attention to that. But let's introduce these teams. First up, they're in the blue, spotting to the north. They are RBIS. And spawning to the south in the red. Hailing from many regions, but especially North America and Russia, it is #RU.
And for the opening moves, we have #RU taking up something I see a little bit familiar. This is much like what they did against Hammer Time.
The spread right now from RBIS is to the northern section, but yes, against Hammer Time, moving into that southern area and waiting. No active scouting yet from #RU. RBIS has more of a spread so far, but that initial map control can be a strength at the beginning, but if they become too spread out, a potential overmatch can happen if one of these tanks is spotted.
Very potentially. I don't think #RU is going to go on the offensive at the start. They're going to get comfortable. They're going to get used to their opponent, and they're going to figure out what Arbis is going to be doing, what their theme may be for this series.
The Nova Bolt takes a shot, blind fire, through the F crossroads. He's currently at Echo 6. No dice, nothing lands yet. But he is in my most favorite position on this map, of this F crossroads.
It's a little dangerous.
It is dangerous. A little bit of danger. I like a little bit of danger when I play some tanks.
Okay.
But I love putting the T-32 in this area, usually spawning from the south, though, with the hold down position. But the IS-3, best tank in space, is an excellent choice as well.
I'd agree. I really prefer an IS-3 for maps like Ruinbrig. It's fast enough, it's got the armor, hit points, and 390 average damage is absolutely perfect.
That Alpha Strike, you cannot deny its power. Sella bouncing back and forth here near the bushes. Just sliding in behind cover, guarding Unobable, making sure that he is not caught off guard. And these 5100s used on this map and similar maps can prove to be very effective if they're not spotted initially.
And that's a lot of blind fire going out from Oxmathis, Unnomable, and Sella. That must be going down, I guess, the F crossroads.
It is. It's continually going towards that fountain section. They're thinking that #RU has pushed in that area. That is not the case. #RU has placed themselves either down the Gulf line or south. And most of them have not even passed the 2 line. They're riding that 1-2 line in the southwestern corner.
Yep.
And they're going to continue to stay that way at least for another minute or 2.
Exactly. We see Kazo in the traditional T1 spot, nice raised position where he can kind of watch out down the 1 line. And on top of that, there's a nice little spot right between 2 of these buildings where he can just kind of watch for the perfect approach, because, as we've seen in the past, there is pretty much one approach to try and dig out the position of #RU, and that involves taking control of the church. You have to get there from the 3 line, and from there, you can make your way around, and there's kind of a blind approach in that sense where you don't have any tanks with a good line of fire. Game is Rick, Godzilla, Diogmani, Valera, and Master Putin all are blind to that position. Now, Toplum does have the ability to spot that, but your opponent is right there around a corner, and there's not much you can do for ranged fire in such a situation.
Oglevold's still going to stay next to the flag cap, making sure there will be no surprises to the northern section of the map. A couple more shots of blind fire coming out of RBIS. Now hitting the 6-minute mark. #RU has not moved from this spot. Almost taking a page out of Na'Vi, the #1 team in the world from the Global Grand Finals last time. And legit still at full drum for his 5100. Akiyama on the reload. I have a prediction here, Rootkill, that once Akiyama has reloaded his tank, we'll see a change of movement from RBIS close to that 5-minute reset.
It could be a little risky. Maybe they kind of want to pass on Ruinberg. One of those maps they want to get out of the way early. They're okay with it being picked. And because of that, you decide, you know what, I'm going to let #RU draw this one out. They're not coming out to meet us. They're not going to try and take control of the map. They're playing defensive. They're going to wait for us to make a mistake. So if Arbis tries to get aggressive and they make any mistakes whatsoever, then you have a situation where #RU can just take advantage. And that's it. I would prefer not to throw a game away and just take it, because the situation #RU is in, the answer is easy. You just overmatch and you win. In this defensive position, all you have to do is do it at the right time. For Arbis, they have to get into the right position, then they have to figure out the layout, which is, at this point, predictable, but you can't know that for sure until you're in that situation.
Ox Mathis unloaded the rest of his clip in his 6-shot 1390, and now he's moving towards the Delta Village. And he has reloaded. 4 minutes and 33 seconds. RBIS still has more map control. The spread, most of the eastern side of the map. One tank still to the south. It has to be the Precambrian or Aquavolt. Precambrian is the southern tank for RBIS, and he is scouting out a potential flag cap, but there is no way this one lonely T1 could survive all of the #RU tanks that would spot him initially once he jumped on that flag.
Very easily, Games Rig can cover the position of Toppelin, but if Precam does some blind fire, maybe he could get a hit. We've seen this in the past. Fnatic's done it. We've seen Arbis do it, I believe. You just try and blind fire towards the cap. It's very common to see a T1 in one of the bushes around cap. For usually one of the more popular ones I'll show you guys right now. But, you know, just chilling out, watching one of the bushes, Toppelin, taking kind of that less well-known position.
Game is rigged, still hiding in that keyhole, waiting for that potential tank to poke out and get that initial shot of damage.
Oh, what's happening up in the northwest? I see a light tank moving around.
Well, let's check
Aquavolt,
with Aquavolt. He is cruising around that one line here, and he's going to probably set himself up in the tank of no return, point of no return for the T1 through that rubble, but he's not fully committing yet. The thing is, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. If there's going to be a push, it's going to have to happen now from either of these teams. Rukil, you talked about how they maybe just want to get this map out of the way, to maybe get the tensions out of their system of playing a game of tanks in front of a live crowd. That's completely understandable. And with Godzilla mode hanging in that position in the keyhole, along with Young Money, Cash Money, no advanced movement coming from #RU, so they could draw this out. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Yeah. I would, if I were Arbis, maybe try and get an understanding of what their opponent was doing this entire time. I guess they have a good indication, seeing as they have control of the one line with the T1, Precam's out in the south, and you've got control of the Delta Village. There's only a few locations your opponent's likely going to take, so Arbis could try and close the gap and maybe go for some free damage here or there, but I think they're just too hesitant to do so, you know? Just don't want to risk it too much.
Yeah, the risk. The higher the stakes, you know, you think, well, no risk, no reward. That's true, but unwanted risk, unnecessary risk, they want to try to eliminate that as much as possible. And in battle number one, it makes sense, almost at the 2 minute mark. But here's where they can make a difference, and that's why we talk about the 3 minute mark, the 250 mark of when it's best to attack, because if the attack goes wrong, you send a T1 away, it stays alive, and it ends in a draw. At least you had the potential to get a win, and a win is better than a draw, obviously. However, not the case this time. Minute and 45 seconds left. If there's a push from either team, it would not be enough time unless we had an ammo rack against one of those IS3s.
That would be a lot of ammo racks.
And every time I mention an ammo rack, well, about 9 times out of 10, it actually happens. So I gotta be careful about mentioning that.
You gotta mention a name with that.
That's true. That's when it actually happens. Let's check in with Aquavolt. Yeah, he's still in that one position, trying to slide his tank through this little hole in his T1.
He'll get there. Just gotta give him a second.
Just gotta shimmy. You gotta think thin, Aquavolt. You can make it.
And shoot the ground?
That won't help.
He's gonna think thin. He's getting lighter.
Moving on to Akiyama. Still in the northern village. No tanks to push up against. 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Now this is exactly like what we saw in #RU versus Hammer Time.
Yep.
Both teams saying no, I don't want to.
Not today. Not today on Ruinberg. Not today. Not on Ruinberg on fire. Not regular Ruinberg. Anobobolt still dancing around. He left the F crossroads. Now he's waiting at the flag cap. Both teams are going to recognize this will be a draw. But let's look at the final positioning right here, Rookkill. This position from #RU is completely passive, completely defensive. And if a team was to play Ruinberg later in the series, if they were up 2 games, I could see them playing that southern position, making their opponent come to them.
Very possibly. But now it's time for tank dancing. IS3. Young Money's got the groups. He's going for it. And we see lots of shots fired by everyone from Arvis, trying to make as much noise as possible. Young Money giving us a little salute and a wiggle. It's actually a real tactic in
gun salute for these different tankers. 7 seconds left before this closes out as a draw. A couple shots firing just over Unknowable. 2, 1, and battle number 1 ends in a draw between #RU and RBS. Between these two teams. No victory pumps yet between these two. I don't think no damage done whatsoever to either side.
No. Although Unknowable was able to waste 12 shells in that one.
Wow.
12 whole shells.
That's quite a lot.
That's impressive. 18 from Mox, 6 from Legit.
4 from Akiyama. Not even a full shell.
12 from Sela.
The next map will take place in Prohorovka.
Much more open. I think it's going to be easier for both of these teams to find damage and maybe begin some kind of engagement.
Yeah, I love seeing tank play in Prohorovka when it was simple tankers. This was their map this season. Unfortunately, they were unable to make it to the finals. And now they have actually been relegated out of the Gold League. Not even relegation. They're out of the Gold League, so they'll fight their way back through qualifiers or through the Silver League again.
Yeah, and if there's a team here today that's going to play that style, I think Arbis right now is the team that could do that up and over, right over the middle. 1390s, T69s, maybe a T32, and just go right at their opponent. Now, this does assume that you know your opponent's opening and that they are going west. If they go east, you could be putting yourself in a weird position.
And the biggest thing I love to see on Prohorovka and a couple other maps is the WZ-132 and how effective the traverse speed can be and the accuracy of this tank on the move compared to the 1390s and being loaded before these 1390s, and how well J-Smooth has used this tank to just get into the fight very, very quickly and to make the enemy team scatter and mess up kind of their initial 2 minutes of what they're going to do in Prohorovka.
Yeah, but you also take away a little bit of your burst potential. 1390s are just such a potent tank on Prohorovka, and it's such a key pick because it's a great scout, has great camo, it goes incredibly fast, and the autoloader, even though you have horrible accuracy on the move, if you can make your shots count, you can get in close, you're going to be able to win.
All right, it's time for battle number 2 between these two teams. Rookkill, let's go ahead and detail the tanks.
All right, looks like we have a 5100. T32, T69, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Very interesting lineup. On the other side, Arbis is going to be bringing a T32, T69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
And here we go, jumping on both sides of the map. Both teams have spawn. You see on your screen in the red. Give it up for #RU. And to the north, in the blue, it is RBIS. Ooh, crowd's a little bit louder for RBIS. We shall see.
All right, the opening moves coming out of #RU looks like they are going to go to the east. And with that, it looks like Arbis is going west. So we're going to have that polarization we're used to seeing where teams will take either side. The train tracks work as a kind of a funnel, choke point, if you will. And they're going to have long-range fire. T32, Valera Desolator, going to have to stack up against Unknowable. We're going to see who can make their shots count.
This position from #RU, taking the hill. It's not like we haven't seen it before, Rookkill, but it is not the standard for tankers that have spawned to the south.
It's a dangerous position, though. Master Putin can cover the cap. He can also, if he knows the angles well enough and can read the mini-map, fire at some tanks outside of draw distance. And he could get a good hit onto one of those T32s or 1390s spotted somewhere around that bowl in E2, F3.
Still cruising around his cell in that 1390. Nakayama and Unknowable. Unknowable.
Nom nom nom.
Nom 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 nom. There he is in the T32. The nom 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 tank with no cons. And a hold down position potentially for any tanks that are spotted as Precambrian is scouting ahead in the T1. No dice yet for Precambrian. And they're going to hopefully recognize very soon that #RU has placed themselves mostly in the village, and that could lead to an opening for RBS to go for that flag cap. If they're able to set up a bait and switch by forcing #RU from the hill.
They'd have to really bait them out by some kind of north push maybe, or getting right into about, what is it, Foxtrot 6, right next to Valera Desolator, one of those weird angles where the 5100 would have trouble trying to fire on that position. If they can get there, maybe they can do something with it. But it's going to be so difficult. Kazo is in a great position to spot one of the approaches in the south. He's just going to keep peeking up, peeking down. It does look like he was spotted and is taking fire.
Ox Mathis shooting some blind fire towards Kazo. Not scouted yet. He's also firing towards the train tracks into the bushes where potential T1s are. He has unloaded his entire drum, and now he's fallen back going for the reload.
Now,
So look at the split, though. Look at the push coming from #RU.
We've got Godzilla mode kind of moving up into the north. Looks like Godzilla was going to go perhaps for Aquavolt. And it looks like he's going to hold up for a minute to verify that he's safe, good to go. But we could see that common situation where we have a T8 just show up out of nowhere in the north, while Toplum is going to be proxy spotting, and Aqua could get himself picked off.
Aquavolt keeping himself warm next to the hobo fire in this train car. That fire never goes out.
No, burns forever.
Burns forever. Sella from further away, covering Akiyama. A couple shots fired towards the grass. Looks like it was coming from some of the T1s. No, Young Money, Cash Money. And one of his battle buddies, Master Putin, just firing into the dirt. Close to Akiyama, but no dice yet. No damage being done to either side of RBIS and #RU so far.
And we do have tanks on reload. Everyone's just kind of been blind firing here and there. It doesn't look like RBIS has put themselves in positions, though, that are too common. And because of that, they have done a good job of avoiding that blind fire. And unfortunately for them, the return blind fire can't be all that impressive because of the trains. The hard cover, which is controlled by #RU soft cover, being kind of bushes and a few little rolling hills here and there, going to RBIS.
Legit firing once more towards Game is Rigged. Still more blind fire coming out of RBIS. The return fire coming from #RU, though, has been more of answering this blind fire from RBIS, and an answer from Ruinberg and also Prohorovka. Little hey, how you doing coming from #RU.
Yeah.
But Precambria now moving closer to trying to scout more towards the railroad tracks.
And we do have one hit. Game is Rigged peeking out in his T69. And there it is. Godzilla mode peeks up and over and is going to be able to pick up Aquavolt.
And that leaves the northern section without eyes and ears for RBIS. So any type of approach they wanted to bring to the south is going to be stopped because of that. Precambrian is the furthest east for RBIS, and he's not able to scout any tanks yet.
Yeah, I don't think RBIS is going to feel comfortable pushing right now. They've lost Aquavolt. They don't know if someone has gone up and over. They don't know if, you know, a T1 or a 1390 could have gone across the tracks to try and, you know, take a little bit more ground and perhaps push RBIS. However, #RU is going to have trouble leaving the train tracks because of those choke points.
4 minutes, 46 seconds. One of the T1s is still down for RBIS, but no tanks have been destroyed on the side of #RU. Ox Mathis now pushing up towards the north, trying to join the rest of his compatriots, but dancing closer to the road to see if an opening is ready against #RU. It is not, so he'll keep going back and forth with that dance of death, trying to find one of those tanks to fire upon. Now, as you get closer here, Rukiel, these teams have not pulled that trigger yet to push. 4 minutes, 13 seconds. Some teams have surprised us in Season 4. One of them, C'est La Vie, when they got the flag cap win against Simp. By distracting Simp on the other side of the map and then going for the flag cap. That was quite the surprise. And if any of these teams watched that, I'm sure they took notes.
Maybe, but #RU's had in such a spread position right now. You have still Master Putin sitting on the hill. Valera Desolator and the T-32 covering all of the south. And it looks like, who's that gone? That's Young Money, along with Kazo, still sitting in the very, very south. So you have great coverage from #RU. And then, of course, Arbis. Arbis is sitting very nicely under in some hold-down position.
Oh! Noble takes down Toplum.
All right.
Nice shot from the T-32. So there's a T1 down, evening up the odds for both teams, taking out those eyes and ears.
And Godzilla was unable to get any real return fire. Didn't even get to zero a shot.
Akiyama A Noble are going to stay. A Noble and Akiyama. Well, they're not going to push over. I thought they were going to try to push over and go towards the flag cap. They'd leave themselves too exposed.
No.
Let's check in with Sella. He's trying to cover them if they do so, though, in the northern section.
I do like the coverage from Arbus. You have a great crossfire coming in here. Sella has coverage up into about Echo 6. Good angle into there so that someone, if they were to fire from slightly higher ground into about Delta 3, you'd have a reply sitting there waiting. And at the same time, you've got that T-32 and T-69. That's Akiyama and Anomalable. Two of them are in a powerful position to both defend their own cap and potentially regain that position in Echo 3, Foxtrot 3 area, that bowl right in the middle.
2 minutes, 20 seconds. Ox Mathis pushing down to the south. Precambrian still staying in the same position at the center of the map in Golf 4 heading to Foxtrot 4 up the 4 line. Using those deviations of the hills and valleys to try to stay behind cover. A couple shots fired here. Godzilla mode. Not able to land anything yet. 2 minutes left. There's a time to push. There's about 50 seconds to go. And these teams, they want to make something happen. They're going to have to do it now. And hashtag RU could try to go for that flag cap to the north. But it's so successfully covered by RBIS.
Yeah, RBIS's position is a little bit too strong to assault at this point. They'd have to go all the way to the south, try and go across the K line and take out a T1, then move up the 1 line. That's probably the real only possibility to make an engagement happen. Neither of these teams have chosen strategies which are compatible in a way that will actually make for any fight. One team chose east, one team chose west, and it's a coin flip because you're trying to guess what's my opponent going to do.
Exactly.
If Arbus had chosen to go east, we would have had a very quick fight on our hands, and if hashtag RU had chosen west, we also would have seen a similar situation. But it's just one of those kind of 1 in 4 chance, I'd say, that we see this.
A number of times, surprisingly, and one of the matches that I'm thinking about is Fnatic versus the team that unfortunately got no wins this season.
Gong Fu.
Gong Fu. They both went village at the same time. And we thought, well, this is new. This is something that doesn't happen usually. And that was quite the fight to see Gong Fu, however, is 2 spread out, 2 alone with their tanks, and they got taken out by Fnatic.
Yeah, the understanding how to do an east engagement is just strange, though.
Yes.
Because most of the time it turns out like this. This east-west, hashtag RU, is taking up all the normal positions. And right towards the end, they are starting to really get more active. Young Money starting to do a little bit more active scouting. I think hashtag RU is getting more comfortable. I think that's the situation they're in. There's a lot more motion than there was from the last one.
20 seconds left. Both these teams will end in a draw, and next map will take place on Mines. We're looking at the final placement for RBIS. They still have Legit firing into the potential area of hashtag RU. Noble, Akiyama, all of them blind firing into the fray.
And actually, they've got a hit on Godzilla mode.
Oh, nice. They got 1 hit, but that's a draw. Not enough to make a difference. And so we go to draw number 2 between these 2 teams, and that's going to turn this into a best of 5. A couple smiles going back and forth from RBIS, knowing that not much action happened in that last battle.
I think they're cheering about the very small victory in that Anomalable got himself 605 damage.
And that's important because the team that does the most damage, if it comes to a tiebreaker, they get to choose whether to attack or defend on the assault map.
Yep, Anomalable was able to get 3 hits, 3 pens out of 16 shells fired. That's the T-32. Consistent fire, just keeps putting him out there. And was able to get that 1 T1 kill as well. Godzilla mode picking up 1 T1 kill. You saw him jump right over and just destroy a little T1 right by the eternal fire of
it was nice. He popped up, got the shot bomb back down. It was cool to see in that T-32. And we see Legit. First time RBIS has been in front of a live audience to play World of Tanks at a professional level. And they're playing in the semifinal.
And it is a little bit slower strategies than I would have expected from them. They were a little bit more active.
From RBIS, yes. This is slower than what I had predicted. I had predicted hashtag RU to take a couple pages out of Navi's book, out of the Russian book, and play more passive in this series so far. And we've seen that. But if there's a surprise that either of these teams could bring, it's not only the tactics, but the type of tanks that have been chosen. So far, no surprises yet. It's pretty standard picks so far.
But
the 1390 was a little bit different on Ruinberg, but it's not crazy like an IS-6.
Yeah, we could see something like that on Mines, which is going to be the next map.
Yes.
Mines, a map where we've seen #RU when they spawned in the south, head up into the mountains and play those games. But I think North is going to go to #RU for Mines, so they won't be able to play that game. However, they have shown us in the past that there's another way into the hills.
And this is that difference again of the 1390s versus the WZ-132s. Also the sniper fire from an AMX 5100. The hold down positioning of the T-32s. That's a commonality of these teams, the type of tanks that they bring. But it's all about how you perform with those tanks as well. Rookkill, let's look at the tank lineup.
All right, looks like we have a T-32, T-69, another one, and two 1390s along with two T1 Cunninghams for #RU. On the other side, Arbus will be bringing two T-32s, a T-69, two 1390s, and two T1 Cunninghams.
All right, as we see on the screen to the north, it's the team in the red. It is #RU as they're cruising to the center. And in the blue, from the south, it is RBIS. Legit will be pushing forward first for RBIS. And Young Money Cash Money cruising up to the center of the mines first to overtake that center position. And will shots be fired as they try to approach? No, Legit is not loaded yet.
Not yet. Young Money, though, has the high ground position. And with Oxmathis going wide, you could see nice cover fire from Arbus from the water side. Young Money's going to respect that possibility and instead decide he's going to start to kind of explore the positions his opponents have taken. Right behind, you do have T-69, T-32 combo watching the entrance to the hill. They're going to protect their little 1390s and let them try and do some work. Right now, Godzilla mode is T1 hunting, and unfortunately for him, he hasn't found anything. Fortunately for Arbus, they've decided that putting their T1s a little elsewhere is a smart call.
Big bounce off the front of Valera Desolator, but he gets hit into the hole from Noble. Sella trying to get another shot against him, but Young Money, Cash Money, and Godzilla mode now finally working together, not getting destroyed in that section of the map. Can try to hold in this section.
Yeah, Valera Desolator, don't think he needs to keep poking as much. We need to see #RU wait for Arbus to get a little bit too aggressive. And while they could start to dominate the hill, Valera is at a disadvantage in that he's taking on two T-32s. Two tanks that do exceptionally well in hold on, and he's only a single T-32. He can't, and with two shots coming his way, he's probably going to lose in the hold down battle. One, because the high ground that Sella and Anomal currently dominate, and second, of course, there's just twice as much damage waiting to happen.
And the dance goes back and forth next to these rocks as #RU leaves that top position. RBIS could overtake if they're unable to scout any of those tanks that were in that section, and this could be a sweep, a reset along the water side.
That would be interesting. I'm not sure that would go exceptionally well for #RU depending on how they play this. If they go too wide, right down the one line with too many tanks, Arbus can very easily respond. But if they play it tight to the 3 line and come around their opponent in about, Gulf 4, then you could see a successful flank from #RU. 1390s are going to be very important in this. We've got Godzilla mode moving out to the west. Behind him, Young Money, and then complement of Master Putin in a T-69.
Oxmathis now swinging to the center. He was on the water side, and now it's only Aquavolt who can scout what's happening on the west side of the map on the island next to the lighthouse. So it's been a switcheroo almost from RBIS to the south, now in the center.
And is that hill domination coming out of Arbus? No. Looks like we're going to see tanks moving up into the hill. Sella, Anomal, shots fired. Valera is tracked, but I believe his armor should be sufficient to protect him. Aquavolt will go down to Godzilla mode in the meantime. 1390 drive-by, and they will take the 1 line and the water side.
Big bounce off Akiyama. Another shot fired from Valera, and game is rigged. Trying to get into the side of Anoble. But it's Godzilla mode and Cash Money that have moved to the south. That could prove to be a thorn in the side of RBIS if they stay in that center section.
RBIS has to be careful here. They cannot get over-committed to the positions of the T-32 and T-69 in about Charlie 4. They've taken some hits here. They've taken a little damage. Arbus has the high ground. And now that's some smart play. Oxmathis in a great position to punish Valera and force him down into a low ground. With this, you can have Arbus move towards the cap and take that control. They can also sweep the east and verify the positions of T1s, maybe take out, that's Kazo out there.
This is where calls are so important for RBIS and #RU. Now, #RU could go for the surrounder, they could go for the fly cap and try to divide the forces of RBIS, but if they do so, they will recognize that the north will be cut off from help. So Noble and Sella now trying to fight to the south. Sella has taken a little bit of damage, one shot, and he's trying to fire back towards #RU, and a nice shot for Noble to take down Topolium to deny that type of flag capture scenario from the T1.
And now I think Precam may have just spotted Godzilla, and Young Money looks like they backed off a little bit. Young Money might go towards the cap and make that pressure happen. You might have Godzilla sit and screen, but no, he's actually just waiting and covering his battle buddy. They're going to head further south, actually splitting up even more. It's going to be a very delicate situation for #RU. Arbus has to get the scouting done in order to understand the opponent's position and exploit the current weak position.
Precambrian is such a crucial tanker right now to be able to scout these two tanks that could push in against that flag cap, because as they do so, it gives the green flag for RBIS to push to the north, get the surround on the heavy tank in that position, and then work their way back south. However, they have to move quickly, because if they get two tanks on that flag cap and that one heavy tank can stand his ground, they could get the flag cap.
Precam is able to spot Young Money, catch money. There's one hit spoiling the position for #RU. If they get a little bit more spotting, they could recognize just what an advantage they have. And I'd recommend perhaps a holding position with one tank and then return to base, get Young Money, and get Godzilla mode. What do you think?
Game is rigged. Valera Desolator, I think, are stopping that right now because they're letting themselves still be spotted. But here comes the full tactical push from RBIS. Legit. Waiting for the rest of his friends to turn the corner, and it's going to be the T-32s that are going first, and here comes the push around the corner as Valera Desolator is going to be seen first. He fires a shot into Sella. Sella trying to push up. He's the one that's most damaged. Game is rigged to stop. He's tracked. They're focusing on Game is rigged first. He's the first to go down. Sella, Legit, now trying to target Valera Desolator. Legit hangs back behind Sella. They get the first two Tier 8 tanks. Sella is low, but the rest, Noble, Ox Mathis, Akiyama, and Legit are pushing towards Master Putin. This is where RBS has to move fast because those two tanks are now on that flag cap. Godzilla mode, hit for 250. Legit's gonna have to get out to the front and focus fire on one of those tanks. Swinging around the corner with 33 seconds left, Legit is in the front, and Master Putin's gonna have to hold the line against these tanks.
And he gets one more shell into Legit, but it looks like his turret is broken. He's gonna have to repair that, and he needs one more, but that's a track shot he has. There's the kill.
Akiyama fires another big hit, and Noble stops it. 13 seconds left. Ox Mathis is moving as fast as he can to get to that flag cap. 9 more seconds. Godzilla Mo needs to get a track shot to stop Ox Mathis. 5 more seconds for Ox Mathis to hold this. No track shot yet. 2, 1, and base has been captured by #RU. They put a point on the board.
Not bad. Positioning Arbus, making the mistake of overcommitting. I talked about that a second ago. They had an overmatch. Yes, they could have won the fight, but they left their base open. And Precam was not able to defend that. There was a 1390 there, and with that, he knew he was able to spot Precam out. Kazo was brought in, was able to get that 1v1 in the T1. He knew his enemy's position. Precam had not nearly as much information and could not react quite as well, which is why he lost in that fight.
Rookhill, we could see the setup. We could see what was happening of why those tanks to the north were trying to hold that position and to allow themselves to be spotted for so long. Legit from RBIS was up there, holding the line pretty much in the northern section. And once the heavy tank swung around, #RU pulled that trigger for the flag cap. They couldn't win. They couldn't win in a straight 5-on-5. They knew that. That's why they went for the flag and they still got it.
Yeah, they certainly played it very, very well there. It's unpredictable, the positions they were taking. They went around for a bit of a flank, and actually because Arbus wasn't there, that was probably the big thing. They didn't have a presence in the west that was strong enough. They lost it actually and had a T1 go down. And that just left everything wide open, and they did not patch that hole.
This is where it gets really dangerous for RBIS because #RU can play that win one, draw the rest type style.
They could, but we are going to see Himmelsorf as the next map, and depending on the spawn positions, which as I look down, I see that Arbus is going to have the north. So I'd certainly say that it denies the northwest camp to #RU, giving them a chance to come back. If they play aggressively and they make the right opening move, there's a good possibility they'll be able to come back in this one.
Possibly. Possibly. There's Young Money, Cash Money. Get a little bit excited about that win. 10 more seconds left before we jump into the next battle, battle number 4. And since this is a best of 7, but 2 draws have already happened, it turns into a best of 5. And #RU only needs 2 more wins to close out this series. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Battle number 4, Rookhill. What do we have for tanks?
For tanks, I'm looking at 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. On the other side, 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams. It's a mirror matchup from Arbis and #RU.
Chat loves mirror matchups. The first time we're going to see it here in the finals. And we see the first team on your screen. It's the red team. It's #RU spawning in the south. They have 1 win under their belt so far. And in the north, in the blue, it is RBIS.
And there we go. Opening move is going to be west side from Arbis, west side from #RU. There's a good possibility of a 2-line engagement, but if #RU can slow it down, they might be able to make their way up the 1 line without taking too much damage. T1s are going to be very important in this battle. Kazo out on the 8 line at the beginning at Doppelin, moving out to the 1 line. Losing one of these T1s is huge. Your ability to control your opponent, or at least own parts of the map, is pretty much handled by the T1s in this situation. You cannot split your tier 8s too much, or else you're just going to get overmatched.
Precambrian moving to the southern position from the 1 line. He's able to spot Toplum first. Potentially, we'll see.
No. Toplum was able to avoid that just barely. Oof. Ooh, he does make the one mistake of knocking a tree down, and that could reveal his position.
Cameron's going to hug the wall for a bit. Checking in with Aquavolt in that T1 next to the window here, next to the keyhole position. RBIS, them playing defensive is not going to work at all on any map whatsoever.
But they can try and wait a moment to make sure their opponent is not going to try anything tricky. Follow up a win with a blitz. That's a good way to catch your opponent off guard, especially when they expect you to kind of sit back on that win and make your opponent push.
Well, Aquavolt now moving from his position, going towards the east of the map. A lot of pinging happening from RBIS. I believe a lot of it is to scout if there's any movement on the hill from #RU. And Aquavolt's about to find out.
It'll take him just a minute. I don't think he'll get a lot out of that. In the meantime, Arbis seems to have shifted slightly closer to the cap. What is it looking like they're prepared to do there?
Well, I'm going to take a look at Cell and Legit's position. We hang back here. You'll also see a number of other tanks right behind him. That's Akiyama. They're staying close together. And Unknoble has now moved from the western side. Now, Precambrian's going to stay. It's a great position for him to be in order to scout that push from #RU, which could be a possibility. But 7 minutes and 39 seconds. If a reset needs to happen, it's going to be from RBIS, and it's going to be them cruising towards the hillside. And if they overtake that hillside, it could lead to an opening approach if there is an overzealous engagement or push from #RU, either on the western side or down the tank alley.
Very possibly. Now we've got a reaction in a way, or at least a timing. About 7 minutes left in the battle. Both teams have decided to shift position, new openings, new strategies. And it looks like they're preparing for a hill engagement, some kind of push from that direction, as they've established that their opponent is not currently moving down the 1, 2, or 3 line. I guess they're going to, maybe if they're going to attack, they're going to come from the east, not from the north. And they're going to set up for that. Game is rigged. Valera both getting into solid positions to defend and perhaps react. They can go north or south however they want, however they need. Godzilla mode also in a strong hold down position in his IS-3. He can go back and look at cap. He can also get the first shot and have great cover. Not perfect, but great. Young Money is also equally as flexible. This is just a great position to roll out from. You've got north, south, east, west, every which direction that you are very well prepared to defend your own cap as #RU.
Aquavolt springing ahead in his T1, not scouting anything on the hill itself. And no tanks being spotted is still crucial information for a team to gather to know by deduction where their enemy team will be. As Aquavolt's going to continue to press forward, a little bit of a sacrifice potentially if any tanks are going to play defensive, but none will do so. Kaz, however, moving into a spot. This is a smart play from #RU. The suggestion of we haven't spotted them yet, guys, anywhere on the west except perhaps Precambrian. They must be taking the hillside. Let's check it out. Aquavolt going back to the safety of the heavy tanks. A lot of pinging happening on the map from RBIS.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to push forward or maybe decide this isn't a very good idea. High ground fire. As they are going to move out, is anyone actually watching that position? That's the big question. Master Putin, no. Doesn't look like anyone from #RU is going to be able to fire onto any of those exposed hill positions. They're all hiding from exactly where Arbis is looking to fire.
No dice. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. At least RBIS is working as a team, looking for windows of opportunity to get initial damage against #RU, but #RU is not allowing that to happen whatsoever.
Well, we could see something develop in just a moment. Aquavolt moving so close to Kazo, and that looks like a proxy right there as they're both going to wiggle around their T1s. And that could have Sella and Legit maybe move around and pick up a T1. No, they're not. Kazo's going to be able to get away.
Well, Aquavolt's going to continue to head towards the enemy encampment with 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Plenty of time for engagement to happen for either team. But as we move closer to this best of 7, and this is another draw, this puts #RU another game closer to a victory and moving on to the finals.
Although it does make it easier in some ways, you could say, for Arbis to come back. They can tie this one up, just one win, if they feel like they have more damage in the series, or, you know, just come back in 2.
Yep.
You don't have a chance for your opponent to.
Akiyama moving closer to the edge along with Legit and Sella. If they're going to pull that trigger, it's going to have to be within the next minute. And let's check in with Enoble and Ox Mathis, the battle buddies right now down Tank Alley.
It looks like they're getting ready to pinch on the position of about Golf 7.
And
T1
5100s are going. Aquavolt taking a little bit of damage.
25 in the first little volley from Kazo as he's able to escape into cover. Sella, Legit, and Aki are coming to back him up, but Kazo might not know that in time, especially if he reloads. I think he's going to hold on to those shells, actually.
Ox Mathis pokes around the corner, sees no tanks left, no tanks right. Enoble ready to share HP. Now they both cross the chasm. 5100s waiting for the right time. Kazo potentially scouting them. #RU not moving yet.
Well, the T1's going to go down one way or another, and it seems like an incredible amount of maneuvering just to get that single little T1, just showing you how much these teams respect the potential of what a T1 can accomplish. Aquavolt's getting a little closer. Ox Mathis sees Kazo, and there it is.
The shot and the kill. He's going to pull back. Aquavolt's still up front trying to scout, and now #RU is going to move towards their flag cap. They know they are in danger. A shot fired, and I believe that was a track shot. Aquavolt still alive, Legit crossing through, and he's going to be able to guard Aquavolt on the flag cap. The trigger has been pulled. Legit gets hit for 346. Another volley. A little bit of a bounce shot. Valera Desolator needs to be targeted. Ox Mathis and Enoble trying to get around. Sella very, very low. Going to try to block for Legit and get these 2 tanks. Now 3 tanks on the flag cap, but Sella falls.
And Game is Rigged has gone down. He caught fire. Now Valera, with not a whole lot left, is going to have to take on 2 tanks as Young Money will have to stop the cap. 19 seconds left.
Reset happened at 26, 25. Akiyama pulling back a little bit. He has to reload. Still trying to engage against these tanks. Still trying to be a target for these tanks. But Young Money, Cash Money, going for the ram, going for the shot, gets the kill. Resets. Aquavolt on his own. Not dead yet. Akiyama trying to block for him. Akiyama takes a shot from long range from Godzilla mode. Akiyama tries to block. Young Money, Cash Money does not land the shot. 13 seconds left. Akiyama using everything he can. He falls from the crash from Young Money, Cash Money. Ox Mathis trying to get in there in time, but Young Money stops it. 40 seconds left. Young Money 1 shot away. He falls to Ox Mathis. Toplam's about to go down. Godzilla mode, last tier 8 left alive. 1:29. Ox Mathis and Enoble trying to get this kill. Also 2 T1s from up top. Precambrian gets the win up top against a T1. 30 seconds left. A reset. And there he goes. I can't believe it. RBIS does it. They tie it up 1-1.
All right, nice play and interesting defense from #RU. They were set up to be so flexible, but unfortunately, I think a fire really offset that fight, and a few and good damage spread, I think, by RBIS.
That was big. The reason I can't believe it, Rookkill, is that I thought, oh no, they're going for the flag. They could definitely get this if they keep their 50s alive, the 5100s. The 5100s were the first tanks to fall. And 9 times out of 10, if that happens, your damage is shut down. But they kept the 5100s alive enough to distract #RU, and that allowed their IS-3s to get the damage they needed. That was big for RBIS. They were able to break through the defense of a #RU, and that means this is still anybody's game with that tie.
Good job focusing out the right tanks, forcing Young Money onto the cap where he had to just expose himself to so much fire and so much close quarters pressure that the single shots that missed. There was also a good play by, I believe that was Akiyama in the 5100, blocking a shell with his gun.
Perfect.
Good understanding of game mechanics.
Perfect blockage from those 5100s, and they were so low on HP, right? You think, what can I do? Keep my teammate alive, keep the danger away from the victory that we can get. And that was just really, really good heads-up play. With #RU, their focus fire suffered, I feel. They were making the right decisions fundamentally to destroy the 5100s first, but it was leaving them a little bit too open to the IS-3s that, after a while, caught up with the damage.
Yeah, I think that one track shot that did not catch the T1.
Yes, that was huge.
Yeah, Aquavolt being able to make his way across was huge for him.
Power of Aquavolt.
Yes.
The power of Aquavolt, folks.
That if they would have killed the T1, that probably would have been a completely different game. You have a situation where the T1 can't get the kill. Now, we are about to go into our next map that will be Cliff.
It will be Cliff. This is battle number 5 between these two teams. Tied up. Now becomes a best of 3. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on Cliff. Rukil, what do we have for tanks?
We've got 5 1390s and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Other side, Arbus. Spawning in the south is going to have 2 T69s, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. That's mobility.
That is mobility indeed. The difference of those T69s, the finisher tanks, they can load faster. They don't have as many shots, though. Their armor a little bit better than the 1390s.
Yeah, the
1390s more mobility.
You get some troll bounces there with the front slope, and sometimes with the turret. However, it doesn't perform as well in hull down as other American tanks like the Pershing and the T-32.
To the north, #RU in the red. To the south, RBIS in the blue.
And we're going to see RBIS playing the same strat they did against Simp. Everybody right up the 2 line. And they're going to make it an east-west game.
Mathis, the one up front. Followed by Legit and a Noble.
Oh, wow. Looks like a prediction from #RU. They recognize this strategy. They've studied their opponent, and now eyes are to the west. Godzilla looking towards the position held by Mathis. Does he spot him, though, is the big question. I don't think he did. And he's going to have to back off. Now the big question here is, will #RU close the distance, or will they get into standoff cover positions with their 1390s, perhaps taking the lighthouse and the high ground? There's the answer. High ground.
Selling a Noble. Not committing yet around the corner. Kazo's hanging way, way far back, guarding the flag cap.
You gotta have someone to watch it, and that's a solid T1 position to take. You have a few bushes you can hide in. You've got a good view.
Game is rigged. Hit for 197. A shot from Sella in the T69.
Game is rigged, peeking out a little bit too much, and that will prompt a response from Godzilla mode. Actually, we're gonna see this game again. Okay. Going to see a little bit of mountain goating, something that #RU is pretty well known for.
Yes,
and
indeed.
Godzilla mode knows the coverage of his allies, and he's just going to keep going for this, I think. Going to run on back, get that downhill, and he's going to get on top with this. Actually, wait, #RU did this exact same thing as well during the playoffs.
Try to make it up there. But that could leave them a little bit vulnerable if they're able to overmatch with all the other tanks down below.
Yeah.
And that's why it is a bit of a tricky play. He's able to get up there.
There we go.
Right on Godzilla mode. He's up top.
And now you're going to see how to do a little bit of map cleverness, guys. Pay attention, everyone out there.
Come on, you can make it, Godzilla.
Oh, he can make it. It's all about the angle.
It's a little engine. That could. Right on. He's going to continue to climb on. RBIS still going to stay next to the donut on the 2-3 line. The 1 line is going to be taken by Brucambrian here. He's going to scout to the north.
Okay, and now Godzilla is in a beautiful position to just exploit all of this. Looks towards Mathis. I think he got spotted. Looks like Arbus is a little confused.
A Noble knows that he is spotted, and he hangs back close.
Oh, looks like pre-cam's lit. Godzilla looking for the shot.
Fires. Does not land the hit.
Nope.
Godzilla mode waits. Will not fire again. Noble still hanging next to that position to scout Godzilla mode. And no other movements really from RBIS. They're just hugging that donut. That's the name we call this rock here, this placement on the 2-3-4 line.
It's because it's delicious.
It is. Sella, from further behind, he can act as that sweeper in the rear in that T-69 as a finisher tank. 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Bit of a standstill from both teams. Currently tied up 1-1 in this best of 7, the first semifinals of the night. And Aquavolt and Ox Mathis are going to hang back.
Looks like they're going to get into the low ground. Interesting plan. I guess they're going to try and sweep the north, try and find that T1 position that they know is there. Precam was lit, shots went out towards him. There's a T1 in that area, or at least a 1390 watching somewhere. So you might as well bring Precam in to perhaps counter out that position.
Well, you look at the avenue Ox Mathis can take towards that flag cap. Is open, but not safe. I mean, he can get there at least another 2/3 of the way, but Game is Rigged is hanging back, ready to fire. Master Putin Valera. Oh, Ox Mathis landing a shot against Godzilla mode on top of that mountain, and he falls back behind the house.
Nice positioning. Didn't realize that he was going to actually go up that high, which, of course, the higher you go, the more you are kind of exposed in a way. There isn't really any great cover on top. It's just kind of just so flat and exposed. Actually, it kind of curves a little bit in such a way.
It was just a side of the tank.
Yeah.
Barely visible to Ox Mathis, but he got the shot. He's going to go for the reload. Aquavolt's going to change positions. It looks like a setup could happen here from RBIS to go for the flag cap while they engage in the center. And this is important too, the movement of Ox Mathis, because #RU could have thought to themselves, wait, he's all the way up north, guard the north, they're not in the center, they can't push in the center, or let's push in the center because we can get the overmatch. But #RU is not going for the center, they're going for the south. They want to get on that flag cap.
You moving Top Limb, Young Money, and Master Putin all into that area. I guess they're going to try and use the high ground cover from Godzilla mode to prevent them from spreading out too much or getting into the proper positions to block their cap. With that, you could have a fast cap coming out. And actually, we could see a bit of a base trade happening because of the positions held by #U in the south, and then you'll have contest in the north with Aquavolt and Precam. They could go for it. Game is Rigged, though, is there to kind of defend against this, and we could see a draw very easily because #U is able to hide their tanks, Arbis unable to get enough kills in enough time, because maybe they overmatch too hard. But if they can roll out and kind of split the group into maybe group of 3, group of 2, they could get this one, especially if they can just 1v1 very well and just outskill individually.
Akiyama and Legit hanging back, still waiting for the right time to push. And you look at this lineup, these tankers are ready to go. Legit, Akiyama, Noble, and Sella around the other corner. Now, if they did push, the first target they could see is Valera from up top. Godzilla mode could sweep in from behind by that 1390. The Young Money, Cash Money, Master Putin could set this up again like we saw on Mines to go on that flag cap. And that brings us back to RBIS. If they decide to push down that center line, they have to be conscious of this. 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
And now we've got Top Line moving into a very sneaky position. He's actually in the enemy cap. And I guess it's a little tank drifting for you.
Yeah. A little bit of a slip and a little bit of a slide from Top of him.
Yep. Now he's going to actually be able to spot an opposite angle, and there's nice visual coverage from Godzilla mode and Top Limb. The two of them able to see most approaches pretty well, complemented by the fact that we've got Master Putin here. And with that, Young Money, Cash Money to kind of bring in a little bit of cover as well.
Triggers being pulled up top. Precambrian, Aquavolt, Precambrian on the flag cap, dodges a huge shot. 240 left on the clock. Dodges another shot. The King of Jukes, Precambrian. 2 shots for Valera Desolator. That's enough for him to reload now if he's going to. Another missed shot. Precambrian is dodging everything. Ox Mathis takes a hit, but Precambrian falls.
That was the last shell in his clip. He's going to be on reload, and Aqua goes down as well.
Kazo, the master of the T1, has outcrewed tanks in the past, is able to get that kill. And now Arbis is on the chase to get to the south as fast as they can. This is that trigger that #RU wanted. Noble, the only tank that can stop him, needs to get the reset as fast as possible as the tanks are fighting in the center. Godzilla mode and Young Money, Cash Money are fighting. They take down Sella. Noble trying to get there in time, pushing closer against these two tanks with 13 seconds left on the board. Noble pushing up. trying to get the hit. Valera Desolator takes down Akiyama. He gets the reset for a minute, but will he hold against Master Putin and Toplum? He needs to try to get the T1. He fires again.
T1 gets off cap. Toplum has gotten off cap, resetting everything.
Master Putin could get the kill. He does. A Noble falls. 2 tanks left alive for RBIS with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, legit on the reload, along with Ox Mathis, and they are on the run. 37 seconds left for #RU to get that flag cap. Ox Mathis is going to have to go for ram damage, and if they can track him, this will be huge. Oh, now jumping off the flag. It looks like the tankers are trying to get ready to stop. Those tanks moving towards him, legit, pushing up. He sees the T1. He wants the kill. He fires and gets it.
Nice.
Master Putin from a distance. Great shot by Legit.
That was incredibly thin. He had to make it right over the front, right over the top, right in there. That's an amazing shot. Now Master Putin is kind of pinned, and Legit's going to close on in.
One shot from Young Money. Can he get it around the corner? Can't get the last shot. Ox Mathis able to dodge. 47 seconds left. RBS could still stay alive and get the draw. Legit is in trouble. One more shot, he goes down. 40 seconds left.
Ox Mathis, he has to play for the draw in this situation. He has to only survive. I mean, even Kazo. And he's looking to go for it.
And Ox Mathis fires blindly towards Kazo. Kazo could try to get this win.
Gotta stay calm. Gotta stay cool-headed. And I think he's getting a little bit flustered here.
20 seconds left for #RU to seal a deal. They get it. Young Money, Cash Money with the kill. #RU puts another point on the board, and they are one battle away from moving on to the finals.
All right, now we're in a real back-and-forth situation. Mine's going in favor of #RU. Arvis taking Himmelsdorf, now Cliff going back into the favor of #RU. Good positional play, I think, is what really won Cliff for them. They had tanks in positions that just were unexpected in ways. Things that I would usually have said maybe about Arvis, but that #RU has done in the past. They've gone into, you know, in the mines when they had south side positions, they would take the high ground here on Cliff. Now that there's been some alterations to it, their entire strategy is very solid. I like it. It's east side play that we haven't seen before, exploiting the avenues that are very often left unattended.
I really like, you talked about the avenues being unattended. That's the flag cap in so many scenarios, where they make the battle about the flag cap rather than trying to overmatch them in the center, rather than trying to see who can do the most damage in the first little skirmish and then move away. It's focusing that flag cap battle. And there we see Precambrian, the team leader of RBIS, a little bit disappointed, a little bit flustered.
No, it looks like a good discussion might be going on right now. I don't see too much like he's really down or anything. Maybe they're just trying to figure out what went wrong.
Not down, trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I can understand that type of frustration because they had a good battle in the center, but it fell apart. It fell apart. And there's Young Money, Cash Money. Look at the difference right now. He was up top. He was able to scout what was happening from RBIS. And he had some bad luck this season a number of times, especially on mines.
Yes.
And now it's starting to swing into his favor.
And he's doing so very well. Like you're talking about, he last battle 1,800 damage with 8 for 9 and 2 kills to back that one up. Master Putin and Valera right behind him. Now, legit, we talked about this in the pregame show. A player we've really kind of ignored as far as his performance all regular season. He was the top damage dealer for Arvis last battle. Even though they lost on Cliff, he was the top damage dealer, even picking up 3 kills.
There's Aquavolt. Still doing work in that T1.
All right, there's the call being made, I think so.
And there's Sella along with Novel, Akiyama, and Legit. This is it, folks. Battle number 6, possibly the last battle of #RU, is able to get this win. It will take place on Abby, Rookhill. What do we have for tanks?
Tanks, we have 2 AMX 5100s, an IS-3, T-69, 1390, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Arvis will be bringing 2 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 1390, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
The difference is that T-69. As we see on the screen right now, RBIS is spawning to the north in the blue, to the south in the red. It is #RU. And this is a map where momentum can swing into the other direction. This is a large map with limited avenues of approach. If a draw happens here, it can still go into a potential tiebreak if RBS gets the next win. If #RU gets this win, it's over. They move on to the finals.
Yeah. This is, I think, exactly the map that #RU wants. They can take the southwest defensive position, just put up some stakes, and make it happen. Arbus is forced to attack in this situation.
And it was #RU that got to choose this side of the south on Abbey.
It's a smart choice. They recognized that there was the potential for them to be able to slow down the match and perhaps bring another draw into the situation or just have the defender's advantage. Of course, we've seen in the past teams being able to exploit the cap in the south.
Precambrian. Able to dodge a little bit of blind fire here. Aquavolt close to the flag cap. Chilling in that position.
Safety, a little bit of a safety net there with a T1. Not a good escape route, though. He has to cross a lot of open ground in order to get to a safe position that can be covered by his allies. Very likely that T1 will go down as kind of a tripwire.
The legit Precambrian are moving a little bit here. Let's follow up with legit. The 5100 and selling the IS-3s, poking around the corner. These two teams could go head-to-head any minute. Any moment. If their T1s move first to get a little bit of the scouting, they recognize, uh-oh, there's the enemy. Stay in this one position, or we have to be careful because if they know we're here, they could swing into another area. From west to east, from west to center. But #RU has one of their T1s in the center of the map.
They do. That is Kazo. And his position is more about proxy spotting. As we saw early in the game, he was trying to climb up, and it's not too hard. It's right up there, through the bushes, and you're up into a good proxy position in a T1, or really any tank that's small enough to fit in there. Kazo is just going to be watching the entrance to the Abbey itself, which will be useful for proxy spotting any attempts to go for the cap, because that Abbey is crucial to being able to cover the approach. And with that, it's a safe place to put a T1 to just draw if you're forced to. If he stays there all map and it's going to go to a draw, fight happens, and cap is impossible, who knows to even find Kazo there? No one.
Nobody.
It's the last position you would look. Arbus would have had to know #RU's normal southern strat exactly, which they very possibly do, but they might not know if there's been any changes made. #RU could have thrown that T1 anywhere on the map.
You see the stats of Akiyama. Cool guy, important player for RBIS. A lot of times, I think this may be the first time a lot of these RBIS individuals have met each other in person for the first time.
Yeah, I've known their names for a while, especially Akiyama, a player that I was recognized on Twitch a lot.
Yep.
Just a user on a lot of streams that I was also on. And finally getting to see him playing in the Pro League was nice. Of course, Sella also being a very popular streamer.
Yes. Ox Mathis further south. Could potentially see Young Money, Cash Money, and hang back. He's going to join the rest of his team, or he could have tried to cross through the water, but
he's trying to get that angle.
Yeah.
Just get his gun a little bit over a few buildings here and there and see if he can pick something up. Is he actually going to be able to find a shot on Kazo?
I don't think so.
There's a very, very thin little position that you could actually... Wait, could he get a shot? No, he could. There's a way to actually, I think, fire on...
Yes, that is a very, very tight spot, though.
It's possible.
It is possible. All right, Kazo. Going to stay in that position while Akiyama, Noble, and Sella, along with Ox Mathis, are going to move towards the north. 5 minutes, 28 seconds. RBIS knows they have to get a win here, at least, not to bring it to potential tiebreaker. The best they can do if this is a draw is take us to the tiebreaker if they win the next map, which the next map will be Steps.
I don't feel confident for Arbus to take to a tiebreaker on Steps. They need to work it here. Steps is a good map for #RU.
Yep. The Jet cruising up towards the corner along with Akiyama. RBIS still playing it slow in the north, but this is their game to make the move. The ball's in their court.
Actually, let's take a look at the position of #RU and kind of break it down real quick.
Sure.
So Godzilla mode is going to be in a 1390, which is a bit of an odd tank to bring for such a defensive position, but you need it, for example, if you absolutely have to get behind your own cap, you feel like your opponent is pushed and you need to chase something down, a little T1 hunting, and also amazing camo in the 1390, along with some nice view range, especially when you have coated optics on that thing. On the cap itself, or at least the cap area, we've got Toppling. Toppling has a small blind spot with some trees, but he can see the more common and safe approach to get onto the cap. Without him, Arbus could actually go for a fast cap and succeed potentially. But with him there, he is going to be able to stop the cap, pepper some T1s if it gets too close, or just stay as a constant tank that is going to communicate the positions of his enemy. Next, I'll jump over to Young Money Cash Money, IS-3, who is, as we saw early in the game, in a position to fire right up the 1-2 line, and he did so, unable to get any connections, but not bad. And then, of course, 5100s, Valera, and Master Putin. High ground position, very common for 5100s to take. This is a difficult to attack position.
It is.
Come around the corner, you're walking into two 5100s and an IS-3 potentially. You could jump onto Young Money Cash Money in that position, but you're not going to succeed. You're going to take damage just to begin the engagement. So there's a little tax right there, pay the toll. And he's going to be able to deal a little bit of damage and take plenty as well. With legit Nakayama going in, those autoloaders are going to waste perhaps 1 or 2 shells between the two of them on the armor of an IS-3. One of the few tanks in Tier 8 that's actually going to reliably bounce 1 or 2 in 6.
We have reached that point where an engagement has to happen in order for a draw not to be a possibility by being able to chase those T1s, especially on this map, on Abbey. Noble and Akiyama have not pushed past this corner, except Noble fires a shot towards Young Money Cash Money.
Nothing.
Does not connect.
He wasn't even phased.
Noble ready for another shot, fires again, goes into the dirt.
Okay, well, I don't think Arbus is going to be in really a position to win this one at this point. They're going to have to take this to the tiebreaker. There's the only way they're going to do it, and they're going to have to do it in the next battle. Oh, that shot did go over Young Money Cash Money. Still not phased.
2 minutes, 6 seconds.
He's just waiting for the perfect shot, I guess.
The audience can hear a lot of #RU yelling out commands. Shot fired from Young Money Cash Money. No connection. 1:49.
Yeah, a little blind fire going back and forth. I'm not even sure these guys can see each other.
I don't think they can.
Well,
1:39. Checking in with Sella, who's just right next to him.
Looks like Young Money Cash Money has decided forward is the best direction, and will begin. I guess #RU is going to go for last-minute damage.
Last-minute damage. This is important for #RU. In case a tie does happen, they can get the choice if they do more damage. And so far, that's true because they have 2 wins. They're going to push towards the front. It will be just Young Money Cash Money, and then the rest will fade towards the northern approach. Yes, that's true. Master Putin takes a shot for 408 from Sella, and the isolation of the tank up north could be in the advantage of #RU. If Young Money Cash Money can't push in. He gets a shot, does not land, Sella falls back. And Akiyama fires again towards Young Money. No dice.
Looks like it was a bit of a track shot absorbed there, and maybe a little track damage from up above. We could have more pushing in. Young Money is going to just start taking hits to distract these tanks as the autoloaders are going to move in on Sella.
Sella fires against Game is Rigged. Young Money takes a shot to the side, and Akiyama Noah will take 2 hits. 2 big hits against Akiyama. He's almost down, so close. 13:45 in that volley. Young Money Cash Money wants to close the deal, but Akiyama's going to fall back. Noble, he's going to push forward, and he takes a hit for 200, but they get the kill against Master Putin. Oxmath is legit, trying to push forward. Young Money Cash Money bounces a shot. Valera Desolator takes down Oxmathis with 20 seconds left to go. Valera Desolator trying to focus another hit against Sella, but Young Money Cash Money seals the deal. Valera tries to fall back as Legit is going to be blocked by Game is Rigged. A big bounce off the front of Legit. Young Money Cash Money still wants that kill against that AMX 5100. Legit going to have to run away. Young Money gets tracked. Can he get the shot against Akiyama? He does at the last second. Beautiful play from #RU. That's going to take us to a draw, and that is a great position for #RU to be, not for RBIS. Even if they do get the win next time, Rukil, take a look at that damage.
Yeah, we've got Sella picking up 1,500 in his IS-3, Legit 1428. The two of them performing very well in that brawl. However, when you look at what #RU was able to accomplish, you have T69, Game is Rigged with 1482. Not bad. Young Money with 1344, and Valera Desolator also breaking 1,000 damage in his 5100. Following that up, you do have respectable damage from Godzilla Mode and Master Putin. T1s weren't really able to do much. They were kind of safety nets, so they weren't really doing any damage. But the only tanks left for Arbus were legit Unnominable and Aquavol. If #U had just pushed earlier, this would have been over and they would actually have won.
If.
It's hypothetical.
That's true. I know. We've talked about this many times in Season 4 and in previous seasons. There's that point of no return where how the shots load, how much damage you can do in a certain amount of time, no matter the plus or minus difference in the RNG, you have to have enough time to get the full sweep of kills. And those T1s, they're fast little buggers sometimes. You don't think they can get far away that fast, but they can. And we've seen T1s escape to create a draw scenario rather than a win for the opposite team. Well, I'm sure RBIS is thinking hard right now because they are at the disadvantage.
And looking at Aquavol, he does not look happy right now. He looks incredibly focused, very serious, and he's someone that I don't know to quite be like that all the time. He seems happy-go-lucky, kind of. Well, at least maybe when he's not playing.
Well, we haven't seen them play live, and that's where we get to see the personalities unfold for all of these different team individuals. But also when victories and defeats happen, it can really test your character. Last battle of the series, potentially, unless we go to a tiebreaker. It will take place on steps, ladies and gentlemen. #RU is up 2-1 against RBIS. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we're looking at a T-32, T-69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Arbus will be bringing a Pershing, T-69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. I like that Pershing choice. Good mobility for the side of Arbus, but you have a little more health and a little more armor in Valera Desolator.
Spawning the red, it is #RU. They are up 2-1 against a team spawning to the north in the blue. That is RBIS, and this is it. This could be the last time we see RBIS this season, Rookkill. The stakes are high, the pressure is high for this team who is down 1 point, and the best they can do is take us to a draw. And if they do go to a draw, and they do not have the choice, if #RU has a choice and they become the defenders, there's still a possibility. They still could get the win, but the results, the trends are not in their favor. The statistics are not in their favor.
Yeah, #RU has a solid defensive position, and I'm not sure what Arbus is going to be able to do. They have mobility, but do they have the hit points and the armor to actually begin this assault? They're going to have to go right at their opponent, and they're going to have to get in close, and they're going to have to find someone out of position. And the positions currently held by #RU are incredibly safe. Game is rigged. Nice. Just defensive, hold down, little spot in his T-69. Not a whole lot of escape for that, but getting into this position, I didn't even notice how he did it.
He's a climber.
Yeah.
That's how I got it.
#RU loves doing that stuff.
Well, look at this approach from RBIS. It's been a little while since we've seen a team from the north use the eastern side of the map and push all the way down in that valley, while the other team has not swung far north on the west. But because #RU can play defensive, they have no reason to. Oxmathis and Sella are now going to tag team it up to the very south, looking for possibly a T1 to destroy first. Yes, it will all shot fire, blind fire towards their position. So it looks like Toplum was able to proxy scout those tanks.
Very possibly, or it could just still be more blind fire. We've got Valera Desolator, just like you said, blind firing, and he's going to continue doing that the entire battle.
Oh! Shot fired towards Sella, just over the tank.
Another one, just past where Sella was. Okay. Interesting, good play by #RU, recognizing the positioning and being ever so slightly off here or there, but pretty good being close. Oh, nice
Return
shot.
blind fired from Sella towards Toplum.
I thought that was going to hit.
It was close. It was close, but another shot on the move from Sella does not hit. Another one. He's going to unload his clip, it looks like.
Why not? Oh, that one was just south of Toplum. He almost got the kill.
Precambrian. Still spotting towards the south next to that flag cap. 7 minutes left for RBIS to push. They have to get the win if they take us to the tiebreaker.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They've got 6 minutes. They're going to have to find some way of beginning the engagement, but maybe the East isn't the answer. Maybe going around to the North and then the West could be what they could do to try and break this one apart, and they are sending tanks back up. With that, we have, it looks like, Stella leading the way in the 1390.
He's heading over towards the west of the map, leading the charge along with Alex Mathis and Legit. And if they can swing and hug the map and not disclose their location as long as possible, that will be an advantage to try to get the surprise on #RU.
Now remember what we were talking about Ruinberg with Victoria's Secret? The way they would set the tempo, force their opponent to look one way and then show the other?
Yes.
This is a lot of the same concept, where you're appearing in one part of the map and then taking your tanks around to one of the far corners, the north, A line in this case, and then heading down maybe the 1-2 to begin an engagement there at an unexpected angle, perhaps where your opponent isn't watching. #RU, are they? Godzilla Mode is watching to the east. He's the flex tank. Young Money and Master Putin, though. Oh, Master Putin is a little distracted. This could actually work.
Alex Mathis hanging in the bushes, waiting for a potential opening from #RU to land a shot, but Young Money, Cash Money, and Kazo closest in that trio in the Juliet 2-3 line. Could spot him, at least fire coming from that direction, and go for a couple shots.
Now what Arbus must do here is not get spotted until they are right up on a 1390. They can't afford to begin this engagement at range. And with the position Kazo currently holds, they're going to see this. Kazo sees this, Sela taking one shell, and that is from Master Putin. Master Putin being knowing, I guess maybe having some kind of a sixth sense about the positions of Arbus, and he does make that connection. Now, legit, Oxmathis and Sela have an interesting angle. They could fire back at Master Putin, but good cover coming from Valera Desolator. Master Putin gets tracked, burns his kit, and is able to escape into cover for now.
Really good heads-up play from #RU based on the potential approach coming from RBS, what they scouted. They saw him on the eastern side. They knew they didn't fully push down. They figured, well, if they're not coming this way, they got to come from the west from the rocks because we're not in that position. A Noble in the T-32 could place himself in a good position here, or the Pershing, excuse me, could place himself in a good position here for a hold down position. But this consistent fire tank has got to make sure he lands his shots.
Young Money, Cash Money might be able to get a shot into Akiyama. Kazo somehow has stayed alive this whole time in his T1. Just not moving, holding position, and that's just what T1s are useful for. Anything else would have probably been spotted by this point, but not T1, not Kazo.
So here's the approach from RBIS. With the two tanks hanging in this position with the Noble and Akiyama, the rest of the lighter tanks will probably use the, yes, this is the commitment we're seeing. Going down the no man's road. Sela leading the charge with Oxmathis legit. Oxmathis actually tracks himself.
Oh, come on, work on your driving there. He's not focusing on that. He has to worry about it.
A Noble takes down Kazo. That's one eyes and ears gone for #RU. Sela now pushing to the south. They have to push now. They have to attack now if they have a chance.
And they can back this up if they can get the T1s down and perhaps Valera with a little cap pressure, which could work pre-cam. Starts moving, Valera spots it, and he is going to go. That's going to be a bit of a distraction. Pre-cam tries to juke, but no, and I see extra shots hitting dirt as well, which could be some wasted 1390 shells, allowing for a small window for Arbus to close in on this 1390 and T32. Young Money, Cash Money is moving in, but he has no shells.
And he has more time to reload, and he's getting unloaded upon these three tanks. Oxmathis fires for the miss. And Sela now moving up. Valera Desolator ready to unleash hell against these tanks from RBIS. He's going to absorb a number of shots here. And game is rigged, fires, and then Valera Desolator takes down Oxmathis. Sela could be the next to fall, but the focus is going on legit. He is the lowest tank. And he doesn't go down yet. He falls to a Godzilla mode. Young Money, Cash Money cleans up Sela. Only 2 tanks left alive for RBS to stay in the fight. #RU, 2 tanks away from moving on to the finals. Akiyama trying to cover a Noble. A Noble pushing up in the Pershing. Needs to land a couple hits. He gets hit himself for 296. Pushes up around the corner as #RU spreads a bit and goes to the potential flat cap. No, they're going for the surround.
Young Money moving straight in. 2 shells loaded in this 1390. And he will take one. Anomalable might have time to finish him. Yes, he will, but not before he's able to get one last
And that's
shell.
it. Akiyama falls. Hashtag RU is going to the finals.
Very impressive play there. Solid defense on the Southwest. This is why hashtag RU is known as the team that does well on steps. On top of that, great play on Abby.
Fantastic play on a lot of these maps. That first win on Mines was huge. That flag cap, again on Cliff, that flag cap pressure, and then on steps, knowing that RBIS had to push towards them. Now, hashtag RU has gone the furthest of their entire career. They will at least secure $25,000. That is huge. They could win the entire season and take home $50,000.
Depends on how they're going to do in the finals. And don't forget that we have Arbus also able to kind of maybe go to their third, fourth. They could take third.
They could take third. They could take third. Arbus, we will see play again before the finals tonight, but hashtag RU will play the winner of Fnatic and Simp, which will be our next map. There we see the handshakes from hashtag RU and RBIS. We congratulate RBIS, ladies and gentlemen. Give a hand for RBIS. They made it this far for the first time in the Gold League, joining us from the Silver League. Almost a mirror, a reflection of hashtag RU as RBIS, because hashtag RU joined us in Season 3 and they made it to the top 8.
Yeah, very similar storylines at their beginnings.
Yeah, very impressive. Top Tier was a team that joined us as well, and they made it to the top 4. Or at least the top 8, and they did very, very well. Unfortunately, they got knocked out in the playoffs, but that's a predominantly Canadian team as well, so I'm sure a lot of them were cheering on RBIS. So that does it for the first series.
Yes.
And we're going to throw it to Waffles in just a little bit, who will have an interview with the team captain. Let's kind of break down a little bit more of what we saw, Rukel. I saw, again, perfect, near perfect textbook play of flag cap engagements from hashtag RU.
Yeah, starting first on Mines, where they recognized that their opponent was a little heavier and a better grouped up, better position, and they said, all right, what is the answer? You outmaneuver your opponent in this situation. They will win in the brawl. That is true. Now you have to figure out what the next thing is, go for the cap. And they drew their opponent out of position, which I think is just beautifully heads-up play. Knowing that how your opponent will react and forcing them to that. Not even forcing, just kind of enticing them into that position.
And then enticement is how you set those traps and how you dictate what happens on the battlefield. We have Waffles standing by almost. He's almost ready for the interview here. But looking at the victory that RBIS had on Himmelsdorf, that was close. That was really close. But the utilization of those AMX 5100s was fantastic. I look forward to what Waffles has to say with our captain as we look at some of the replays. Let's go ahead and kick on it over to Waffles for an interview. Waffles, take it away.
All right, guys, I'm here with Young Money, Cash Money. Hashtag RU just punched your ticket to the finals. Did everything go as planned in those matches?
Not everything, but we were kind of expecting that to be so. It was a hard game, I would say that. But no, we kind of control the entire game, and I think the result is what we get for this control.
Yeah, obviously, you're one step closer to that $50,000. You guys seemed to beat them with a lot of positional play. It wasn't so much a slugfest. It was a lot of cap back and forth and waiting for, it was a lot of reactionary play. Was that you guys' battle plan coming in?
We'll see. We'll not reveal all our secrets yet because it's finals. And, well, you know, you never know what to expect from hashtag RU. I would say that.
Do you guys have a preference for what team you face?
I would like to face a team which is stronger, foresee a beautiful game, and to get the show done. It would be nice, yeah. I'd like to both teams, so, of course.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we'll be right back after this.
Hello, tankers, and welcome to crew training. Every tank commander knows that fire can be a friend or foe. Now, sometimes when you hit a tank in the right spot with RNG in your favor, that tank will catch fire, thereby losing hit points over time. As much fun as it is to watch an enemy tank go down in flames, it's not fun when it happens to you.
Fire! 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 Fire!
That's where firefighting comes in. Now, every crew member can learn the firefighting skill, and this skill averages across the entire crew.
Your drivers can also learn preventative maintenance, which will reduce the chance of fire by preventing gas or oil leakage in the engine compartment. The skill goes into effect once training begins. Even though your crew can be trained to the max in firefighting, blazes may still occur. That's why it's important to have a manual fire extinguisher as one of your consumable items, ready to douse those flames with the touch of a button. If you have the gold or credits to spare, you can upgrade to an automatic fire extinguisher, which will add 10% to fire protection. But remember, both of these items are single use only. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
What a crazy series. The energy in this place is booming. And up next, we have Fnatic and Simp. They're going to go nose to nose, and they're going to battle this out. Two titans, huge rivals. Who do you think is going to be moving on? Make sure you tweet at us. Use hashtag WGLNA. Let us know who you think is going to take the first map and gain control of the momentum. Clutch, Ruko, what do you guys think is going to happen?
Well, what do we think is going to happen? I don't know. I don't want to be biased. It's kind of tough.
We'll make some predictions. Simp, a team that's known for being very reactive, right? Mac is more hesitant to make the call to kind of attack and take a huge risk, whereas I feel like Fnatic, if they kind of get poked a little bit, are more likely to perhaps perform, I don't know, kind of some random aggression here or there. Something to kind of throw their opponent off, that kind of posturing, you know? Which is what they've done in previous seasons, but they've stepped away from very recently.
Yes. The posturing is one of the biggest keys we can talk about. But it is the stress level on both sides of these teams. You have to try to measure, okay, do they have more stress upon them because they've done this before and they have a higher expectation compared to a team like RBIS who's doing this for the first time? Or this is, once again, the same type of format, the same type of tournament that they've been to many, many times. And so it's not the stress of being in front of a live crowd. It's the stress of the strategies. What strategies are they going to bring? Will it be that type of strategy we've seen in the past or something completely different? And we've seen something completely different from Fnatic this season.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed it down and gone towards a more tempo-oriented control, wherein they take control of their opponent by setting timings, by waiting for that perfect moment. I think back to, what is it, River Blood versus Fnatic. Remember on Ensk, is it Fnatic in the south and River Blood in the north? And River Blood doesn't know what quite to do. Fnatic isn't performing quite how they're used to. They're slower. They're less aggressive in the situation, and they don't know actually where they are. So they start inching up and taking control. Going up and flowing, covering each other, moving up, undercover, everything that you should do as a team. But what Fnatic is doing is they actually have 2 tanks at proxy positions. And they wait for that perfect moment. Proxy. River Blood doesn't know what's going on. They're like, oh, snap. There's 2 T1s here. What do we do? And then Fnatic, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after just a minute of nothing, attacks. Perfect simultaneous attack, and they take him down. Can they do that against Simp is the big question, though.
Yeah, that is the question on everyone's mind. What's going to happen in this series? Because we have 2 championship teams that are about to go head-to-head. Let's check in with Simp and how they've performed and prepared for the finals.
Simp is not top-down driven. Simp is driven from every single player and what they bring to the team and what can come out of that. A lot of Simp is the ability to criticize and accept that criticism. There's a lot of value to be gained from openly discussing failures.
As a team, you have to let everyone contribute and put themselves into the team.
There's a lot of personal sacrifice on the team. I mean, certainly a lot of them are students. Some of us are professionals. Some are dedicated to this alone right now in their time period in their life. You know, a lot of this is very much time, energy, and communication.
It's a lot of humility, you know, working as a team. That's you know, team success is just, it requires everyone to be in the same boat working together.
Winning Season 3 was very vindicating for the team. It was the proof that if you put in the effort, you will get the reward.
The way I see it, we're not defending champions. If we lose, we're not going to lose our Season 3 title. I think facing Fnatic before the finals is going to be great for us. We don't have to worry about them. Watching what we're doing in the semifinals or the quarterfinals and countering what we're doing. So it's a relief. It takes a lot of pressure off of us. At the end of the day, this is a game. This is a sport. This is something we do. And the end goal is for us to have fun. There's no reason to be, angry at the end of the day. It's like we're being paid, we're being rewarded for playing, this video game that we all loved. Like, that's pretty great.
Innovation, working together as a team, trying to bring something new. That's some of the biggest obstacles any championship team has to overcome, because that target is on your back, that giant bullseye of everyone wants to defeat you to make it to the finals and to take home the $50,000. That's what Simp has had to deal with for the first time since they were in second place, first and second season for the WGLNA.
Yeah, and now they're against a team that is their rival, a team that probably knows them better than anyone else at this point, a team that studies every single move they make and is probably prepared for every normal strategy.
And that team is Fnatic. Let's check in with this team and how they've prepared for the finals.
What makes us stand out, I would say, would be that we set out from the very beginning to achieve the highest standards in this industry. Given our team cohesion and team understanding, we were able to kind of bond together with that goal in mind.
Well, we definitely don't have a motto, but there is kind of a general governing philosophy that we've run by from the very beginning, and it's sort of just professionalism, I guess is the best way to put it. We set out to not just be professional for ourselves, but to try and set an example for other teams.
If we're to draw parallels to other professional sports, such as like NBA, for example, wherein superstars join together and to chase a championship, all of their numbers go down. They become sometimes even mediocre. But when combined, those numbers as a team prove to be true champions. And I think every single player in our team, if put on any other team, let's say, that has spots for stars, let's say, their numbers will be through the roof. Any single player on our team can put up those numbers. It's not something that we lack, let's say. Every single player is very dedicated, very skilled. Having set that goal of being the #1 team, we were able to repeatedly prove it, and I think it helped us establish ourselves as a premier team, and that sets us apart. I think the legacy of Fnatic, of Fulcrum Gaming is undoubtedly the best in World of Tanks.
Fnatic, two-time season champions. Now they're facing the team that took them out in the previous season. Fnatic also went to the Global Grand Finals, and they struggled a little bit to make it past fourth place. PvP Super Friends in a surprise win was able to take it. But that's the past. Fnatic is prepared for the present tonight, and they are the only undefeated team at this finals.
At regular season.
At regular season and at playoffs.
Oh. Well, that counts for something. They have lost in previous seasons. Every single one of these teams said does not have a perfect record, but you could say they have had a better record going into this, especially after the Arbis beating Simp in the playoffs.
Well, detailing the entire run of Fnatic so far, in week 1 they faced Hammer Time, and that was quite an intriguing matchup because Hammer Time moved in very small increments throughout the entire series. They moved in a way that Fnatic would try to adapt back and forth. So it was a slow engagement but a high intensity type series. We didn't really see that from the rest of Hammer Time. It was either pretty much a clean sweep or it was a struggle and then a comeback from that team.
But the whole series was kind of interesting. That one actually started out on Cliff with a draw. So it's one of those situations that I think we'll see repeated here.
Soviet was 3 seconds away, though, from killing that T1.
Yeah, you're right. That was
very close.
It was Son of Hail, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I can remember. Ents, they had the win. Mines was a loss. Prohorovka and Himmelsdorf were both wins. And we had brought this up in previous seasons when it came to Fnatic that Himmelsdorf was the map that they had the most losses on.
Yeah,
but when it came to battles, not matches, but when it came to battles individually.
I think what I've also noticed on top of that was that Fnatic seems to be very momentum-based, meaning that they can lose. Well, I'll explain. They can lose the first few battles. They can draw, they can lose the first few battles, and they'll come back. They'll get some momentum later on, and then they'll be fine. But if they start off strong and they start off with wins, they seem to either finish very strong and just 3-0 or 3-1 maybe. One of those maybe could be even a draw and counting as a 3-0. Or they'll lose all momentum and it will not look good right at the end. Yeah. They finish strong every single time. They never kind of flounder in the middle of that. They just do not recover very well, it seems.
You take a look at how Simp performed in week number 1, if we want to tip the scales or balance the scales of what week number 1 was like for both these teams. They went up against top tier, and Ensk had such a beautiful play. They kept 2 of their tier 8s to the north on the east, and then they swang down in the center in order to get a pincer attack where a lot of the top tier tanks were on the railroad tracks. And those 2 tier 8s were out of the fight for the most part, obviously, because they were way up there. But since they were not discovered, or if they weren't measured as a threat enough by top tier, they were able to swing down and get an excellent crossfire in the center. And that was the type of play that you really didn't see that type of aggression coming from Simp, at least in the first number of weeks that they had matches against teams maybe they felt more confident against. They had played, there was a lot of talk on chat and some people throwing a little bit of smack talk saying that they played too defensively, they played too passively. Simp proved that they were a championship team last season, and we saw more aggression coming out of them at the Global Grand Finals that surprised both of us.
I think that was confidence in that situation where they understood their opponents. They seemed to understand the situation a lot better, and they were playing like it. When Simp feels more comfortable, they get more aggressive. It's just, that's how they play. When they're uncomfortable, they're going to play defensively and play the strategies they know will work every single time that will not risk something, especially when there are huge factors that they don't know.
Against Simple Tankers, the tiebreaker, Simp had a close call when it came to regular season. And when you break it down, there was a draw on steps. Abbey was a loss for Simp. Simple Tankers got that win. Mines, a win, and Ruenberg a win. And then Prohorovka, a loss. And they had lost again on Prohorovka in another matchup against C'est La Vie because of a flag cap. In the end, it was a tiebreaker, only taking 1 point rather than 3 because they had done more damage on the side of Simp compared to Simple Tankers. But that was a very, very close call for Simp against a team that's part of the same clan. That when it comes to the most intimate knowledge of type of strategy, Simp and Simple Tankers, I say, are the 2 closest teams when it came to the regular season. With that being said, though, despite the history of these 2 teams in the regular season, it depends what happens tonight in the semifinals. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I throw it to the face-off with our 2 team captains and Lauren Elise. Lauren, take it away.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited for this. I have Mac G with Simp and Nagatron with Fnatic about to face off. So I think everybody wants to know, there's only really one question here. What is your victory dance gonna look like if you win? Come on, what's it gonna look like if you win? Show us. What's yours gonna look like?
You'll see when we win.
Can we have a preview?
That sounds like a cop-out. No.
One more chance.
I'm sorry, Lauren. You're just going to have to wait.
So what was yours going to look like one more time? Oh my goodness. We could twerk it out. No?
I can't.
You're not, I don't have a foam finger and you're not wearing stripes. So that might not work out so well. Well, guys, have fun. Good luck. I wish you both could win because I love y'all both a lot. But only one is going to take it home. That's it from the stage. We're going to throw it on over to the desk. We're going to get this game started, and we're going to battle it out. Thank you, guys.
Well, when it came to a pregame interview, I have to say that I'm excited to see what Mac G's going to do if he does win.
You know, I really have to give the edge, though, to Fnatic for that one. They knew what dance moves to bring. They were prepared.
Yes.
And you have to be prepared for any situation, including being on a stage with Lauren Elise where you're going to be asked to dance. Anything.
Oh. Looking at the map breakdown, Rukyo, first up, the first map's going to happen on Himmelsdorf.
And that's going to be Fnatic spawning in the northern
section of the map. The second map will take place on steps. So a bit of a reversal compared to what we saw in the first series of tonight in the first semifinal.
That should probably slow it down a bit. I think between Fnatic and Simp, the two of them don't play that incredibly fast. There is a strategy from Fnatic, I remember, when they spawned in the south, which they will be, that comes to mind where they moved up, what is it, the 5-6 line. You know, right along that ridge line that splits the map in half, you have that east side of the map, which is often controlled by the north, and then the south can't really contest it as well. But just on to the west of that ridge line, you can just run up that, stay hidden with some 1390s, and then flank your opponent when they move to the south a little bit. That could be Fnatic's plan there. Or it's going to devolve into a lot of hold-down games.
A lot of hold-down games.
Yeah, that's your prediction.
Games.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I really like how the western side has been used with those rocks, but the no man's road, that type of play, seeing it from the Cazadores many seasons ago, and then in that last series, a move of desperation from RBIS. Fnatic still has the best executed strategy on steps of all time that I've seen in the WGLNA.
That was at the 6-line one?
It was a 6-line one. It was a sweep across the north, along with Soviet moving past the railroad tracks from the south to the north.
Oh, that one.
And creating a flank with one tank, that 1390. Yeah. That really changed the pace of the game and changed the nature of the map for the team at that time, thinking, what is happening? We lost the northern section of the map because Soviet is behind those railroad tracks. Quite intriguing to see if that can happen again. But anything can honestly happen between these two teams. We've seen them go head-to-head at every single finals event. One difference, though, that we have is there's been a new addition to Fnatic, and that is Militant 83. Let's catch up with Militant 83 on Fnatic.
Hi, I'm Matt, Militant 83 Putney. I'm the newest member on Fnatic. I was on the Cunninghams before this season, since this all started. And they were one of our main scrim partners, so there was a lot of knowledge about each other. And I helped them here and there too if they needed somebody to fill in for a scrim, so that's kind of how it started. They don't rag on me too much. Yeah, I'm the new guy, but jokes here and there, but it's gone really well, to be honest. I think I've fit in nicely with the team. I'm pretty easygoing. It's been a great chance to play with some of the best players in the league, to kind of experience what they've been doing for a long time. I have been playing World of Tanks since July 2011. I got into tanks actually because of my brother. My older brother is 13 years older than me, and he's been all over the world for his jobs. So keeping in touch was kind of hard for a long time, and we both kind of hate talking on the phone for hours at a time. So kind of decided just to play games and talk over the computer. Much easier, and you're actually doing something. Yeah, that was kind of our way of hanging out, basically.
Well, Militant 83 is on the roster. He is on the field tonight for Fnatic, and we'll see how he's going to perform. We're still waiting for the final invites for our team members before we start the first match here. It is a best of 7. The winner moves on to the finals against #RU. Incredible.
Yeah, real surprise there. The previous match went towards #RU in a way that I wasn't quite expecting. It was very much slower than I had predicted.
There we see Militant. Next to Jackie Rudo to his right, left on our screen, Antonio Handsome.
Top damage dealer for Fnatic. And then Relics, T1 player extraordinaire and former RD player. That's right, everyone. Artillery was once a thing.
Artillery was once a thing back in the day. There's Mac G, team leader of Sim. Been in the game for a long time. The first season MVP. Next to him, Blue Boys captain, one of the top performers on the team.
And I like the bandana he's got on. You see Simp is right at the top of it.
Yeah,
that's what you can do with those bandanas, guys.
Crimson Corsair, who I've never seen without sunglasses on.
It's the only way he rolls.
Heavy 20. It's Roxas. Such a powerhouse in those tier 8s.
And you have to have them seated next to each other.
Yep.
I mean, it only makes sense.
And they're saying, don't fall off any cliffs.
It's okay, he doesn't do that anymore.
He doesn't. And there's Vej. Vej sealing the deal in the T1, taking on that 1390.
He looks kind of sinister in that lighting.
Perhaps. He is sinister in a T1 for sure. Checking in with the Week 5 game of Fnatic versus the Cunninghams. That was the tiebreaker series.
Oh, yeah.
That was the closest Fnatic ever got to a loss. There's Jackie Rudo. There's Soviet, ready to go with the dice up top. Friction and team leader Nagatron, who does one of the greatest Macho Man Randy Savage impressions we have seen ever. This side of the internet, at least. But back to this Cunningham match of Fnatic. Mine's the draw. Prohorovka and Himmelsdorf were losses for Fnatic. Ensk was a win. They pressed against Cunningham's, who was playing defensively, and they got the win. Cliff, east side opening with 2 tanks for the win on Fnatic. And then the tiebreaker, they went for the defense since they had higher damage, and they got the win.
Now, if anything from their past history speaks to the way they'll perform tonight, Himmelsdorf should go to Simp.
Yes, based on statistics and past performance, yes. And you could say the same thing for Prohorovka.
Which will be the final map in this series.
How poetic would that be? Once again, the final map, Prohorovka, battle number 7.
If Fnatic took it back, that would be just crazy. I wouldn't know what to think every season. I wouldn't know who's going to take it, because they would actually just, that would make it a coin flip for me, whether or not one of these teams is going to win. If they can't consistently beat each other on one of these maps, I don't know how you're going to be able to predict the outcome, especially when map choices are such an important thing.
Tank choices have been placed. The countdown is almost finished as we jump into this first battle, the second semi-final of the night between Simp and Fnatic, 2 teams that have been with us since the beginning of the inception of esports for WGLNA. And now, the winner will move on to the finals. The loser will face RBIS in a 3rd, 4th place match. Let's jump into battle number 1 on Himmelsdorf. Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we have 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. For Simp, the other side, Fnatic will have 3 5100s, 2 IS3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams.
It is a mirror matchup. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams, ladies and gentlemen. First up, spawning to the south, we see in the red, it is Simp. And to the north, in the blue, the team that is currently undefeated for Season 4, it is Fnatic. And there's Friction making it rain. Antonio Handsome, almost ready, and he is loaded.
All right, opening move from Simp will be a bit of hill play, actually. Something that we've seen many times in the past. T69s used to fill this role for them, but they kind of abandoned that strategy and approach on Himmelsdorf seasons ago. Now they've got 5100 Sing and Crimson Corsair covering Mac G's. They're going to try and take control of that. And opening move from the rest, we have actually kind of an old style situation where Adroxus and Heavy 20 in IS3s are going to just be peeking around, verifying that everything is all safe and that there's no big attacks coming from Fnatic. And of course, Fnatic looks to be in a very normal, typical position for the Northern team.
Typical, correct. Yeah. Friction fires, blind fire, no dice. From far away. Megatron firing in the T1. Towards Adroxus. That will not connect, will not go through those bricks. Militant, he is going to be on guard duty in the keyhole position of Himmelsdorf in the north.
Important position. You have to make sure that you keep your eyes out and are ready to fire at any single moment. T1 could show up anytime and just kind of peek out. All he has to do is peek, see that little IS3 and run away, and his job is done. And he has verified a position of a single tank. He knows he can't go any further than that. It's the only option there. And so then leaves, goes elsewhere, and then you have an attack coming with the potential of a T1 to help out on cap. If Militant can get that shot, though, the attacker is going to have an almost impossible time trying to win because they cannot split your attention between cap and fighting.
Taking a look at the rest of the position of Fnatic, Antonio Handsome and Soviet hugging the northwest corner. And Simp technically has more map control in the south.
Kind of. They're not really doing much with it.
No,
yet.
it's just the square footage.
Yeah, there's that. You've got about a fourth of the map going to Fnatic, about half and a little bit more going to Simp.
I'm surprised that they have the T1, the light tank, on the flag itself and not moving towards the west.
Fedge is going to be actually watching Juliet 3. And with that, he can spot the flank onto Adroxis' position. If someone were to come at him from the south, Fedge is the one who's going to spot that and keep it safe for him, allowing Adroxis to either escape or find good cover. What he does have a blind spot to is the west. He's not going to have great vision on that. But that's Adroxis' job. Adroxis can spot the approach to cap. He's not ready to fire on it, but he is ready to, at the very least, cover it a little bit.
Shot fired from Friction. Flies and doesn't connect. Line fire consistent from the teams we've seen so far tonight, Rootkill. Every little bit helps. Soviet's still watching that corner.
They'll keep it safe. I think Fnatic's going to let this one go to a draw if they can. Simp going to be trying to figure out what their opponent is doing. This is kind of a weird situation because Fnatic in the past has been too aggressive. And Simp has been the team that has been given the situation to defend. But this time, Simp is going to be the aggressor, or at least more aggressive in the situation than Fnatic. The first battle in a series at live events very often goes to a draw simply because both teams are still getting used to their setups. Maybe even altering some settings they forgot, or just trying to get comfortable in their seats.
Comfort factor can make or break a team sometimes. 5 minutes 17. Plenty of time for each of these teams to engage on Himmelsdorf. But again, the passive play coming from both teams here. But look at Simp, though. Sending a T1 into enemy territory.
Under cover of Sing in a 50-100. Good call. And we're going to see a situation like I was talking about before. Militant's going to have to be on edge in order to make his shot count against Mac, who is going to go and try and spot him. Once Mac does that, if he escapes, which is awesome for him, great for Simp, then they can begin moving in on the cap and try and create a fight and go for that second objective as well. Moves are in the open. And he won't know if he spotted Militant. I hear a little pinging, though.
Not yet. No pinging coming on my side, so it looks like Fnatic is going to hold in this one position. Jackie Rudo hugging the line next to the fence, while Nagatron is going to continue to move south.
All right, and now we have a little bit of motion coming out of Simp. MacG's done a wonderful job now, a thorough job, if you will, of verifying that the 8 line is safe. And so now we have Heavy 20, Crimson Corsair, Blue Boys, and Adroxis getting ready to move up that position and perhaps attack the defensive position of Fnatic, or maybe go for a fast cap. Heavy 20 doing some blind fire. Not getting any connections, but if there was someone there, they would have put their head down. Now they can move across the open safely.
Fej moving like a bat out of hell on the western side, trying to get to the center of the map and maybe bait Nagatron and the rest of the western tanks to focus on his position rather than where Simp is pushing up on Tank Alley. And they are in enemy territory.
Yeah, Heavy 20 must have been spotted by Relics. Adroxis verifies that north is safe, moves his turret back in the right direction. And we should be seeing Fnatic getting up and ready to defend. Tank shifting position. I see a little motion from Bravo 1. That is Jackie Rudo, who is on the reload. And now Relics has gotten a little spotting. Adroxis, Crimson Corsair, Heavy 20, all probably lit.
No shots fired yet, no connections yet on either side, but Fnatic knows they're going to have to play defensive. 2 minutes, 57 seconds. This is the right time for Simp to make this move.
Yeah.
At least keep their T1s hidden.
Will they hesitate? They have to group up, get everyone together. Blue Boys, Crimson Corsair, and Adroxis. Probably going to go for a screen, I guess. Move in straight for the fight, and we could have T1s going for it. Looks like actually it's going to be a safety net with MacG going all the way up to the hill instead of moving out and around.
Yes.
Fed's going to try and stay safe and just try and kite Nagatron out. Naga's got a lot of pressure on to perform right now because of the potential for a fast cap. And with that, what? Simp is Simp is abandoning the cap.
They're not, because look at this position from Soviet and Antonio Hansen. They would rock so much damage for the first tank that pokes around that corner.
All right, that's interesting. Maybe heavy 20 in a...
I'm thinking if they're trying to gain momentum to be at top speed by the time they reach that corner.
That would be a good idea from them, but they must have been proxy spotted or something to back up like that, to appear as though they could abandon the position. They want to get away from being proxied. But as we look at the mini-map, you can see T1s right now moving out. I've got Relics in motion, Nagatron in motion, where the T1s of Simp, Mac is going to hide and get a draw if he needs to. Fetch defending the cap.
Heavy 20, not approaching the corner yet. They recognize that they don't want to take too much unnecessary damage.
Well, you've got a really good position waiting to happen. Heavy 20. Oh,
he's going.
He's going. That's okay. Side shots.
And he only takes one hit. Blue Boys Cap takes the other one from Militant. They fire back towards Soviet and Antonio Hansen. Those 5100s are damaged. Soviet takes another hit to the front from Singh. Look at the position of Singh covering the other tanks as they move past towards Militant. And now Friction's going to try to come around to the center as Crimson Corsair is going to push across. Simp will continue to try to stay on the flag cap, and they take down Soviet first. Antonio Hansen then falls. A number of tanks still left alive, all of them for Simp, while Fnatic has lost 2 of the 5100s. Look at the surround coming against Militant 83. However, 52 seconds left. Fnatic could still try to hold with some necessary resets, but Fnatic has placed those T1s on the flag cap with 36 seconds left to go.
MacG is on the way back. He could get this reset, but he's going to take the long way. And with 18 seconds left, he's absolutely going to have to make the shot count. He cannot miss. And looking at the T1 position, Nagatron and Relics, they're actually getting in such a spot that MacG...
Look at Jackie Rudo. Jackie Rudo's going to come in and try to cover these tanks. But what position is MacG coming in? Jackie Rudo.
That's perfect.
Trying to cover.
3.
And there's MacG. Jackie Rudo fires. He gets the reset. MacG gets the reset against Relics.
But
there's still a window.
Save enough time? Blue
There's
Boys.
still a window. There's still a window of time. 3, 2, 1. Base has been captured. Fnatic is battle number 1 against Simp. MacG tried to get that reset, but it wasn't enough. And Fnatic barely able to get that win. We talked about the 3-second gap in the first series that Fnatic had. 3 seconds away from getting that first win in that first battle.
Yeah, and very surprising. Usually they don't have quite as a heads-up play. Usually the T1s just aren't as successful, but Relics and Nagatron were both able to do their jobs exceptionally well and not die.
Yes.
Relics very well could have died, and Simp could have very easily killed him if they'd gone out of the way to do so.
And having the T1 with the most points to the very rear. You know, think that's Tanks 101, but something like that, like, oh no, it's not going to matter. It always matters. And that was a crucial play. MacG trying to do the best he could at that time, though, 19-1.
So just a 5100 in the way. I'm amazed that he was able to get the connections that he did, which is the thing. He was just, look at that. Relics just barely taking a hit. He could have angled a little bit differently and probably not taken those, but in the end, it didn't make a big enough of a difference. He wasn't able to connect with Nagatron. He wasn't even able to pen the 5100.
And there's those 69 base capture points that led to the victory for Fnatic. Now they're 1 game up in this best of 7. It's a good place to be, but anything can still happen. And they have been up before against Simp, and we've seen different results because of that. Next battle will take place on steps.
Yeah, and with that, we talked about this before, the 5-6 line push with 1390s that Fnatic has in their pocket, but Simp, who will be spawning, let's look, in the north, has a beautiful defensive position. And if we look back to the last time they played steps, which was a huge highlight, we can expect great things from them.
Hopefully. But again, if Simp has prepared well enough, they'll recognize the type of incredible stratagem coming from Fnatic. And what they have to prepare for is that avenue of approach based on that spawn. And since Simp will be to the north, they can use that Eastern Valley more to their advantage, hopefully. But that may be expected from Fnatic. A lot of mind games can happen between these teams, Rookkill. Let's go ahead and jump into battle number 2 of the second series of the night on steps. What do we have for tanks?
All right, for tanks, we have a Pershing, T69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. That is Simp in the north. In the south, Fnatic, T32, T69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. This is almost the same lineups this is the same lineups that we saw from our previous match with #RU and Arbus.
That difference of the Pershing and the T-32.
And we'll see if actually it's even the same spawns, that T-32 in the south and the Pershing in the north.
Fnatic up 1 point so far against Simp, still starting the series. And now Friction pushing forward with Jackie Rudo taking the scouting lead.
Oh, look at this little throwback spot from Blue Boys. He's going to use what Fedge did in the Cunningham's match, which is this high ground, which we don't see him use quite a lot. From time to time, I believe he's used it, maybe in the past once or twice. And he's spotted.
It is Fnatic that has spawned to the south in the blue, Simp in the red to the north. Jackie Rudo fires twice towards Blue Boys and goes for the reload.
All right, a few shots RNG on the move. You know, you might connect one if you're lucky. And then we've got a nice little advance from MacG in the lead in the T1 to scout it out. Sing right behind him. And Heavy 20 moving up as well in the 1390. It depends on where they put these T8 mediums, though. Crimson Corsair and Droxus have the job of trying to spot to the west and then trying to cover the cap. 1390s are, of course, going to be a hit squad, if you will.
Nagatron, Friction, and Relics.
Is this
pushing forward?
Is this a fast cap waiting to happen?
Yes. This is the no man's road, Brewkill. This is aggression. However, the spread of Simp can still stop this because of the hold down position of where the Pershing is, but this is the type of play I've talked about on Steps. And a year ago, we saw in the NVIDIA tournament, Fnatic do something similar to this.
Just like this. A fast cap. I mean, oh, and we talked about this earlier, where Soviet crosses the train tracks.
And there he is, across the train tracks. The strength of Fnatic on this map is going to be detailed here. However, Simp still holding in that eastern valley, and that's where their hold down positions can prove to be an advantage if they're able to win out in the HP trade against Fnatic if they push in this side.
But their timing is very important. This is right about the time when Blue Boys is returning to base and making some scout runs. If he spots someone on the move, which he may have just done with Antonio Hansen, that could cue Simp to return to base or make a fast cap themselves. And now we have Soviet crossing over. Boom.
Shot fired from Soviet, knocks down the destroyer of 1390's Fedge.
And what's the response from Simp? We've got Blue Boys moving back south. Adroxus on the way back to the north with Heavy 20. Sing is actually moving to the south, and he's going to begin his own flank with this, but Jackie Rudo is there, and we could have a 1390 v 1390 1v1. No, it's not. MacG will be moving along T1 to assist, and the two T1s will begin their engagement as the cap begins.
This is really smart play from Soviet Antonio Hansen and the rest of Fnatic as they put the pressure on the fly cap, and Friction is going to guard those T1s, forcing Simp to push in. 8 seconds left. There's a reset against Friction. Now Simp trying to do the same to the south, and Relics falls from a nice shot. Friction is almost down. They're going to fall back. Soviet's in trouble, but Nagatron falls. Friction takes down Blue Boys captain, and Soviet goes down. That's 3 tanks down for Fnatic. Only 2 for Simp. 2 of their T1s are gone. Adrox is swinging around the corner, focusing on Antonio Hansen, and Sing pushing up from Simp. He is super low.
Sing was in an engagement with Jackie Rudo just on the move and Militant 83 for a time. He barely escapes with his life just because he kept moving. Now you do have the response and momentum going back towards Simp a little bit. They have the reloads, and you have Fnatic in a position where they're not together. Antonio, Militant, and Jackie are individuals right now, left completely alone.
And this is the tough place to be in. Jackie Rudo takes down MacG, eliminating that danger, but they know he's there, so that allows Simp to take the northern position, to guard their flag and to push up against Militant 83, who has been reloading for some time, and now he's going to fall back behind the rock.
It looks like he's having a little bit of trouble there. He might have lost his focus. Or at least he was trying to wiggle, I think, to maybe get a bounce. But what will Simp be able to do right now? Their 2 1390s, their 2 main damage dealers, are a 1 shell from death. Even a T1 could have killed them if there were any T1s left on the battle.
Militant's going to get surrounded by these tanks.
And
he's already been damaged twice. Oh, big bounce! Militant 83 fires, backtracks at Droxus. He's going to take a big hit to the side. Jackie Rudo and Antonio Hansen are too far away to help. Jackie, however, gets 1 shot against Crimson, 2, Antonio Handsome and Jackie Rito, last 2 tanks left alive for Fnatic. And they still have enough firepower to take out the rest of Simp. Look at Heavy 20, look at Sing, both 1 shot each.
And Heavy 20's engine, I think, is out. He's moving so slowly. It could be even his driver and his engine. He's just crawling in a 1390. And that kind of just ruins the tank. It makes it very easy to deal with.
Jackie takes a hit from very long range. Now it's up to these 2 tanks to hide, to get away from Simp, and Simp is on the chase with plenty of time. However, if there is any team with coordinated enough effort to take down 4 against 2, it is Fnatic.
And these are the players to do it. Antonio Handsome, one of the top damage dealers. Jackie Rudo, an exceptional player. Two players I know just for doing damage. When in a brawl, they will be the ones to do just that, while Nagatron Soviet, Militant 83 are going to move in and just kind of throw themselves away in order to start the fight. These guys are the guys who do the cleanup and do the focus fire, make their shots count.
You have to imagine, how do they split? Do they split the no man's road? Do they split the map in half as they move to the south? Do they have the tanks with lower HP move first to scout, or is it the tanks with higher HP?
In this situation, you gotta stay together, and I think a little bit more tactics than just a mob is what you need for this. Good coverage is important. Finding a good high position to watch an approach, move one of your guys up, get them into solid cover, have them cover your approach.
Oh, Antonio Handsome hanging back along with Jackie Rito. This tag team movement is going to be crucial. Sims, if they want to get the win, they have to move now. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I mean, Jackie Rito could still try to escape if they kill Antonio Handsome first and vice versa. It's going to be tough. But this clock ticking down is more of a loss. Well, it's more of a draw for Simp, which should be a win if they do this correctly.
Well, I think for this battle, that Fnatic actually should go for the win, simply because I feel like they perform better when they get more momentum.
Yes.
You know, they string a few wins together, and they demoralize their opponent. They start feeling good, and they start working so well together. It just becomes a beautiful game.
Look at this approach.
Thanks.
Antonio Handsome, oh man, could find one of these tanks first, give the shot, the return fire, 2 hits, he's down.
And Sing might just be about to walk into it.
Pop up. He may get the shot. 1 shot.
No.
From Jackie Rudo. Jackie Rudo, is he hit? Oh, Antonio Handsome fires. Does not connect. 2 minutes, 22 seconds.
Barely missed that. There's enough shells left, though. 703 on Adroxus.
Oh, Adroxus is going to push forward. He gets a hit against Antonio. Antonio's leaving this position. Takes a free hit.
He has to. If Simp has more tanks, if they're able to hold the attention of one Fnatic tank, they can move someone around and begin a flank.
Yep.
I mean, Jurassic Park right there.
Clever girl.
Yeah. Just pull that kind of stuff very easily. Simp would have it.
The thing was, Adroxus was moving out in the Adroxus way, really, which is great. He just breaks through walls where people can have trepidation to even move that far. But because of that, he wasn't punished at all by Jackie Rudo because he had left that position.
And now look at the way Heavy 20 is moving. He's actually going to be, because his engine is out, he's going to be moving slowly, so he's not going to be able to chase down 1390s. Instead, send him to the north, give him some straightaways and open ground, and he's going to start cutting off tanks. If he can be in a stopped, resting position and he can aim perfectly, then Heavy 20 is just as effective as any other 1390. All he has to do is be sitting still and he'll have it.
Oh, Adroxus popping up along with Crimson, and Jackie Rudo is hanging back next to this down tree, and Adroxus is going to put himself on the flag cap.
Interesting.
Jackie Rudo does not have a shot.
They're going to use the T1 Max little wreck as a hold down position. Very nice for a Pershing. You're going to need a flank from Fnatic, but take a look at the position around Heavy
Jackie
20.
fires, 287 against Adroxus. Can he get another one? 50 seconds left on the clock. Jackie Rudo hangs back.
There's the right move from Antonio.
Needs another
1390
reset.
is going to be moving farther to the south. They're going to wait. Jackie's going to peek once. When he can't, blows that shot, but Antonio will be able to move up and get another angle on this.
10 seconds left. Antonio Handsome needs to get the reset here. 7 seconds. Jackie Rudo has 1 shot left. Antonio with 3. 3 more seconds. Antonio, now's your time to fire. Antonio shoots. And the reset happens. Jackie Rudo takes down Crimson Corsair, but Sing takes down Antonio. And that brings us to 1 minute and 3 seconds.
And there's
They're
the call.
on the chase to get Jackie Rudo. 10 seconds left for Fnatic to get this as a draw, being down.
Wait, 5, 4. And he's going to escape.
He's going to escape. 2-1. Fire from Adroxus doesn't make it. Fnatic is able to draw the series so far in that battle.
Wow.
Still up 1 in the series, but that draw was huge.
Yeah.
It really was.
The 2 tanks able to hold it out. There was so much time left in that battle, and Simp had a lot of options. They also played it out exceptionally well. They put Heavy 20 in the north. His 1390 had a broken engine, wasn't able to be as flexible as he needed to be, and so they worked with that. They used him as a trap, and they expected that when the cap began, Fnatic was going to move across the north. They tried to predict a scenario where their opponent would respond in a competent, dominating strategy. But Fnatic recognized this and I think decided instead to go with something that was somewhat inferior in some ways, being that it was restricted and it lacked a lot of flexibility and kind of put them into a corner.
Sure.
But they were able to make it work.
That corner bought them time.
Yes.
Right, and when I was looking at, why, Antonio, why are you taking this free shot? Where's Jackierudo going? He could have hit Adroxus. I realized, well, they've already, Jackierudo's left. He's trying to pull them further away. And that reset was so crucial. It was at 100, but it still had to say base capture. That reset is what changed it. If they didn't get that reset, it would have been over. And I was surprised that Antonio Hansen didn't stop a lot sooner. But the same with Simp. They took too long waiting to push down. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's what happens. They're able to escape.
I think they lost coordination right after the fight at cap. They started to get momentum back in their favor, and they were unable to organize themselves and follow through, which is pretty common, actually. Because after a brawl, you find that some people are in positions that you wouldn't consider ideal. They'd had to do a few things, like just take cover somewhere, across the tracks that puts them just out of position.
You look at the draw scenarios that happened in the regular season of Fnatic, bringing up Bernal Empires. Bernal Empires at that time was potentially in second place. Unfortunately, they got knocked out in the tiebreakers in the playoffs, or the wild cards. But you look at week number 7, the last series that Fnatic had in regular play. First battle, Ruinberg was a draw. Prohorovka was a win. Himmelsdorf, a draw, which we got close to seeing. And Mines was a win. Now, these draw scenarios, setting the pace at the beginning of the series, was a rarity at the beginning of the career of Fnatic. And now it has become more commonplace because they have changed their outlook on the game itself. They're not trying to be the champions of aggression as they were in the past. They're not trying to change the meta of the game so much that it's more entertaining. They are here to win that $50,000. And that's why we can see these type of draws instead of Jackierudo and his teammate, fighting back, trying to find Sane, trying to get behind and get that one shot and be aggressive. They wanted to play for the long game. It's going to pay off, hopefully, in the rest of the series, but you can't count out Simp.
Yeah, and next their map is going to be Mines. We're going to see Fnatic versus Simp. Mines, and for sides, it looks like we're going to have Fnatic spawning in the north, which I would give an edge, I guess, to Simp. I think their defensive play on the south is exceptional, and they're denying also an exceptional defensive position to Fnatic. I feel like defending from the north is a little weaker, but attacking is not so bad.
We'll see. I mean, having that 5100 sometimes as that audible play of waiting to sweep in or playing more of that sniper fire has proved to be effective on Mines so far. A little bit earlier, we got to see Militant tell his story a little bit, but there is another individual on the side of Simp who loves to tell stories, and that is Laps. Let's check in with Laps from Team Simp.
There's certainly some irony in the fact that I grew up with a speech impediment and now I'm sitting on Simp as a spokesman or a social media coordinator. A lot of times your strengths can overcome your weaknesses, and I guess that's the lesson here, is that if I had focused on just being a better speller in grade school, it wouldn't have helped me at all. Growing up, we all realized that we have different abilities and inabilities. One of the things that I was made aware of really young is that I had a lot of ear infections. Ear infections actually affected the way that I learned language. I didn't hear the ends of words, I can only hear the start sounds. Today, it's to the point where if I'm writing, it comes out of my writing, I don't ever put your in a sentence. I always use you, no matter which form I'm trying to use. It took me a lot of years and a lot of professional help to get past this, to be able to actually speak appropriately. I had a pretty big speech impediment when I was younger, and all the way from as early as I can remember up to age 8 or 9, and even beyond that in school, I had some extra help going weekly to a speech therapist. So it's amazing with professionals what you can get done and help children out with. I ended up later in my life going to the UW, and I started off my major in linguistics. Started studying German linguistics. I had studied German in high school. I had gone to Germany. I actually spell better in German than I do in English because I learned it as an adult. I learned to get past that. But I had a professor once who actually pulled me aside as I went into his office, and he said, you're trying really hard in my class. I see you're really putting in the effort here, but you are bad at phonetics. You cannot write phonetically. That was brutal. To have a university professor tell you that he's looked at your work and you're bad at it. And he said, you kind of have two options. One, you can change your major, or two, you can be bad in your field. If you're gonna do linguistics for the rest of your life, you are gonna be bad at it. And it was brutal, but that was an obstacle that, quite honestly, was just a good roadblock. And that's kind of, don't fight it. Don't try and supplement your weaknesses. Focus on your strengths. And I'm really glad that that professor had the courage to look me in the face and guide me in a better direction. That was important in my life.
It's been a fantastic journey for all of us here at WGLNA to get to learn some of these players and see how much they've progressed in their strategy of World of Tanks, but also as people, man. A lot of these gentlemen are very, very young in terms of careers. A lot of them have been in school. A lot of them are still in school.
Some of them might be going back to school soon.
That's right. That's right. After Labor Day, school will begin for a lot of the players and also a lot of our fans that love to watch World of Tanks. A shout out to them currently watching on Twitch. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, that follow button, because we have a lot of things we're giving out. Check with the moderators. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Battle number 3 between Simp and Fnatic taking place on Mines. Rookhill, what do we have for maps?
For tanks, we have 5100 IS-3, T-32, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams from Simp. Fnatic will be bringing 5100 T-32, T-69, 2 1390s, 2 T1 Cunninghams.
And you'll see on the map, in the red, it is Simp, and to the north, in the blue, it is Fnatic.
All right, and opening moves, we've got, it looks like hill play coming out of Fnatic, and what I'm guessing might turn out to be, a very typical defensive position on southern mines. We've got west side water play from the 1390s Heavy 20 and Blue Boys to deny position to their opponent because they recognize they cannot contest the hill. The jump goes to the north team with the 1390s, and the follow-up is superior with the T69, 1390, 5100. And now we've got a little proxy spotting that will probably be occurring with MacG being right below the hill, Fedge being a little bit in the east, and then cover from the base. Crimson Corsair, Adroxus, which IS-3, if that doesn't say I am ready to just smash some tanks, I don't know what does.
Soviet firing towards Fedge, trying to get the kill, trying to destroy the danger that is Fedge in the T1.
He's scary, man.
He is. Soviet going for the reload.
And Fedge is going to be pinned in this position for a while. I don't know if he's going to be able to pull out or if cover can kind of move up. We've got Crimson Corsair at base, but the rocks on the top of the hill now kind of cover the position currently held by Jackie Rudo. He is kind of just waiting. Fedge needs to, he can safely just stay here. You can just do that kind of a thing.
Minute 22 seconds. Plenty of time. Friction. Moseying on over towards the rocks, now falling back. Simp. Oh, man. You see so many times on mines when teams go crazy in the center. Simple tankers. Keeps popping into my mind of how crazy they can get with those WZ-132s and those 1390s.
Yeah.
But this defense from Simp is...
It's incredibly difficult.
Yes.
Look at the approaches.
But why? I mean, Fnatic's already up one battle. Tell me why.
Okay. You can still come back very easily if you keep drawing throughout the series. Best of 7. It's you draw on mines. You have Ruinberg, Enz, Cliff, and Prohorovka remaining in the series. and you can come back on any of those. Your opponent only has one win. You're not digging yourself out of a very deep hole at this point. So they can play defensively on a map where they feel like they cannot attack. If you know your strategy is dominated, don't pick that. That's bad. I mean, it seems like a no-nonsense kind of thing.
Yeah. We'll learn that in kindergarten.
Yeah. Well, I should probably detail what Simp is even doing and how much of a strong
Go
defensive
through the
position.
positions, and I'll show the positions of Fnatic after you.
Yeah, you need to jump onto Nagatron because his position is blocked, actually. He is in a position in a T1 where he's going to have to go against Heavy 20. Heavy 20 being a tier 8 is going to kill him. So it's not going to work. He's going to have to stay back there, and if he was able to spot Heavy 20, he should recognize, I guess, that there's a 1390 out there, that this is not a viable option for my team, or me, at this point. But Heavy 20 and Blue Boys cover the entire 1, 2, and 3 line. They deny Fnatic from being able to attack along that ridge. Also, they are afforded angles towards the middle. You have Heavy 20 with a nice shot into about Echo 5, which is an angle not usually available from really anywhere else on the map. But with that, you also have Blue Boys right behind him. And Blue Boys is similarly also given his own position to take control of and afford his own angle, his own crossfire, if you will. But Soviet is also doing something that's very interesting.
Yeah, Soviet has taken the high ground, and he's looking towards that water side in case there's any push that could be spotted by Nagatron heading towards the lighthouse. Antonio Handsome, one of the battle buddies, is in that section as well. Jumping back at Soviet, let's take a look at his position even further. If he's able to get a long shot against Blue Boys Captain or Heavy 20, that could set the pace necessary to allow Fnatic to be a little more aggressive.
But I don't think he quite has the angle. While it does appear as though he might, I think there's a rock just in the way of Heavy 20 and just in the way of Soviet, where they're not going to have much of an angle at each other. Now, to check Blue Boys, if Blind Fire came at Blue Boys, which Blind Fire is probably going to start occurring soon enough, I'd guess, between these guys, Blue Boys has almost an angle. If Antonio or Soviet decided to peek out a little bit further to the west, then you have the option. And did I just see it? Yep, that's Antonio Handsome, Blind Fire, but where?
He's just blowing stuff up on the mines.
Well, Antonio, that was...
He's taking it out. There's no gold up in them there hills. He's upset about it.
Well, he's going to have to get over it. Because...
Looking forward to the Havoc engine being introduced.
Oh, dude, that would be
to the tanks. It's going to add even more of a spectatorship to these engagements.
And can they leave these billboards in pub matches? Because I want to blow them up sometimes. I think that would look cool.
Yeah, Antonio Handsome firing towards the potential area of Atroxis. But no dice yet from Antonio. He's going to go for the reload again. 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Hey, it's up to Sim. Fnatic can play this defense if they want. They're up to 1 point.
But they could be working towards trying to get that victory. I mean, I know this defense is incredibly difficult. I'll give it that. So Fnatic, no huge reasons to try and go after it. Simp has set up a solid defense.
Yeah,
they don't want to do this.
Fnatic can go for the attack, right?
They can.
And they leave their T1s up to the north. If it doesn't go successfully, they get the draw.
Yeah, but then you're
Simp is still behind.
You're down on damage, though, which if this goes to a draw and you have to go to Sand River, you might not get to pick the side you want, which is probably the mentality they're thinking, or they just don't know and they don't care because they're up. That's probably it for Fnatic.
True, because Fnatic is technically down in damage. There's more tanks are still left alive at the end. That is a factor they both have to keep in mind. Soviet, from long range, cannot hit Heavy 20 or Blue Boys Captain. Nagatron, still going to be hugging the lighthouse. He'll be your candle on the water.
No.
Yes, all right.
No.
Heavy
No.
20 and Blue Boys Captain still to the south. Soviet hanging back still on the mine side. Again, he's so focused on the water side of this map. Militant 83 and Friction continue to hug the line over here.
I'm hearing shots fired. Where are those going? Is that Antonio Handsome?
That's Antonio still.
Antonio just likes to shoot stuff. He's going to run out of shells in that tank. The T-69 does not have enough shells to just keep firing all game. If he keeps doing this, he's going to run out.
Well, then that's when it turns into a battering ram.
That's true.
2 minutes, 38. If an engagement has to happen from either side, it has to happen now for enough time to kill one of those tanks.
Probably not going to happen at this point. Look at the defensive position of Simp. It's going to take all of about a minute and 30 seconds at least to get there through all of that fire. And then somehow you have to have already taken some kind of control. Fnatic was unable to get any real control of this map so far. And because of that, I don't think they're going to be able to take this one home. There's almost no chance. Heavy 20 and Blue Boys are an obstacle that needed to be tackled at the 6-minute mark. And then Sing, an obstacle that needed to be tackled at least 2 minutes later. Following that, Adroxus and Crimson Corsair would have responded. And at this point, Fnatic cannot expect to do much of anything with a minute and 45 seconds left. Simp, of course, has done almost... Actually, they've done no damage, so... This is a situation where neither team is willing to engage. Fnatic, because they're up.
They're up. They're up. They don't have to push through. And again, they're down on damage total because they had less damage dealt on their side.
That cap.
That cap. 120 now left on the board for these two teams. And the next map's going to take place on Ruinberg.
Yeah. Which could turn out very similarly with the way these teams can polarize.
True. Middleton hanging back, all with friction. Well, there's Fej, still camping, still alive. The biggest threat to 1390s outside of tier 8s. This is the position that Sing has fallen from before on a previous season. The standstill continues between both teams. Friction still is hanging behind the rocks here. 30 seconds left to go. Militant 83, the newest addition to Fnatic. Formerly of the Cunninghams, who did not make it through the playoffs. 5 more seconds left.
3, 2, 1.
And another draw between Fnatic and Simp. Nagatron already discussing potential strategy with Fnatic.
I think he was discussing those the entire time.
Well, for the next map.
Probably the entire time on Mines. He was just sitting there with Friction, and they were just talking about the next strategy for the next map. That's one thing to do when you know it's going to go to a draw. Just start talking about the next one, because you know that's you have time for. You've killed time, so you know how Ruinberg can go. I think Fnatic's probably going to be pretty prepared. Simp, I'd expect they've done much of the same thing in this situation. I mean, Blue Boys and Max sitting right next to each other probably were just sitting there talking about what they wanted to do for the next battle.
Let's talk about Adroxus.
All right.
Let's talk about how Adroxus performed in the previous.
Okay, so when we step back 2 steps, Adroxus was actually able to deal 2,692 damage.
Impeccable.
Yeah.
Damage being dealt by him.
Absolutely insane damage. He fired 19 times, but was able to get 12 hits, 11 pens. So 1 real bounce there. And he actually sniped for 729 damage, which I'll say sniped as shots greater than 300 meters. Which just absolutely insane, the fact that that much damage went onto a Pershing, a consistent fire tank.
Yes.
Whereas you would expect it to go towards someone like Sing, who only did 177 damage, by the way. In a 1390 of all tanks, fired 5 times, connected once. Blue Boys, who was able to get 3 for 3, but just didn't fire enough, I guess, unable to get the right positions or something. And then players like Heavy 20 and Crimson Corsair did respectable damage in their tanks. But it was just strange how a Pershing did that much. And you have to give it to Adroxus, because he's always been just such
If it was another player Rookkill, I would agree with you, but in the hands of Adroxus, it is within the realm of possibility, dare I say expectation, to do that much damage. Here we go, battle number 4 between Fnatic and Simp in the semifinal. The WGLNA Season 4 Finals, $50,000 on the line for first place. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
We got two 5100s in IS-3, two 1390s, and two T1 Cunninghams on the side of Simp. For Fnatic, we have three AMX 5100s in IS-3, 1390. Look at this, a medium one and a T1 Cunningham. All right, I think they're taking a page out of, is that Refuse to Die's book?
Yes. Yes, the power of medium one. It is a big tank.
Whoa, opening strat, this is crazy. Sing, Blue Boys, just going straight up the 6 line. They're not stopping. They're going past everything. And
Nagatron is now going to be on his own as these two tanks will circle the corner and go towards the flag cap. Blue Boys captain has taken a hit. Simp is not going to play passive this time. Nagatron fires a shot, and now Simp has two of their tier 8s in the northern guarded section of Ruinberg. Fnatic has to now turn around, and Militant 83 is about to go down. Jackie Rudo falls.
But that's in exchange for Crimson Corsair, and then they take down Militant. Now Heavy 20 is on reload, or Drox is left out alone, but Blue Boys and Sing are entirely cut off at this point. They have no support. It's just them. Now,
Fej has fallen. Antonio Handsome takes a hit from a Droxus. Antonio Handsome on his own in this section of the map. And Mac G and Blue Boys captain take down Relics and Agatron. Both T1s down for Fnatic. And now they're going on the flag cap to the north. The two tier 8s are going to be completely unchallenged. Antonio Handsome fires a shot to the side of a Droxus for 310 damage, again in a volley shot for 613. Soviet in trouble, however, takes down Heavy 20, and a Droxus gets cornered by Friction and Soviet and Antonio Handsome.
All right.
Now heading to the north.
Now it's Friction, Antonio Handsome, Soviet. Hit points are pretty sketchy right now. Antonio has one single shell. Friction with 3, Soviet with 1. That is not enough to kill Blue Boys and Sing together.
5 seconds left. Can Soviet turn the corner and get the reset? The spread is real. Soviet gets hit. They get the reset down to a minute and 20, back to 25 seconds. Crashing into Mac G. Soviet stops the Mac attack. Friction from around the corner, now focusing on Sing. Antonio Handsome on the reload, pushing up against this 113.90.
And now Sing doesn't have enough shells to deal with this. Absolutely amazing. He's going to be forced to just run away at this point. Now it is 3v1.
Sing on the run. Antonio Handsome on the chase. Turning the corner, waiting for the reload. What Simp trying to accomplish was pretty phenomenal at the beginning, but Fnatic turned into the isolation principle. They went back to the fundamentals. Focus on the first tank. Focus fire. Get the kill. They did it.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to work for a minute. I really did. When I saw the cap getting that
Antonio
close.
reloaded, lines up the shot, fires for 281. Soviet.
Oh, on the move. Sing connects with Friction.
Soviet about to turn the corner. The 1390 is on the chase. Sing could land a shot around the corner.
Oh.
Fires. Does not connect. Soviet falls back.
I think that scared Soviet a little bit right there. And a miss from Antonio Handsome on the move. Soviet moves out. And there's...
Antonio Handsome lands a shot. Fnatic puts another point on the board, up 2-0 against Simp.
All right, and it looks like a few notes going down there for Nagatron. That was the craziest strat on Ruinberg I've seen in a long time. Sending two 1390s just straight up the middle into your opponent's base. I've seen it go along the west side. I've seen people just blitz from the west, the 1-2, or maybe taking up a 3-line approach. But almost never have I seen one up the 6. And it actually succeeded at that point. They accomplished the goal of getting into their opponent's A-line positions in, what is it, A5, A6, those buildings, which shouldn't happen. Fnatic should have been prepared, but with 4 autoloaders and an IS-3, I can see how that would work. They're not going to be loaded in time. 1390s are all still loading. You can see the bars are getting very close, but no one actually has shells at this point, only the IS-3, and Militant was not able to make the connection he needed.
I'm sure Militant was going, guys, they're coming. It's only 2, but they're coming. They went to the north, and the rest of Fnatic swings still across the TIE Fighter, not initially going towards the city itself, but still using some of the cover that's available and then focusing on the center, on the F crossroads. And that's what made such a difference. Instead of panicking, Militant 83 moved into that section, and the rest of Fnatic could focus on those tanks that were alone. I
think maybe the mistake that was made by Simp is the 1390s could have been utilized a little bit stronger. I think we could have seen them focus fire a little bit harder. That is, who was that? That was Blue Boys and Sing taking a little bit more risk to take damage, because you saw at the end of that replay they had about 5 shells between the two of them, and they could have settled their shots and focused down 1 tier 8 extra and then moved on to cap. Of course, the T1s, I think, were being a nuisance and may have caused them a bit of discomfort in that situation.
Because the 2 draws Rookkill, this turns into a best of 5 instead of a best of 7. Which means that Fnatic is 1 battle away, correct me if I'm wrong, from moving on to the finals.
That is absolutely correct. If they win on Ensk, then the only 2 maps remaining are Cliff, Prohorovka, and that would give Fnatic the victory at this point. Simp must win Ensk and Cliff, and then Prohorovka to take this. If they win Ensk and Cliff, that is a draw waiting to happen. But they can only afford 1 more draw.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, battle number 5 between these 2 teams, Simp and Fnatic. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, I'm looking at 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of Simp. Fnatic will be bringing 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. Oh, no medium 1 this time.
No medium 1 this time. Still working in the favor of Nagatron. To the north in the red, ladies and gentlemen, it is Simp. And to the south in the blue, it is Fnatic. People from across the world are tuning in right now. They're sending us their tweets, their Facebook messages of who they're rooting for. Make sure to use that hashtag WGLNA, facebook.com/WGLNA, or Twitter @WGLNA. And here we go. Initial approaches coming from both teams.
And now it's going to be a polarization. We've got Simp in the northwest, in the southeast Fnatic. Thinking back to when Fnatic used to pull this strat a lot, it was actually very new when they first did it, actually playing the east side on Ensk. For the longest time, I can remember that every team would do west, 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 and west as their options for Ensk. Simp still...
Location, location, location.
Exactly.
For this side, definitely in the west. Well, look at how far north Fnatic is going.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take entire control of the east side of the map. There's not going to be really anyone to stop them. Sing can cover the approach on the cap. Crimson Corsair, Blue Boys. Actually, Blue Boys is the only one who can perhaps flex to spot some of this, and then you could have support from the rest of Simp. But Simp is turning their eyes south, and you can see that with their movement of tier 8s. We've got Crimson Corsair and Sing moving down the 1 line. Mac G moving down the 1 line. Mac attack might activate soon enough, but I think Simp is going to be going for cap pressure, and they cannot accept a draw in this situation. They must attack and they must win.
Look at the scenario we're in, Rookkill. This is reflective of what I talk about for the first series that Simp had in Season 4, where they had the 2 tier 8s up to the northeast, and then they swing around into the center.
Yeah. And where do they go from here, though? Like, what is the next move?
This is based on the initial approaches.
There will be a slight development here in just a moment once these teams realize that what advantages they have, the perhaps place to exploit. We have T1s moving up in the south for Simp, of course, and they can make cap pressure happen. And in the far northeast, Fnatic can do much the same, but we might be looking at a cap race yet again, actually.
Relic still dancing back and forth. And you saw the 2 tier 8s. No initial commitment on the railroad tracks to allow Fnatic, compared to the past where Simp swung around and got that pincer attack. Now they're getting towards the railroad tracks, checking in with the heavy placements of Fnatic's tanks.
That's going to be important. Friction, I think, is the key tank in this position. His IS-3 affords a lot of flexibility. He can go from covering the north, protecting the tanks up there from being overmatched, or he can turn his attention south to defend their cap.
Now Friction moving past a couple of the railroad cars. probably saw Droxus hit that tree. Droxus fires through the tracks.
Heavy 20 fires as well. No connections. They're just going to be taking down a few train cars that they can fire through later.
Do you remember these cars always being green?
Yes.
Okay. Friction fires again.
I'm amazed that. Did you just randomly forget like the?
No, it must be just the color of the venue, Roadkill.
Yeah.
Some colors pop more than others.
Maybe your
depending on lighting.
the color balance is probably a little just
possibly
different on your home computer.
That thought went through my mind. Has it always been green?
It's always been green.
Yeah. Soviet up to the north, along with Antonio Hansen. Relics still in a position that can scout forward, scout ahead, potentially sacrificial scout.
Probably, I'd say. T1s on ends don't tend to live long on cap, as we've seen in the past. They live a scary little life.
They do.
Very brief.
They do, but I like the approach of the northern flag cap with that debris.
Oh, yeah.
He's able to get there.
Very safe position, but it's only covered by Crimson Corsair. And while he does have the approach, it's not perfect. And there are very, very small windows if a T1 were to happen to go along them. If you were on the other side of one of the bushes approaching, he might be able to get in there unspotted, or at least with a small enough window that Crimson wouldn't be able to respond in time and maybe miss a shell.
4:18 left in the battle. Checking in with Friction. A couple shots have been fired here.
Yeah, the Drox is firing the latest one at him, unable to connect. Oh, shots fired. Antonio Hansen is actually in a beautiful high ground position and does get one connection onto a Drox, 297 in that one. And he fires once more. It looks like it hits something on the way to a Droxus.
He can't get the other shot. He goes for the reload.
And Droxus knows the position he's in cover from it. He knows he's safe. Antonio is going to back off with that. He realizes this is spoiled. Let's not waste time. Droxus will counter me. And he looks to do it. Of course, Antonio has done the right thing and he's left.
Antonio Hansen moving from that position, now swinging to the northern side.
And Fnatic might do something that doesn't happen quite as often as I think it should, and they're going to go for perhaps the win, or the counter, at least in this situation. You can see them stacking up in the northeast, 2 T1s and 2 tier 8 tanks, that is Relics, Soviet, Antonio Hansen, and Nagatron. And between them, they could screen out the cap and go for a victory to close this out.
Reload is finished, and if there's a time to do that, Roadkill, it is now.
What's Nagatron doing firing so much, though?
Oh, he's getting rid of fences. Getting rid of...
Not just a fence, that is a wall.
Walls.
It's a nice
There
wall.
we go, there we go. Another one, down, take that, brick.
How rude.
Nagatron. Going for another reload. See, they take out this brick. Yeah, take it! Now he's taking out the cover towards the flag cap.
Okay, that makes less sense.
Yeah. If it was his own flag cap, it would.
It would make a lot of sense
Yeah.
then. This one, I'm like, wait, that makes actually some nice cover. When a shell goes through that, it loses some penetration.
Yes.
So it's not a bad idea, but you know, whatever. That's cool. Maybe just it does work both ways.
Antonio Hansen's leaving that northern position now, going to the south, joining the other heavy tanks, Jackie Rudo and Milton 83, with 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They want Simp to come to them, and Simp is now starting to make that approach.
Oh, yeah. Singh is going to be a moving 5100 wall, getting onto the cap. Looks like Mac G and Fedge are going to be hiding right behind him. Singh takes the first shell. No connections yet. Mac trying to get in cover. Fedge still exposed a little bit. Backs into Mac, and they're going to try and get tight on this 5100. The screen will be moving in the meantime. Droxus from the north with heavy 20, and Blue Boys from the southwest.
Antonio Hansen fires again towards Singh, and they haven't done any damage to Fnatic yet. And Friction takes down Fej for one shot. Nagatron is destroyed by Crimson Corsair, but there goes the first tier 8 and the push coming from Militant across. MacG falls. No more flag pressure. Droxus from around the corner sees Militant, and Friction fires towards him. Blue Boys captain taking a little bit of hits here.
Yeah, not connecting on the first shell in a trade with Jackie Rudo, actually getting 920 damage where he's only able to connect one shell onto Jackie. There's the second one, and that will give a nice advantage to Fnatic in this.
Fnatic still dancing back and forth with 1 minute and 3 seconds. And now one of the tanks up top to try to pull Crimson to the north. Blue Boys 1 shot away from falling while Adroxus takes 388 hits. Fnatic still pushing across. Antonio Handsome on the reload.
And it's Soviet from the north. He is going to have angles on the back of Adroxus. Adroxus is not going to be able to hide behind Heavy 20 in this situation.
He gets tracked and hit from Soviet, and he falls. Heavy 20, the next to go down. Soviet has landed all of his shots he could. He's on the reload. Antonio Handsome will reload it 34 seconds away from Fnatic, cleaning up the rest of SIP and going to the finals.
And now Blue Boys he's not even moving.
Friction
Giving up in that situation.
Friction takes down Blue Boys. It's all up to Crimson Corsair to try to escape. Relics will be able to scout his position, firing against Crimson. Soviet is on the run, 17 seconds. Crimson could still hold on with 13 seconds left to go, trying to run from Fnatic, who's still on the reload.
This is the only way they can make it back. They have to draw this and win the next 2 ones. Crimson must stay alive.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second left. Crimson survives, and it goes to a draw. Similar scenario from what we saw on Steps, except this time Fnatic is so much more closer to a victory.
And Simp is the one having to salvage this one. They can still bring it back. There's still hope for Simp. They have to win on Cliff, which is the next map, and then they have to take it to Prohorovka, a map where they have beaten Fnatic before.
A lot of must wins have made or break teams throughout every season. And now Simp is in a must-win scenario to continue on to the finals. Fnatic 1 battle away. That's it. They can go for the draw. They still take the series.
Now that lack of a victory here for Fnatic can be, depending on their state, maybe a little bit. It might throw them off just a little bit. Now, if Simp takes Cliff, this is a momentum situation where in previous seasons I've talked about. Get momentum away from Fnatic, and Simp can do this. They have to win Cliff, and then they have to just keep it going and get aggressive on Prohorovka. If they do that, that's a situation where they take this to that tie, and if they can deal enough damage and come back, then they can win it on Sand River.
Looking at the damage dealt, Antonio Handsome dominated. 6 for 6. Direct hits and penetrations. 12 shots fired total.
A lot of blind fire.
14-13 damage. Right below him, Jackie Rudo, 5 for 7. 1273. Militant, the IS-3, 4 for 11. 1209. Soviet, 5 for 6. 1109. The IS-3 Friction did another 1,000 damage. Every tier 8 on Fnatic did over 1,000 damage in that last battle.
That's good that they're doing their jobs exactly as they need to. And like we talked about a little while ago, they spread the weight. They carried the load.
That's important as a team. That teamwork is what's going to make or break these teams tonight at the Season 4 Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for battle number 6 on Cliff between Fnatic and Simp. Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
We have a T69, 4 AMX 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for Simp. For Fnatic, we will have 5 AMX 1390s and 2 T1 Cunninghams. High mobility, all across the board.
And the initial approach is coming out of these teams. The red team, Simp, to the south. The team to the north in the blue, it is Fnatic. Fnatic's going to the center, so is Simp. No approach on the 1-2 line from either team. As they inch closer, could be a bit of a standstill on both sides. Reloads
and
are in.
We're loaded, and this is a brawl waiting to happen. As Singh and Jackie Rudo fail to connect, and they're the first connections. Heavy 20 and Adroxus bringing a flank in, and then up and over we'll see Singh and Blue Boys along with Crimson Corsair.
This is the overmatch in the center. The 2 tanks on the mountain are not the engagement. Jackie Rudo falls first, and then Militant is next. Simp is cleaning this up. Friction at half health. Antonio Handsome gets rocked. Friction takes down Blue Boys with Heavy 20. Is able to get the revenge kill. Soviet pushes forward, and now everyone is on the reload except for Soviet. Well, Adroxus now turning the corner.
Oh, Soviet picking up Crimson Corsair. That could be a point where we see this one come back. Nagatron is going to be able to get out here, and if Soviet can get the right shots, oh, that is a miss. He will not be able to finish that off, and Heavy 20 will take him down.
Nagatron falls. It's only Antonio Handsome and Relics that's left. Soviet went for that initial engagement later from the top of the mountain. And Antonio Handsome, now reloaded, is going to be surrounded. One shot, takes down Singh.
Not bad there.
Heavy 20 around the corner. Bounce against him. Heavy 20 is loaded. Fej takes down Relics. And Simp puts a point on the board. Just like that, on Cliff.
All they needed was a little pressure. There it goes. Not bad. Mac doesn't look pleased.
Well, it's the fastest battle we've seen tonight so far, Rookhill, and that's a type of aggression we need to see from these teams because they're getting set in their ways. They're getting complacent.
A minute and 54 seconds on that.
Oh my goodness.
That was a minute 54-second battle, everyone. And in that, we saw Antonio Handsome deal 1,887 in his 1390. Heavy 20 getting 1,389 and 3 kills. And just look at the way they opened this one up. This is a classic way it's been done. Actually, this looks a lot like what happened at the Global Grand Finals with Fnatic. The same kind of crazy attack, except went a little bit easier for Simp than it did for PvP Super Friends.
Yeah, but I really like how Simp worked as a team on the low ground, went around the corner, and started firing. It wasn't this dance back and forth next to the rocks. It was, they're gonna go mountain, we're not, fire. And it worked.
Often enough when I see this engagement happen though, the tanks on the hill are able to get an angle. Fnatic failed to do that in this one. They were not able to get the angles they needed on the tanks they needed to begin the focus fire. Also, of course, Simp was able to get off the first shell. And there's a little bit of luck coming into that. I mean, at that range, when you're coming right around the corner, shooting uphill, you might not get your connection. And if you don't, that could throw it away. And Simp was fortunate that they did not get the bad RNG that could have lost them that.
Fnatic still one battle away from taking the series. It's either a win or a draw to secure their victory. Simp must win on Prohorovka. Rookhill, once again, we're going to Prohorovka battle number 7 against these two teams.
This is the point. This is where we see if Simp can stay dominant at this map.
This is the WGLNA Classic, you can call it that, since these teams have squared off on Prohorovka every single time. In Season 1, it was the shot that cost $25,000 for Simp. The shot that was in the air that could not land, and because of that, Fnatic got the win. Season 2, they squared off on Prohorovka. Season 3, it was that map where Fnatic fell to Simp. Quite a detailed history on this map. A map appropriate enough has quite enough detailed history in real life for the biggest tank battle on historical record. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Battle number 7 on Prohorovka between Fnatic and Simp in the semifinal. Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we have a Pershing, 4 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. That is Simp, red team. And then Fnatic will have a T32, a T69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. So they're definitely looking to play this one slow.
Slow, methodical. Will we see some hill play from Fnatic to the north in the blue? Probably not. To the south, you have Simp in the red. That T32, the tank with no cons, spreading freedom across the battlefield.
It's okay. All right, so opening moves for Simp. We have a strategy that I believe we've seen before with Blue Boy's Captain MacG Fedge. And where's that other 1390? There he is, Adroxus. Right ahead of him. They're going to take that high ground, and we're going to see perhaps a pinch on the location of Echo 3, Foxtrot 3, that whole section of the map right at the middle. However, there's a bit of a change to this. Crimson Corsair is way, way east. And then with that Sing is also way, way east. Heavy 20 as well. This is not quite the strategy I'm used to seeing. This is actually a little bit of metagaming, I'd say. Get it playing into the head of your opponent, and once they've recognized, which they have now, that their opponent is not quite in those positions that they predicted, I believe they're going to change their strategy a little bit.
And the dance continues between both these teams. Is Fnatic's going to hang on to this just west of the railroad position?
With that, MacG is going to begin moving in. And we'll see if Relics is going to pick up on that and be able to make any connection. Let's see. Shots fired by Relics, and few miss. Can he? No, he's not going to get it, and Sing is going to take him down. Mac will live just a little bit longer, and he's in the low ground, not able to take fire from anywhere.
And that first blood going to Sim.
That's really nice. That will give them control of the west, and that will force Fnatic to take the east side of the map on the train tracks, where they're going to have to hold Simp off. That's really all it is. They could begin their own counter aggression, but I think Fnatic is currently in the mentality where they're wanting to defend.
Militant using the hold down position next to those railroad tracks, sees no target to fire upon, falls back towards cover while Simp has 3 of their tanks all the way in Bravo and Alpha. Fnatic has taken the hillside, and maybe a couple long-range shots could give them some sort of advantage towards the flag cap to the south, but also just playing defensive. Again, they win if they take it to a draw. They're 7 minutes and 20 seconds away from moving on to the finals.
Yep. And with that, they have a lot of pressure, though, to perform absolutely perfectly. Because when you play defensive, you're giving up tempo control, and I think that's a thing that Fnatic has done exceptionally well this season, which is to have control of the tempo of the map.
Sing fires from afar. Blind fire, Nagatron. Now getting close to the railroad tracks to the south.
And I want to return to the point again, which is that if Fnatic continues to play defensively, they're going to give up on one of their biggest strengths, which is their ability to control the pace of the series.
6 minutes, 35 seconds. Jackie Rudo just over the railroad tracks as Nagatron firing some blind fire into the bushes, revealing his position. No T1s spotted or seen or destroyed from Nagatron. Fej hanging out.
He'll just sit there for a while. Good little T1. He knows to hold his position. If he starts moving, he's more likely to get spotted and go down than if he's sitting still in a bush. Jackie Rudo, though, is going to move out. And we've got Heavy 20 sneaking on up, you can see. As he's going to find Jackie, I think. No? Yes. And he begins to 0. Will not fire as Jackie, he was just getting out of the way. And dumps back down off the train tracks. All right, Heavy 20 is going to leave. This could be a situation where Simp is deciding, hey, we know where Jackie is. Let's overmatch the north. How about that? But it might not. Heavy 20 going to go for a safer escape route. Make sure not to get spotted, but could... No, Antonio is not in position. What would Fnatic's response be, do you think, if we saw North push from Simp?
Fnatic would still hug the railroad tracks and hopefully have a bit of a spread with their hold down position from Militant to continue the consistent fire, then look for an opening to push in, or at least hopefully have enough damage to stop any flag cap that's happening. That's it. Just dance back and forth and wait it out. 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Again, if that happens, though, if they spend too much time focusing on the north, it could leave them vulnerable to a couple tanks peeking over the railroad tracks in the center, landing a couple shots and moving back.
Possibly, but maybe Militant could take care of that with his T-32.
Yes.
While poking around the mid, he has a good view range, nice high location. Maybe a bit cut off, you're right. Could take some extra damage, but maybe he could accomplish that goal pretty well. Or Jackie Rudo could move on up from the south if he wasn't already moved up to the north to defend that in such a situation.
4 minutes, 17 seconds.
And we do see Simp gearing up for a fast cap. Look at Fej, MacG, Sing, all sitting in the bushes to the northwest. I think we need to see a tank from Simp make its way across to the train tracks instead of sitting out in the bushes covering the train tracks. Better angle on the top, yes, from farther west, but we need some proxy spotting. We need that position to kind of demand respect from Fnatic so that they know they cannot just go up and over and like in the past, just Soviet's current position, jump up, flick a shot onto the cap, and get out. It actually worked once. He just complete RNG shotted to save the cap. He could do it again, especially if there isn't a tank to demand respect from him. Someone to be right there, proxy spot, and then punish him every time he gets too aggressive.
And here we go. Simp screening that cap, moving towards the railroad tracks as Soviet is going to be bouncing back and forth, trying to get a reset or destroy at least one of the T1s, but Singh's going to move up. And they could get a surround on Soviet if he is not careful.
All right, we have to also pay attention. Crimson Corsair and Heavy 20 are going to be sitting in Echo 3 to cover the southern approach to cap. In the meantime, Singh, Blue Boys, and Adroxus are going to be pressuring Fnatic to keep them away from the cap.
30 seconds. A nice shot onto Singh, but Soviet again could be in some trouble, but he fires twice into Singh. 23 seconds left. We've seen a similar type of play where Soviet popped up, got the kill, and then moved back against. Refused to die. Friction, however, is being the sacrificial tank to stop the T1s. They need to get the shot. Soviet has to focus on the T1s. Nagatron gets the kill from long range. Soviet locks it in. He falls back, takes damage because of it. Crimson Corsair takes down Jackie Rito. Soviet's in trouble. One more shot and he goes down. Blue Boys captain gets the kill.
And the up and over, Antonio able to get Singh. And now Adroxus is left there with no one.
2 minutes, 17 seconds. Simp now pushing towards Antonio Handsome. Friction firing back at Adroxus.
Hey, that's a little damage right there. 24 is not bad. Antonio is going to be able to back off, but there is a counter push. Crimson Corsair is at full health in his Pershing, and now he's going to try to 1v1 Militant.
Heavy 20 moving to the south. 1 minute and 53 seconds. Missed shot from Crimson Corsair. Heavy 20 dodges a shot from Militant.
And now Militant up and over. Nagatron is on to Blue Boys captain. And there it is. That is the kill. Adroxus is still on reload. Nagatron has 2 left. Puts 1 into him. Can he get the next one, as Antonio Hansen will be reloaded shortly as well?
Antonio falling back, staying with his teammates. Friction in the T1 needs to try to stay alive as well. They don't want to throw that away. Adroxus now is loaded. Takes a hit against Nagatron. Antonio fires once.
2 bounces.
2 bounces. A nice hit, but he falls. Friction and Nagatron now on the run. 1 minute and 13 seconds. Nagatron able to dodge one, a shot, dodges another one. Trying to juke away, gets hit from behind.
Heavy 20 is on reload. Adroxus is on reload. Crimson Corsair is going to have a shell.
And Nagatron falls from Crimson Corsair in a long-range shot.
On the move.
Friction, last tank left alive, 53 seconds. Adroxus catching up, going for the ram. Friction tries to dodge, but Crimson Corsair, long range, gets the shot and the kill. We're going to a tiebreaker.
Absolutely amazing. The pressure was on, back and forth. Simp, they did it. They were able to get the damage out there. Now, Militant was able to do 1,945, but you look at the rest of the players from Fnatic, and we actually don't have the most impressive damage. 795, 739, 689, and 247. I think this comes down to Fnatic playing defensively and not thinking about the win, not thinking about trying to get the winning scenario. They accepted the fact that they could draw, and they played for it. Simp recognized that their opponent was going to do as much and realized they had a lot more freedom to work with because of it.
We're going to have to verify with our admin who did more damage in that series. The one who did the most damage gets to choose whether to attack or defend on Sand River.
Well, that'll take just a minute. We've had a full 7 battles for this one.
It's a lot of calculations. Look at the face of Mac G. Mac attack not fully unleashed at the beginning. Simp did the most damage in the series. Simp gets to choose whether to attack or defend.
All right. Well, obviously, I think they're going to choose to defend. I don't see a reason why they would choose to attack unless they found something out in the past few weeks that no one has realized before. Maybe they'll do what the Cunninghams did and try and bring Lorraine.
You know what I want to see?
What?
I want to see relics from Fnatic in an artillery.
Oh, throwbacks. That would be amazing. I don't think he plays it enough anymore, though. He might be out of practice.
It's like riding a bike, Rookkill. You may not have enough practice, but it's still in your bones.
Left clicking is, he's really good at it, yeah. He doesn't even have to right click in an art. You just left click. He's got it. He's probably got it down. But it takes
Simp has chosen to defend.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's the obvious choice. Now we have to think about what their lineup is, and you can see Macca's discussing right now what lineup they're going to go with. Looks like they're in a bit of agreement. Yeah, that's a good idea or something. T1s are picked, Mac G and Fedge, T1s. Well, Relics and Megatron taking T1s for Fnatic.
60 seconds left on the countdown. What a comeback so far from Simp. Fnatic takes the first battle, 2 draws, then Fnatic takes Ruinberg.
There's some readying up, all right.
Draw on Ensk. Cliff a win for Simp, and then Prohorovka a win for Simp. We're almost ready, ladies and gentlemen. The final battle in this series has gone to a tiebreaker.
Really no surprise here, especially the way these guys have always been at the top every season. Now they're facing so prematurely, you could say, from what we would expect, that it's going to be close. They're going to fight it out. No one's going to be giving up. They know that they can't settle for
These are the stakes. These are the stakes. No team in Season 4 has been able to win as the attacker. And now Fnatic could either set a new trend or Simp will go on to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have for tanks, Rookil?
We have the defending side, Simp will bring a Pershing, 4 1390s and 2 T1 Cunninghams. The attackers Fnatic will have a Pershing and 4 1390s with 2 T1 Cunninghams. So we have identical lineups here.
It is a mirror matchup in this tiebreaker. Fnatic is to the north and the blue to the south. As you see on your screens is Simp. Simp in defense can either play to the end of the clock, which means a win for them, or destroy all of Fnatic's tanks. Fnatic has to either destroy all of Simp's tanks or capture the flag before time runs out.
I really like this opening move out of Simp. It's aggressive, it's going to set the tempo. They could even get some free damage early on, as they are nearing loaded. Sing, Blue Boys loaded and on the ridge. Backing them up will be a Droxus. So 3 1390s. Shots fired. Sing looking for Nagatron, does not connect, as he's able to just skitter into a little rock and take cover. Militant is in a position to possibly punish this, and there's Friction actually be able to punish Blue Boys.
Jackie Rudo took the shot.
Oh, that was Jackie.
And got it.
Excuse me.
I'm sure Friction would love to have taken credit, but Jackie was able to pop around the corner and get the hit.
He does put out another shot blind, as Blue Boys captain is not lit anymore. Just gonna keep throwing him out there. And actually, that one was pretty close to come to Corsair. Yep. Oh, Fedge will go down to Jackie Rudo. A little blind fire right
Jackie is on fire right now.
Where was that T1?
Well done from Jackie Rudo. And Jackie hits Sing, but Sing takes down Nagatron, losing those eyes and ears, ties up.
Antonio Handsome also taking damage on the hill. 213 from Adroxus. Everyone's trading back a little bit here and there, but it looks like damage right now is going in favor of Fnatic. They've lost their T1. Simp has lost one as well, but Antonio's the only one to take damage for Fnatic right now. Simp has taken a few more shells here and there.
Antonio Handsome still on the reload. Time continues to tick away in favor of Simp. Time is on their side.
Maybe, but position not so much. Heavy 20 is the only tank covering the north in his 1390. And if we saw something like Friction and Soviet moving in their 1390s from the north, that could be enough to perhaps take over that entire portion of the map and force Simp to take up a defensive position in Gulf 8-9, which is not exactly ideal, I think. At least not in their plans. They need the flexibility of their 1390s. And they can't be forced into some kind of little hole of the position.
Antonio Handsome cruising around. Closer to the north, he's going to swing. Ho! A little bit of air.
Not bad.
But no tracks damaged. Proper tanking, boys and girls.
It's very difficult to judge when you're going to track yourself and when you're not on Sand River. Yeah. It's the difference of just the tiniest little thing.
It can be. 6:43.
Oh, where's Antonio going? He's gonna. This tells me that that Fnatic is definitely going to be taking control of the entire western portion of the map. They're going to have to force out Heavy 20, and Heavy 20 is going to have to react properly. He cannot make a mistake in leaving or lingering far too long. If he does, I think he will take probably way too much damage in that case, and we'll see Fnatic start to snowball from there.
Relics will lead Friction right behind Antonio Handsome, taking up the rear for this 3-tank approach on the west.
I think Antonio just slipped in without getting spotted at all. And there it is. Heavy 20 is lit. He realizes that Friction is lit as well, and he's going to run. He knows exactly what he wants to do in this situation. He wants to get out after being spotted and after spotting something, and with that, you're going to see a shift from Simp, I expect. Sing has a great angle on cap. MacG can kind of pepper their cap a little bit, and I believe, if I go and take a look, he has already done so just a little bit, destroying a little cover here and there. As you can see, they've destroyed all the buildings, which is absolutely necessary if you are the defender on this.
Yep. Milton 83 from long range, possibly could have a shot on Heavy 20 if he's scouted. No, cannot get it. Shot has been fired. And Simp has swung to the other side of the map on the east, as Fnatic is still pretty spread out.
And we've got more and more blind fire coming in. It looks like Jackie Rudo is still putting shells out right over the position of where Sing was, at least minutes ago. And there's a little cover. Blue Boys is actually in an interesting position where he could fire on Jackie Rudo. I guess that would require Jackie to be spotted, though. And there's a shot fired from Blue Boys. Ooh, shot returned from Jackie Rudo as Blue Boys just moved barely out of the way. And you can see that going meters away from his tank. And he'll just back off this time instead. There could be a crossfire coming in from Friction and Relics at this point, if Blue Boys is not careful.
It's now or never for Fnatic. Friction still dancing about. A couple more blind shots being sent out. Blue Boys captain on the reload. And Friction now getting closer.
You know, Relics is getting close too. T1, if he's able to knock over the right tree, maybe he could be hidden on cap, stay camoed, and force one of the members of Simp to actually close the distance. That's a situation where Fnatic could take this one. But right now, Simp has time on their side, like you've been talking about. And the more it ticks down, the better it is for Simp.
3 minutes, 49 seconds. Friction possibly getting a shot through the trees towards Adroxis' position, but no dice still.
They just need the spotting. We need to see some tanks move in from Fnatic. But if they get too close, there's the chance that Simp is able to overmatch, especially if they recognize their overmatch quickly, which Simp is the kind of team that does, and they always seem to execute on that.
Time continually ticking by.
Antonio Handsome is going to move in.
He's
though.
pushing forward.
All right, and he's going to be under cover of Militant, who just takes 498 damage from Adroxis and Sing. All right, that's going to set Fnatic back a little bit. But there's the reply. Friction is able to get a connection. And Adroxis is going to start juking as hard as he can, and he will get into cover. Friction will stop firing at him.
Less than 3 minutes. The push has to happen now for Fnatic, and they still have 2 tanks further back.
What is Relics up to? That T1 is dangerously close to the cap right now.
He is, but Heavy 20 takes a shot for 271. There's a lot of bait and switching happening from Fnatic to draw out Simp to be able to land those shots, and now the rest of Simp is pushing forward. Another hit against Blue Boys captain for 268.
All right, that's the little bit of damage they need here or there, but now they're taking so much in return. It looks like Antonio Handsome is nearly dead. He's sitting on 185 hit points.
He is very low, and now he's going to move away from this position and hopefully reconnoiter with the rest of his team.
Oh, shot onto that. And Relics will go down.
And Adroxis takes a hit from Jackie Rudo. The engagement's a bit of a guerrilla warfare coming from Fnatic. Still, Crimson Corsair takes a hit.
But now Soviet does move in, and he's going to start putting shells into Crimson Corsair, forcing that Pershing to back off. Adroxis will reply, but that will allow for other members of Fnatic to be closing in and possibly screening the cap. They lack T1s. Fnatic has to go for, I think they have to go for the kills in this situation. Friction and Militant, though, are going to start going for the cap.
And Heavy 20 is going to pop around the corner towards Militant, fires into the dirt. Militant's going to get high ground to be able to spot these tanks. And Jackie Rito takes down MacG, making sure that 1T1 cannot escape for the draw. Minute 36 seconds on the clock, 120 left on the flag cap for Friction. They're going to focus on Militant 83 first. He fires, and it's into the dirt. He gets hit for 226. Heavy 20 to Droxus have their sights set on him. They miss. Militant 83 fires again, misses, and he falls. Simp 1. Tank down again on the side of Fnatic.
Singh could go down if Jackie's able to... Soviet's able to finish that one off, and now they have the advantage against Crimson Corsair.
Jackie gets tracked, gets hit for 250, a minute and 6 seconds. Another nice shot. Crimson could fall to Jackie. Jackie will be loaded first, turns the corner, aims, and it's a miss.
He blows the shot. Crimson gets the kill.
54 seconds left. 4 tanks against 3. Friction hit for 240. Adroxus is not on his own. He holds against Friction as Antonio Hansen falls. This is it. Soviet, the last tank left alive against 4 tanks on the side of Simp.
And with 40 seconds left, he has time for one more clip, and that is it.
Rams takes down Adroxus, but falls to Crimson Corsair. Simp, with a huge comeback, gets the win against Fnatic, and they move on to the finals.
They did it exactly as they should have, and just how they have won in the past, by getting enough momentum and stopping short Fnatic. Fnatic winning first on Himmelsdorf, then draws on Steps and Mines Runeberg. They take it, but then Ensk. Ensk is where they slowed it down. They stopped it, and Fnatic was unable to keep that level of performance that they wanted to right after that cliff. Prokhorovka dropping very quickly in favor of Simp.
This series at first seemed to be in control of Fnatic, but then it changed, it shifted. And we've seen this in the past from Simp. That hyper-aggression was so huge on Cliff. That's when it changed.
Yeah.
That's when it changed.
It was so uncharacteristic, you could say, of Simp. So it's one of those things that they don't do, especially Ruinberg. I think Ruinberg was the big surprise for me.
Yes.
With Simp.
Even though it didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, but it could have, if they played it differently and perhaps a little bit better focus fire, a few little things here and there. Ruinberg could have gone in their favor. And of course, Fnatic handled the situation rather well. But you were talking about on Cliff. Cliff is another situation where they handled it perfectly.
Yes.
And it was aggression from Simp that did it. And I think it's the contrast. It's where sometimes Simp will just play defensively. They will defend, and they will win at it because they're very good at defending. Then there's other times where they're going to throw you off now. They're going to decide, I'm just going to go at you. And you're not going to expect it because you're preparing for me to defend.
The simple fact now, Rookhill, is that the finals will contain a previous championship team, Simp, and #RU.
I don't even know.
And the third, fourth place team will be Fnatic and RBIS.
Yes.
And that will be the next series upcoming, that third, fourth place match. That will still be a best of 7. After that will be the finals. And then we will crown our champion with a $50,000 check. This is huge.
Yes.
#RU could potentially beat Simp and become our next champion.
I mean, they could.
And vice versa. Simp could be 2-time champions.
Well, Simp is now coming off of a very nice, clean win at the very, maybe not, I shouldn't say clean, maybe I should say a win where they're going to feel pretty good. Cliff, Prokhorovka, Sand River all in a row, instead of maybe some back and forth where they might be feeling kind of strange. I think they're going to be feeling much better after the win against Fnatic instead of maybe if it hadn't gone quite as clean, but...
It was.
I think.
What's clean? What's considered clean?
I think when you finish a series with Cliff, Prokhorovka, Sand River like that, you probably feel a lot better than if it had been maybe a win earlier in the series and then a loss or here or there towards the end.
I look forward to hearing from MacG, who I believe is joining Waffles right now for an in-depth interview and look at some of the incredible replays for some of the incredible plays that we saw from Simp. Waffles, take it away.
Oh my God. Let's just start with that. MacG, first question, has your butt unclenched?
Not yet, I don't know. I can't really tell. It's hard to feel.
Well, you just punched your ticket to the finals against #RU, obviously. It was kind of a climb back victory. Did it look to everyone like maybe you had to throw your playbook out a few games in? It looked like you had to start getting a lot more aggressive. Is that so?
Well, Fnatic, we gave them the lead, and when you're in the lead, you can do a lot of really good things. And Fnatic did a lot. They did an amazing job defending their lead. We just, we timed it right. We played perfectly. There's a lot of luck in there, and much love to Fnatic. They're amazing, and things just went our way in those last 3 battles.
So we've got a replay we're going to play. You need to explain to me that full boat rush. You guys went ham up Ruinberg. What was that about?
We knew they had the 4 autoloaders that wouldn't be able to shoot us. The idea was we'd kill 2 of the 50s, and then it'd be 5-on-3. It didn't go exactly as planned. Our 50s only got 4 shots out each. We never actually practiced that before. We knew about it. That was something we had in our pocket that we have practiced it before, just not extensively. It's not one of our default strats, but we pulled it out, and unfortunately, it didn't work for us.
Do you guys have any words for #RU before you face them in the grand final?
Good luck. Congratulations on getting here, and I hope we both have fun.
Well, I certainly think they have their hands full after the way these guys just played that last match. Make sure you guys stick around for more Tanks action after this.
Clutch, what do you think about bringing the IS-3 on steps?
Did you know I'm learning Mandarin? Konnichiwa.
Hello. My name is Randall Rukil.
Ruse rules. Don't fry bacon without a shirt.
Oh my gosh! Rukil, did you see that T1 Amarak? Unbelievable! First play of the game. How ridiculous is Clutch? Seriously.
I was Simp's #1 main scout, North America server.
So, Clutch, I heard you like the T-32.
Well,
what do you think?
hold on a second.
Sorry, I was just admiring myself. That'll look great on Instagram.
Forward is the best direction. Nailed it.
Alright guys, we had a blast. Thanks for watching WGLNA Season 4. Rukil, what do you think?
Good guys games night.
That was probably the best media piece of all time. Everybody totally nailed it on the impersonations of Clutch and Rukil. The finals are coming up. We're not there yet. Before we can get to that big shebang, we need to find out who is taking home the 3rd and 4th place prizes. 3rd place is going to take home $8,000. 4th place is going to take home $4,000. So we're talking big money. It's on the line, it's wanted, and it's going to happen right now. Tweet at us, send us the #WGLNA, and let us know who you think the MVP should be for the Season 4 finals. That is all I have to say on the stage right now. I'm going to throw it over to the desk where Clutch and Rukil, well, they're never, oh gosh, those impersonations, I'm telling you, just so good. I give you guys a lot of love. There we go.
All right, hold on.
He's doing it again, isn't he?
Got it. All right.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I'll send that one on Twitter later. Well, Rukil, here we are, 3rd, 4th place match. What is happening? Fnatic versus RBIS.
Hey, it's going to be a good match. I really look forward to this kind of a thing. Arbis versus Fnatic. It's going to be 2 teams which, in the past, has given us some very enjoyable matches. Fnatic, though, I'm not sure how they're going to be playing coming off a loss. They don't get a chance to do that a lot.
True. New experience, maybe.
Maybe a bit of a new experience. So we haven't seen them lose in any double eliminations and have to recover from that. So I really don't know how to expect or what to expect from them. If they can get it back together, should play fine. But if their mentality continues off of Simp, Arbis might be able to throw them down into 4th place.
It's a lot of maybes and ifs and theory crafting.
That's all we can do until something happens.
I know. Well, let's look at the history of RBIS and see if that can lay the groundwork to what can potentially happen to these teams by looking at week number 1 versus Victoria's Secret. Cliff was a loss. Himmelsdorf was a win. Ruenberg lost. Prohorovka, win and win. And now against Victoria's Secret, this is a team that they faced in the Silver League many, many times. A rival. Friends as well. I mean, a respectable rival. But when they got the victory against Victoria's Secret, to us we thought, okay, that's great. This is a team that they faced many, many times. How are they going to fare against the veteran teams? You look at their overall record, they've lost against all the veteran teams. They lost against Top Tier, they lost against #RU, and they lost against Simp.
But who did they win against?
They were no longer the underdogs after they took the win against Simple Tankers. And this was the biggest victory that they had throughout their entire regular season. Their wins were against Victoria's Secret, C'est La Vie, Fun Gaming, and Simple Tankers. I'll talk about the Simple Tankers match in a bit, but that Fun Gaming match is where that mentality, that talk that they had in their interview regarding we're going to play the game. And if you're going to play the game of camping, we're going to camp. If you're going to play the game of aggression, we're going to aggress. And when they played 3 draws in a row against Fun Gaming and then got the win, they played for the rest of the draws and got the victory. And that's where it started to be a downturn for Fun Gaming altogether.
But where does Arbus bring that to Fnatic?
That's a tough question to answer because Fnatic is going to play both. They're going to play both the aggression and the defense. They're going to play both the passive and the reactive.
And I think this is where it gets really complicated.
It does. And also, RBIS is the team that took down Simp. And if they can take down Simp vicariously, people would place their bets that they could take down Fnatic as well.
Yeah. Any given Sunday. Or Saturday in this case.
Any given Saturday, yeah. The prediction is a tough one to forecast, honestly, because of RBS playing so reactive. The thing is, if Fnatic can take a page out of Simp's book of what happened in that last series by surprising the enemy, if a draw happens, because we were all getting complacent, right? Okay, 10 minutes is over. It went to a draw. What's happening? Oh, well, I see. It's going to be super hyper-aggressive in battle number 2, battle number 3, battle number 4, and it changes the momentum. We have had an opportunity to speak with some of the players here. We had Aquavolt join us at our studio in Burbank at the beginning of the season, but we had an opportunity to sit with Precambrian to get to learn a little bit more about him and his story. Let's take a look.
Hi guys, I am Precambrian, captain of RBIS, and this is my story. So I'm currently a college student starting my 3rd year at Cornell University. I am a chemistry and chemical biology major with a double major in economics. I work part-time as a research assistant in a lab that focuses on olfaction in mammal brains, specifically rats. So one of the most difficult things I've had to do through my time as a World of Tanks player is balance my time with all of the other commitments that I've made, such as, college classes, my job as a research assistant, things like that. I think most important thing is knowing where the sacrifices need to come from. So, during tournament seasons, my pub match play basically drops to 0. Any sort of gaming that I'm doing is basically just all tournaments, all WGLNA. I might only spend, a couple of hours each week playing tanks, so sometimes it gets a little hard, I get a little bit rusty. I lose a lot of T1 fights. I'm not going to blame it all on rust, but a lot of the time, I'm not as quick as I need to be. But I think I do a pretty good job of it. Basically, my plans for the future are pretty interesting. I'm trying to graduate a semester early from college and apply to medical school, hopefully get in there and go from there, become a doctor. I mean, if I do successfully apply to medical school and get accepted, I think World of Tanks is probably going to have to come to a close at that point. The life of a medical student is not compatible with tanking, but I'll definitely give it my best shot to see if I can keep going. Shout out to my main man, Drynitz. You were right. I mean, balancing college and tanks, it wasn't that hard after all. I managed to do it. And, the fact that we're here, I don't really want to be here, playing at the finals in front of a crowd, competing for $50,000, but it's whatever. Play's higher than you guys, so what are you going to do?
All right, well, it's intriguing to get to learn more of these players outside of the game, but to see how they're going to perform tonight. And they're playing for a $4,000 difference. Third place, $8,000. 4th place, $4,000.
Well, that's certainly worth it. Double your money.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Taking a look at, again, Fnatic, oh man, this is their first loss this entire season.
That hurts, man. And it was not the prettiest thing to finish a series with.
No. I would definitely say that RBIS is the underdog in this series.
Yes.
Record, experience, talent, you could say. But we said the same thing when they faced Simp. And look what happened. They got that win.
Yeah, they could surprise us here. I think it depends very heavily on Fnatic in this case. However, we should note that Arbis is coming off a loss as well.
Yes.
They did not lose gracefully, I think, to #RU. It was a 1-3. With a few draws in there, yes. But it was still a 1-3, which it's got to hurt. And I wonder how they reacted to that after they got off the stage, when they got together and they talked about it. Did they say, wow, that hurt? Or did they say, we can do better, we can get third place, we can still kind of come back from this? It doesn't matter if it's Simp or Fnatic, and now, of course, it's Fnatic, which is scary enough.
I want to talk about that series that RBS had against Simple Tankers, and that's when they became no longer the underdogs.
Okay.
And that was huge. So Prohorovka, it was a win for RBIS, which we thought, what is happening? Because that is the map for Simple Tankers, at least in Season 4. On Cliff, they lost. On Himmelsdorf, they lost. And then they took the mine on wins. And then they took the win on steps. And a lot of it was due to the power of the T-32. And I'm not being just, classic clutch. Yeah, take with no cons. It was the heat performance of the T-69s bouncing against, or not penetrating, those T-32 holes. And in 2 instances, that allowed RBIS to survive the onslaught that was happening from Simple Tankers and return fire and get the kills.
Yeah, and in that one, Carbon Ward was there. And that's a big thing. Carbon Ward is not here today. He was that T-32, and he did 1,707 damage in that battle, which is more than anyone else in there. You didn't have anyone from Simple Tankers in that one doing quite as much. So, that could actually bring up an interesting point, which is that Carbon Ward was not here. And that hurt their ability to perform. He's a very talented player. He's not going to carry the team alone, but you need your starters. You need those people who are always going to perform. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get Carbon Ward out here.
RBIS effectively used the eastern side of mines with their 1390s to tie up the series against Simple Tankers. That was big. I'm a huge east side proponent, I know. It's a bit of a running gag, but in all seriousness, it was effective in that instance, and it was effective for Simp in an instance as well. Battle 5 took place on steps, and once more, that's where the T-32s came into play against those T-69. The behaviors of the T-69 play has changed because of the heat nerf that had happened a number of patches ago.
Oh, God.
And
it was like the beginning of Season 2 area?
Yeah.
I think it was around that time.
That's when the RD changes were happening as well.
RD changes happened Season 1, before Season 1. I think T-69 changes came like a little ways after that. Yeah.
Currently waiting for both teams to finish up their setup on their computers. We want to give them adequate time in order for them to be comfortable to play at their best. As we continue to look at the history of these teams, let's check in with Fnatic. The closest series that they had up until this moment was against the Cunninghams. And the losses that had happened against the Cunninghams was on Prohorovka and Himmelsdorf. The losses that they had against Simp was on Cliff, Prohorovka, and then the tiebreaker. So Prohorovka has not been the map.
No, it really hasn't for them. And they do seem to draw on mines a lot, even against in the Cunninghams. So
yeah.
Another one. And then, of course, we've talked about how they've had trouble on Himmelsdorf. But Ensk has always been a good map for them. And so is Cliff. Just take a look at their previous series, except for Cliff. Cliff was weird. That one was weird. Usually it was a bit more one-sided with
that was the east side opening for Fnatic against the Cunninghams on Cliff. It was those 3 attacks, that 3-pronged approach, and how effective it was. It was great to see. But that was the type of aggression and creativity in the sense of the current meta, right? What's the standard to play on that map? The creativity that these teams would bring, especially Fnatic, that would lead to these wins. The reverse happened against them with Simp. It was Simp pushing on Cliff in the center. It was Simp going crazy, even though it didn't work in their favor, but Simp going crazy on Rulenberg.
Yeah.
Straight up, they lost their minds on Rulenberg, and it was really fun to see. I know the crowd loved it.
You could hear that, certainly. I could hear it through the headsets, and they're supposed to be sound canceling, but no. Not in that situation.
Here we see Militant 83 putting on the headsets here.
A moment ago, I saw Soviet. He did not look happy.
No.
Well, could be my perception. I think I see a more sober-looking Fnatic at this point.
Well, this is the furthest they have fallen in the WGLNA.
Yeah,
They've always been first or second place.
And this will be at best third, at worst fourth, which, you know, it's not bad. I mean, it's certainly not what they wanted.
But Fnatic holds themselves to a very high standard. There we see the team captain, Agatron, currently waiting. Still waiting for the teams to finish up their settings. They should be good to go. Now Precambrian putting on his headset.
All right,
They've had plenty of time to finish up their settings here.
Yeah.
Admins are telling them it's time to go.
See players getting into the training room. We don't have the full team yet. We're getting very, very close at this point.
I mentioned that series of Refuse to Die with Fnatic.
What happened in that again?
That was where Soviet was on Prohorovka. Similar setup to the north, peeks up over the railroad tracks, gets the shot on the T1 and then falls back down.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
That saved that battle. And he couldn't accomplish the same thing.
Well, in that situation, you had Nagatron and then Soviet, I believe. Or was it Friction that peeked on over and were able to get those T1 kills necessary? It was just the response.
Nagatron got the first one.
Yes, but the response from Simp was better in that situation. Refused to Die in the past, when they were in that situation, doing the fast cap on the screen, did not have as much aggression right in the face of their opponent. So they instead of sitting back and letting them make get the resets, they went instead and said, let's just go up and over. Let's try and just make a fight happen and have the cap happen at the same time. They're going to waste shells on the T1s. When that happens, they're going to have less shells in the autoloaders. Let's just go. So it's recognizing that you can put obstacles for your opponent to have to deal with that will pretty much set them up to lose.
Let's talk about the playoffs for both these teams, as we're still waiting for them to finalize their setups. RBIS in the playoffs face the Cunninghams. Draw, draw, draw. 3 draws in a row. Himmelsdorf, Prohorovka, and Steps. Then a win on Ensk. Then a loss on Mines. Then in the tiebreaker, RBIS did more damage than the Cunninghams. That's where we saw the Lorraine 155-51, which was fun to see for the Cunninghams.
It was very cool to just watch the Lorraine work. And I don't know, it wasn't that effective though. Using artillery generally in 742 just isn't worth it. They're just not worth the points. They can be potent, but not at what they're worth. Tier 8 artillery is not accurate enough usually, or potent enough if it is accurate enough, or it's worth too many points and you don't have enough hit points. There's just, Arty is not as efficient as other tanks.
That's true, and we saw that demonstrated when the Cunninghams chose that tank. Well, speaking of efficiency, Real Kill, and tank choices, there's another tank out there, a premium tank, that some say is fun to play, but maybe not the most efficient when it comes to speed. Let's take a look at tank facts for the TOG 2.
Here we explore tank facts about the TOG 2. The TOG 2 is an endangered species from the remote island of Great Britain. It is considered endangered because this tank's natural habitat, trench warfare, is no longer a viable method of combat. The TOG 2 is a monstrous tank capable of absorbing 1,400 hit points before it explodes in a ball of nostalgia. For size comparison, the TOG 2 is longer than a mouse, and I don't mean the furry kind. One thing that everyone can agree on is the TOG 2 is very, very slow, like a turtle or a boat. Really? Whoa! Coming in hot? The TOG 2 may move like a turtle, but it's a turtle with laser beams. The OQF 17-pounder Mark 7 gun can fire 12 rounds per minute. When using APCR rounds, this gun can penetrate up to 239 millimeters of armor. Despite its speed, the TOG 2 proves that in battle, slow and steady wins the race. With laser beams.
The TOG 2 is the first premium tank I ever purchased, and the TOG 2 is the first premium tank I ever sold.
All right, I still keep mine. You see, what you have to do is you don't have to play it for like earning. What you do is you team up with your friends, battle, find any map with a river on it, and then only drive in the river and speak in nautical terms.
And how does that gone for you so far?
It's gone amazingly, actually. You should speak to maybe some members of Fnatic and Simp about it. We've had some fun with that.
I'll stick with my T-34. That's what I use to gain my credits.
Did you get it before it was switched from a Tier 9 to a Tier 8 premium?
No, I got it when it was a Tier 8.
Oh, dude, you would have gotten a free Tier 8 premium tank.
I know. I missed that bandwagon.
And then you would have gotten an M103.
That's a great tank, too, except the turret ring breaks all the time.
Well, that's kind of an American tank thing, I think.
Wow.
At least in
shots fired.
That's generally what has to happen for the turret ring to break.
Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown has begun for the two teams for the third, fourth place match here. The first battle will take place on Ensk between the two.
And as we get very close to this, we are going to have probably, I'm guessing 5100 IS-3 combos for both teams, but it's a matter of which combination, 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, or 3 IS-3s, 2 5100s.
Yeah, that's
pretty much what it's going to come down to.
That is a standard deviation. Standard deviation. Taking a look at potential choices right now. Still 5100s or IS-3s, but waiting for the final confirmation for both the team members.
Oh, hey, I recognize that little tank.
Little tank model. We've been giving out a lot of tank models. Jagdpanther P.
Really?
It's PAX. The PAX floor show.
Oh, are they accurate?
I think so.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't think we'd give them out as a prize if they weren't accurate.
Well, I mean,
think the chieftain has to approve every toy that we give out.
I think he's actually here.
Yes.
Walking around.
Yes.
Yeah, he stopped by, said hi.
Yes.
Unless he left by now, but I think
he's a tall gentleman. He was about your eye level, standing at the bottom of the floor while we're at the stage.
Look, I'm not short. I'm just not tall like you people.
Oh, it's okay.
That was rude to say you people. I'm sorry. Tall people are normal people.
Standard.
Too.
Standard size.
Yeah.
I am a little bit on the tall side.
A little bit?
6'2". Or I don't know. I come from 6'2". Is normal? I don't know. It's all about perspective, right? It's all about perspective.
And yours is about a few inches higher than mine.
A little bit. 5100s are definitely selected for these teams. Battle number 1 will take place on Ensk between Fnatic and RBIS. Third place, what's at stake? $4,000 difference. $8,000 for third place, $4,000 for fourth place, ladies and gentlemen. Rukiel, let's go ahead and detail the tank choices.
All right, looks like we're going to have 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of Arbis. Fnatic will be bringing the exact same thing. That's 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
It is
just so you know.
A mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's introduce our two teams. First up on the screen, it is the team in the red. Ladies and gentlemen, it is RBIS. And the team in the north. Previous champions of the WGLNA, now fighting for third place. They are Fnatic. Rukia, what do we have for initial movements?
All right, well, it looks like we've got east side from Arbis, Fnatic taking the northwest. So an imitation, or at least a very similar rollout to what we saw from Simp last time this went, and Arbis taking much the same strategy as Fnatic did. We'll have to see how this one plays out. I guess if Fnatic wants to take it the same way Simp does, we'll see a split. But I expect that Fnatic is going to decide to go for a more conservative approach and defend most of the time. They're going to have to salvage relics if they can, because there are a lot of tanks moving up, and relics is a bit cut off, just a smidge.
Jackie Rudo turning the corner past Antonio Handsome. They're going to stay together in the village. RBIS favoring the eastern side. Still no fire on either side of the teams.
there's a little pinging going on from Arbus, indicating positions. Relics is going to get himself out of there, and it looks like he'll do so safely. There we go. And he's safe. That's going to keep the T1 alive for Fnatic, allowing them a little bit more freedom and perhaps cap pressure that they could put on later in this battle, instead of having to be forced into a defensive position. There was a lot of pain. There was a lot of pain.
Jackie Rudo fires and takes down Precambrian for the first blood.
All right.
Just like that.
It was abrupt. Just gets himself spotted, and that was actually on the ball shot right there from Jackie Rudo.
Antonio Handsome and Jackie still holding together in the corner, and the rest of RBIS is going to fall back.
Huh. Now this is looking like Sims play. Look at that. We've got the T1 moving down south, T8's with him to escort. So we've got Friction Naga Soviet moving down south, and then in the north, we've still got one of the T1s. And looks like, is that Nagatron actually blind firing a little bit? I think he just took down a little cover and was looking for Aquavolt. Oh, Relics fires towards Aquavolt as he tries to get out, and now he is under pressure to try to not die.
It's a good plan, Relics. Do not die. Let's check in with
die.
Nagatron.
He might get it. He might actually make it out after driving in the open for almost 30 seconds. I guess Fnatic is just not quite in position. Soviet not able to get that angle.
And he makes it.
Yeah, freedom. Go, Aquavolt, go. And now he's going to go towards the north cap. I mean, from this, he can maybe make counter cap pressure, but very easily Fnatic can throw Naga or Relics back there, or even one of the Tier 8s, and probably do just fine.
Six minutes, 30 seconds.
And Fnatic has map control. You've got Arbus in a very safe, defensive, southeast position. Looks like Ox Mathis wants to go across and actually maybe begin some kind of attack, which could go okay, with the exception of the distances they would have to travel across might allow for Fnatic to get enough damage to really mess them up.
Friction continues to hang in the keyhole position. Militant 83 is shooting into the woods.
Sure.
Trying for some blind fire towards a potential position of some of those T1s that like to scout on the eastern side. No dice yet.
He could find Aqua pretty soon. If Aqua decides to go north. He seems to be kind of waiting around a little bit. I think he wants one of the T8s to join him, but it doesn't look like Anomalable is going to be moving up too quickly, too soon. As Aqua is now going to stop trying to destroy things. That's you jerk.
Still firing. And Antonio now peeking around the corner. Aiming towards the flag cap to the south.
There's a little more blind fire from Militant. Aquavolt, I think, noticed. And now we've got, again, Arbus unwilling, I think, to really do much of any aggression right now. They're feeling risky. I mean, it is Fnatic, after all, that they're about to face.
Yes.
And in a situation where they're coming off a loss, you have to try and get yourself collected here. Maybe figure out what your opponent's feeling as well. They're trying to figure out if Fnatic is in the same place they are, unwilling to take any huge risks right off the bat, or if they still, are in it. They're not shaken. They're not in YOLO mode, as it were.
YOLO mode.
Yeah, think about it. Like a team comes off a loss, like, it's third, fourth, whatever, and they just start driving forward.
Yeah, that has worked for some teams.
It has.
In WGLNA.
From time to time, but not after a while. In a best of 7, going full YOLO mode would probably go rather poorly after two battles.
Yeah, 2 battles is a fair assessment, I would think.
Yeah,
one is a novelty, like, oh, that was neat. 2 is what is happening.
Yeah.
We're better than this. So Jackie Rudo's going to stay in one position, firing towards The same northern section for blind fire at 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Friction looking through the keyhole again. No dice, no shots on either side.
We'll see. Akiyama's in a really great position, though. High ground covering across the cap. If he sees Soviet, he's going to have easy shots. Nagatron, if he can get a beat on, will be an easy shot. Friction will have to go down to, I guess that's Sella in the 5100.
Follow back, there's Nagatron next to the flag cap.
Safe T1 position, really solid right there. I think he might be able to get shot through one of the train cars if... Yeah, I think Unknownable might be able to get one of those. If he moves forward and is able to snake it in there. Might be able to kill Nagatron, but I think Naga might spot that.
Shot fired towards Nagatron's potential position next to that truck.
I guess that must have been Ox Mathis, or...
Yeah, most likely it was Ox Mathis.
It was, yeah.
He's the closest tank around the corner. Unknowable, hey. He's joining in for the fight here.
Oh, and look at that, Militant Friction. Right behind. They're moving on up, and we've got now what looks like a fast cap waiting to happen, but the response from Arbus is appropriate. They've got legit Sella, Unknownable, and Akiyama moving in, and that will begin the cap. Militant taking 306 to begin this engagement.
And Friction and Nagatron ready to share some HP, but also guard these T1s. Friction gets lit up, 781.
Like, it looks like Unknownable is just going to go forward under all of this fire. Doesn't even care and just move in for the fight. They've got an interesting little wall going on here. T1 goes down. Relics will not be able to live through this one, but Nagatron could be well enough protected to make it, as Antonio Handsome is moving in to begin covering and forcing legit back.
18 seconds left. Nagatron still has a good placement. IS-3 goes down, still guarding the T1. Friction fires back, takes down legit. Ox Mathis now pushing up, trying to get that shot on Nagatron. And they take down Friction, resetting the points, and Nagatron falls. RBIS still has 5 of their tanks left alive. Fnatic down to 3, down to 2. Antonio Handsome falls. Soviet and Jackie Rito now on the run with 53 seconds left for RBIS to close this out.
All right, Soviet's going to start running. He does not have enough shells. And this is incredibly surprising. You'd think Fnatic would have had a more forceful aggression, maybe with a screen involved or some kind of better north aggression, but Jackie Rito didn't feel like he was as dangerous in this one. He made a few shots hit out there, but it didn't feel like the brutally efficient Fnatic on Ensk that we're used to. It was a little weird. And then Arbus was able to defend pretty well in the situation. It looks like Jackie, though, has the potential to bring this one back. It is a 3v2 with 5100s in the positions that they are. You've got Jackie Rudo with one angle on the cap and Soviet with another in just a moment. Sella is sitting at 598, which is about 2 shells even.
And it is a draw as time has run out.
Okay.
Between Fnatic and Sim.
I was not paying attention to that clock.
I was.
Good for you.
I was.
And the next map will be...
I'll have to wait and find out.
Cliff.
Selection. Oh, it's Cliff? Oh, great. Okay.
Yes. The next map will be Cliff, followed by Himmelsdorf. And after Himmelsdorf, we will have Ruinberg. And then Mines, Steps, and Prague.
Ox Mathis did the most damage out of his team. He was 4 for 18. Jumping over to Antonio Handsome, he did the most damage in the game, 6 for 6.
Not bad.
In the 5100. He got taken out by Ox Mathis, though.
I was thinking Jackie Rudo was going to do a little bit better. He was able to pick up 3 kills. And he fired a heck of a lot that battle. So I really have no indicator of the after game of just how many shots he may have missed out of the ones he was actually trying to aim. So I saw at least 2 of them miss, which going right down the train tracks, which is kind of a file that's... at that range, I mean, misses happen, just based on RNG. Shots go high, shots go low. But for the most part, I would have expected him to be able to connect from that range, which is only about 300 and some change on meters, I think.
Friction did not break 1,000 damage, neither did Militant or Soviet. On the other side, yeah, only 2 tanks that broke 1,000 damage. It was Oxmathis and Legit on RBIS. Noble, Sella, and Akiyama. 861, 735, and 608 respectively.
Not bad for the damage-wise. If this were to go to a draw, which, I mean...
Draw series.
Draw series. I mean, that's pretty nice for him.
Not too bad. Still close enough. Cliff will be battle number 2 between Fnatic and RBIS in the 3rd, 4th place match.
Looks like Soviet's a little happier than he was a moment ago.
Real kill, what do we have for tanks?
Looks like we've got 2 T69s, 3 1390s, 2 T1 Cunninghams for Arbus. Fnatic, we have 2 5100s, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. It is an all autoloader battle, and we will be watching to see if the 2 T69s can outdamage the 5100s. I'm looking for an early engagement from Arbus.
Let's go ahead and follow Nagatron for a bit to see the opening. Oh, he took a little bit of damage from his team. The opening run for the T1s to scout. Tony Hansom's going to overtake him as Soviet's going to move to the front. So now jumping on Soviet.
And this is going to turn into an opening engagement. Soviet, Jackie Rudo, and Tony Hansen out in the open. Legit, Oxmathis, and Anomalable moving into the high ground. They will be able to get there as Jackie Rudo is going to take the first hits from Akiyama and Precam. Those T69s are loaded early in this battle. Oh, Precam, yes, is moving in, and T1's are doing damage. Legit gets the kill. They trade it for Aquavolt, but then they take down Antonio Hansen. Jackie is sitting low, and he will go down to Legit.
Incredible play from RBIS. Fnatic was not prepared for this as they both were going up that 1-2 line. Friction is low. Nagatron almost falls to Precambrian. He tries to get behind the rocks. Selling Akiyama. Peeking around the corner. Precambrian takes down Nagatron. Only 3 tanks remain. Friction gets hit from behind for 249. He falls. Militant gets shut up for a volley of 700. Oh, man. He is hurting. 1201. And Precambrian even gets in on the action.
But he's going to switch his to relics, but Legit might be the one to steal this. Kaboom.
Oxmathis from behind, going for the ram damage. Doesn't get the kill. And can't fire yet. And there he gets it.
All right.
Militant falls, and RBIS puts the first point on the board.
Well, that was decisive. They had the jump. The 1390s got to the high ground incredibly fast. And the Fnatic 1390s just kind of went to a random rock in the open. That was very strange for me. Do you see what they were maybe going for with that?
I think they were just completely committing to the 1-2 line. And then once they scouted each other's tanks, they went, uh-oh, and they went to the closest cover they could find. That was it.
And I don't think that was quite the right move. They should have kept going in that situation and probably would have been just fine.
But
Here we have that push.
Sylvie goes, oh, hey, let me hide behind the rock. Jackie Rudo, me 2. And Tony Hansen, me 3. It's not enough cover.
They cannot share this. There's nowhere for Jackie Rudo to hide. He doesn't have room to maneuver. And then they're walking all over each other in this situation. Even Precam probably could have even gotten a kill if given enough time in the situation. And those 1390s on the high ground completely dominate this setting. They have a beautiful angle right down at their opponents who, when they come out in the open, there's not a whole lot you can do. They don't have to worry even about the armor of anything potentially bouncing. I mean, flat shots on the top of 1390s, 5100s, easy.
Yeah. Maybe too early to call, and it is. But if RBIS is able to take down Fnatic in this series, they need a new nickname.
What would that be?
Kingslayers.
All right. That could be pretty good.
Yeah.
Would we cut off one of their hands?
No.
Would someone cut off one of their hands?
No.
But that's what happens when you're a Kingslayer.
No. What happens when you're Jaime Lannister?
Nickname.
Looking at the damage being done. T69, 7 for 8. 1687. AMX 1390, 6 for 7, 1268. 5 for 8 for Akiyama at 1208. Unknowable. Unknowable. Unknowable.
Unknowable.
Unknowable.
Unknowable.
I don't like it.
Call him Nom Nom. Just say Nom Nom.
Unknowable. Unnominable.
It's really easy. It's unnominable.
17 seconds left on the countdown. Real kill. Let's go ahead and jump into tanks.
All right, looking at those, we have 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams for Arbus, and then Fnatic has 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams. It's that mirror matchup yet again.
Yeah, it's exciting to see this mirror matchup. Who is going to perform better with the same tanks?
It's the bread and butter of Himmelsdorf. 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s. Those battle buddies. Unnominable Ox Mathis for Arbus, Fnatic, Militant 83, and Friction. The two of them do very well together. They talked about that in the interview. When we asked about MVP with Fnatic, do you remember? It was, I believe they talked, it was Soviet and Nagatron. They were asked, who is the MVP of your team? And they answered Militant 83. And they then went on to discuss how he performs very well with Friction, who is an IS-3. And Friction is one of the callers. He helps lead the team. And so Militant will just very well do his job, guards for Friction, does pretty much, the description was pretty much that he does everything that you should do when you're playing with someone else, when someone is your partner in this game.
Well, Fnatic's going to join forces going up to the hill.
Choo-choo train of death.
On Himmelsdorf. And they will not see any tanks from RBIS since they've committed towards the west of the map.
They could find an Aquavault.
Oh, that's very possible.
Delicious, delicious Aquavault. Slogan.
We had a good time with Aquavault when he was in town at Burbank. Oh, Precambrian falls to Nagatron of the T1 battle on the west side.
He kind of drove out in the open for that one.
Yeah.
Well, with that, we're going to have Arbus not as flexible to take the north in this situation. Fnatic, though, I don't think they've been discovered on the hill at all. Aquavault has left the eastern portion of the map, and I think they're going to send up the one line. Precam has, however, discovered that there's an absence of tanks in the northwest. Just a T1 there to get the kill, which could mean we could see Arbus try and re-aggress up here, sending Aquavault up there instead of, I don't know, something else. Which something else looks like they're going to go for a defense, expecting an east side play. After having seen nothing in the northwest. Makes sense, right?
Sure.
Thank you. I was wondering, I was like, are you deciding?
I was processing. I was processing. I was also seeing who's going to go down first here on the hill, and it's Soviet.
Is it kind of a split that they're going for? I see tanks going back north.
Yes. One of the tanks is still staying on top of the hill itself.
Oh, that's weird. That's Antonio, right?
It's Antonio. Jack Irido's the one that's heading back.
So a base defender, 3 tanks to go hit up the 8 line, and they're going to send the 2 T1s down the 8 line. So fast cap is, that's what it looks like here. You're going to bring the T1s down, maybe have someone to play the floater, the tank that's just going to stay by himself, not have anyone with him, and maybe defend the base / create a flank if the opportunity arises, that kind of thing. In the meantime, the defense for Arbus looks like it's just create crossfire, blow tanks up. No deep intricacies here. And Sela is unable to connect on the first shell. Now towards Militant 83 and his guys.
Friction, Soviet, Militant 83. Poking around the corner.
Now Sela's on reload. That's interesting. Actually, could be smart timing, especially if Fnatic hesitates to make this aggression. If they don't, and they just start going for it, Sela will come into the fight a little bit late. Might not be a bad thing if he can pace it correctly. But if it happens too soon and Sela isn't able to come back from that lack of damage, we could see Fnatic take this one to fast cap or just roll over their enemy.
Yeah, they're making that approach. Still one of the tanks is hanging back. Antonio Handsome to the northern section, clearing that side by going across.
That float position that I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
Yeah. You stay separate from the group. You're able to defend the base. You're able to bring in a flank. You're given the freedom to do what you like.
It's like the quarterback position in the shotgun play.
No. I wouldn't call it a quarterback.
I do.
Okay.
You can run the option.
Well, we do have an interesting play, though, coming in for Fnatic. They're going to go for the fast cap, I think, but look out for the flank is what we should be seeing. Sella has been very effective in being flexible. Jackie Rudo takes down Aquavolt.
Militant 83 and Friction now about ready to round the corner.
And that's it. They're looking the right way. Akiyama and Sella looking north with Anomalwall and Oxmathis covering the cap. Fnatic has the T1 advantage. They also will have a T8 that they can bring into flank if they so choose. Antonio Handsome. Sella looks like he might do about the same thing if Arbus feels like it. Relics will go down. And is Nagatron going to be able to get in alive? No.
Nope, he's down.
But that is a lot of wasted shells. And Akiyama's going to take one for 352. As here they come around the corner. And the pinch will begin. Militant taking 1,166 right at the beginning. And there's a bounce that will keep him alive ever so slightly longer. He will go down to legit, though.
Soviet around the corner. Ready to land a couple more shots. He gets the kill against Akiyama. Friction so close to falling with 11 HP. He does go down. 3 against 3.
It depends on the reloads right now. We've got 3 5100s with like 2 IS-3s in 5100. Oxmathis and Anomalwall have a huge window right now to just take this entire battle back into their hands between their alpha. But Antonio is at full health. Oh, and a miss. That could really come back to bite them.
Oxmathis, you can't miss in those type of scenarios. Legit still on a long reload.
Oh, there's
Jackie takes a hit for 406.
Can he escape? Gets around the corner just in time. Legit is chasing him down. And Fnatic needs to salvage this situation. Oxmathis will have a window shot. And
oh, beautiful.
Oh, that was a lot of shells all at once.
Antonio Handsome, full health. Now chased by 3 tanks. Soviet on the run. Soviet gets a nice hit. Legit hit from the side. Soviet fires back, but Antonio Handsome now faces Oxmathis. Fires again for 325. One more, and Oxmathis will fall, but Soviet is down.
And window for Antonio. Can he make the shot count?
Not that one.
He may have one more. And if he can make that count, then he can bring this back. Unnommable, consistent fire tank. No, it looks like Antonio Handsome's going to decide instead to go for the safe bet and put some distance between him and his opponent. Legit, unfortunately, is unable to connect in the situation. Has 1 shell left in his clip.
Antonio now puts himself on the flag cap for a couple seconds.
He's still running.
And will continue the run. Takes a shot for 389, 681.
Ooh. 1 more shell and he's got it, but he can definitely bring this one back once he gets the reload done. Anomalwall, though, he can take 2 shells. Anomalwall can certainly tank this, and if he, even with a low roll, he will kill Antonio Handsome. 390 average damage, of course. 353 left on Antonio Handsome right now. 5100.
RBS playing the smart game, going towards the flag cap.
Yep, that's a safe bet. Minute and 50 seconds left. Should be enough time.
And Legit goes first.
There we go.
Anomalwall will be second. Antonio Handsome. Come on, Anomalwall, get there.
He's going. It's just an IS-3.
Get there.
It's not a light tank. It's a heavy Soviet giant armored thing of awesome.
Best tank in space.
Space tank.
Now bringing it down to 35 seconds. Antonio Handsome will leave the cliff side. Deciding not to go over the cliff itself towards the castle, but
he's not going to get there in time.
No.
With 25 seconds left, he is way too far out. And at this point, it is going to be an Arbus cap, I believe, unless Antonio Handsome has afterburners or something.
That would be quite the equipment.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
Let's put rockets on tanks.
9 more seconds left.
You know, there was probably a military project where they did that.
Sure there was.
There's a military project.
3, 2, 1, and 0. That means RBIS takes another battle win over Fnatic.
All right.
And you see how excited Precambrian is.
Yeah. I think that was one more. That's all he's mouthing right there. Or two more, whatever.
Technically, they need 2 more.
I think that was what just happened. He says
but he
one
can
more.
say 1 more, then draw.
I mean, yeah.
Try to get it.
I think that's the way it happened, which is awesome. One more, and then someone's like, it's actually 2 more.
There's 2 more, boss. That's why I keep you around, kid. Keep me straight.
The looks from Fnatic are
we
not
have
good.
Ruinberg is the next map. That is a draw-inducing map.
This is the look from Soviet that we've seen many times before, where he does not look pleased. And that is the time you can tell that Fnatic is not in the best place. They looked that way, what was it, Global Grand, when they fought PvP. They looked the same way. And what was it, Season 3, when they were fighting against Simp and it went down. It was the same kind of look that you see on his face, and that's when you know, I think, that it's not going well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about their ability to regain momentum in this. They're going to have to bring something back, and then players are going to have to wake back up, because they look glazed over to me.
They look defeated.
Yeah.
They look defeated. We saw the same look last time when they were up against Simp, and they looked defeated when they were losing. This is, throw a little bit of commentary here on the attitudes of teams. Teams go through different experiences all the time. But the experience of loss after you're a champion is much tougher to deal with compared to an underdog team used to lose.
Because you think you still have it. You say, I did do this. I should be able to.
What's wrong? What are we doing wrong? We've done this in the past. We've done this before. And Fnatic is in that tough mental place right now. So Ruinberg will be the next battle between these 2 teams. RBIS 2 victories away from taking the series and securing their spot in 3rd place. The highest a first entry team in the Gold League has ever placed, if they're able to do so. And here we go, Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
All right, we're looking at 2 5100s, 2 IS3s, a 1390, 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of Arbus. Fnatic will be bringing 3 AMX 5100s, an IS3 1390, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. Very autoloader heavy side for Fnatic, and then you've got that Oxmathus unnommable combo for Arbus that I really enjoy seeing.
Let's check in with Relics. For his initial approach, he's going to be joined by Nagatron, the 2 T1s. Going up towards the 1 line.
And that opening run, Sella getting very, very aggressive. He could find himself free T1s. Delicious, delicious T1s. Don't turn away, Sella. They're free. And he's going to stop in the open.
Oh,
RNG shot not going to make it.
Only 11 damage from that volley from Relics.
And a wasted shot. Oh, Sella runs into Oxmathus and does 26 damage to himself. That's not that too bad. That's not too bad. Like, I mean, never mind. That is bad. It could come to bite him in the end. I mean, how many times? Do you remember when Nagatron was at literally 1 hit point after falling off of the hill in Mines?
Yeah.
And then there was like the battle literally right before that where he was at 1 hit point. He did it like twice in a row or something? Or in like the same series?
Yeah, the same series.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's why we don't run into our teammates.
Nope.
Yeah.
Every hit point counts. To the very north, Soviet is cruising that red line.
And this is probably one of the oddest things I've seen in a while. We have Arbus, the north spawning team, has taken the west. And Fnatic, the south spawning team, has controlled the east. Doesn't happen very often. Does not.
Soviet's going to dance a little bit back and forth here inside the buildings for cover and fire, blind fire. He's going to go towards them into the buildings.
Little does he know Aquavolt is sitting very, very close. And there's some more blind fire. It looks like it's coming out of Akiyama. Oxmathus as well has been throwing a shell out here and there when he can, on Nommable with him. And, well, they are set up to defend. That's a good thing for Arbus. Fnatic, of course, as you can see. Here they come. IS-3s are moving in close. Oxmathus getting into the hold-down position that he so needs. And it could be a North Cap fight, something that, I mean, is probably one of the most common occurrences on this map.
And Nagatron is close to the edge to push up towards the flag cap. So is Militant. They want to bring the fight to the north against RBIS. They have to start going for clear victories here, or else they're not going to make it if it turns into more draws. And now Militant indicating to the entire world that he's on the flag cap. Briefly try to bait out RBIS.
Oh, I just realized Militant is, you genius. He is at an angle at which he should know from where my opponent can spot me. And he's blind firing now at the position that Aquavolt is in, because he realizes I'm at this angle, it's impossible for someone to my immediate west to have spotted me because there is a building in the way. True. Also slightly northwest, not possible. There is a tank here. My light bulb has gone off, my sixth sense has indicated when I was spotted. So smart play.
Relics takes down Precambrian. The T1 tank that was at the south on the flag cap of Fnatic. That ends that pressure.
Well, that flank moving in from the south along the F line could work for Fnatic if they're able to catch him off guard. Wow, I'm actually amazed right now. This blind fire is just not working. They just can't get it for some reason. Just, you pick a spot, it's just not it. And actually Aquavolt has done a really good job of sitting it perfectly still and not getting spooked.
Militant takes a hit.
That's HE.
That's HE.
Ox Mathis. He brings HE, guys. It always does damage.
Oh, Aquavolt getting shot up from Nagatron here.
Sela engaging with Soviet. Now Sela's going to back off, but it looks like backup is coming from the south. Friction and Antonio Handsome are going to be able to move up very soon, and they could pinch on Sela as he tries to retreat.
And Nagatron goes down in a fiery blaze. Ammo racked. Happy Independence Day. Militant not really enjoying the sparklers coming out of Nagatron's take.
He probably feels pretty sad about that.
Yeah, he does. But look at this movement from Fnatic. They're sending their tanks up to the fountain, trying to cut off possibly RBIS's position.
RBIS needs to push. Pick a direction and go. We are surrounded. When you are surrounded, you pick a direction and you attack. It's like, it's one of the oldest things.
Antonio Handsome hit. 202 from Sela, who falls back.
There it is. Akiyama legit moving forward. They know they have enough hit points. Now they need to shield for each other a little bit here. Jakiro can kill. There we go. Akiyama gonna hide, moving into a better position. Gonna try and take on Militant, but Friction! There he is. Good angle, and he's able to pick him off. Now Militant will go down. That's a good trade. But now the position of Arbis is so much better. They can continue to defend. And now Fnatic is effectively attacking from the west. However, there's one tank, Jakiru, who is in the backfield.
Ox Mathis hit 321 in that total volley. So far, 4 on 4. But one of them's a T1.
And so
it's 3 tier 8s.
Ooh, 345. And Sela's gonna chase, but that might not be a very good idea.
Oh, nice shot from Anomalable. Ox Mathis still waiting on the reload. Can he get it? Yes, he can. And that's going to tie up the amount of tier 8 still left alive. But look at the amount of HP Jackie Rudo still has on the field.
Oh, and I think they may have forgotten about him for a moment. He should be reloaded shortly, and, well, everyone's going to have to take nice cover for this one. Aquavolt has managed to stay alive in his T1 throughout all of this, but he's not able to escape. They need to get that T1 out of there so that he can begin going south, going towards an objective, and begin splitting the attention of Fnatic, forcing them to do something else.
Jackie Rudo looking for an opening, sees it against Anomalable. Anomalable so low, 4 HP. Shot fire from Sela towards Jackie Rudo. Antonio Handsome and Friction are going to now push up. Ox Mathis trying to head him off. Friction hit for 679 in that volley. This is close. Jackie Rudo now pushing up against the other 2 tanks. Antonio is hit, but there goes Sela. And there goes Ox Mathis. Unnominable still solo. He falls to Jackie Rudo. Aquavolt, last tank left alive. T1, he falls, and Fnatic puts a point on the board against RBIS.
Now there's the momentum they needed to start with. Now they can follow this up on mines. And let's take a look. On mines are going to be, Fnatic will be the north side. So they've gotten used to this one once already, and I'm seeing them actually taking their headphones off.
Mine steps and Provorovka. timeout has been called from Fnatic. Precambrian still discussing with his team. You see the fire, you see the energy. And they're excited. I know they would be excited since they're up against Fnatic.
I think he's just coming up with what they need to do off of this. There was a close one last time. I mean, take a look at the post-game stats just to look at how much damage was done on either side. You may have had 3 tanks left alive, which, by the way, 2 of them broke 2K. Friction Jackie Rudo broke 2,165. Literally 20 damage difference between the 2 of them. Jackie Rudo has 2,145 from last time, and Friction has 2,165. Right behind him, Antonio does have 1,729. So really impressive damage. A bit one-sided. You had Soviet Militant not able to do much of anything. So like I guess in that one, a lot of the pressure was put on those 3 5100s to perform.
The damage value, 538 from Legit, excuse me, 535, 2 for 2. Compared to Soviet, 2 for 6. Both the autoloader tanks, but one the 5100, the other the 1390. Makes a difference.
Sometimes you just don't get a chance to deal any damage though, because you just get caught out. Like Akiyama, they tried to do the right move, find yourself getting caught out in the open by Jackie Rudo, who just gets to unload for free into you. You know, that kind of stuff happens, and then Friction gets to finish you off because, you know what? There's not a really safe escape route when you are north spawn and you're defending it from weird angles like the west, which most teams don't get the experience to play that, so they don't actually have the greatest setups ready to go. Most defenses on the north side are from the east, and your opponent attacks from the west, or they attack from the south, and it's a different scenario. This one was actually very odd because you had both teams fighting from opposite their usual situation.
Mines is going to be our next map. Mines is my favorite map in World of Tanks. Why? Because people fight each other on Mines.
Yeah.
But not in the first series. It actually turned into a draw. And the pattern has changed when they start bringing these 5100s.
When they bring slower, heavier lineups, yeah. You can do that very easily on Mines. You can bring all IS-3 5100s if you wanted to. But
or all IS-6s like Hammer Time did, and it worked.
Yeah. The reason it works...
I love how you roll your eyes whenever I bring that up.
The reason it works is because there's just so many hit points there with incredible alpha that when you bring that against something like 1390s or you bring it against 5100s, you don't need penetration, which the IS-6 is a tank that lacks really solid penetration on its gun. It has plenty of damage, but you don't need plenty of penetration when you're against 1390s and 5100s, which is what most teams will bring. Now, against some T-69s, you're going to do just fine. Very common tank, T-69 on Mines. You're going to do just fine because you have such thick armor.
Yes.
And then also, and if they're firing heat, the angle is so sharp that the heat's not going to penetrate very well. It's doing the bounce easier. And then if they're bringing AP, you've got thick enough armor to the point where the AP is not going to perform that well. And why would you load HE in a T-69? So you cannot dependably use a lot of tanks against the IS-6. You need to meet it head-on with other aggression like 5100s and IS-3s itself.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into battle number 5 of RBIS versus Fnatic. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
Well, looking at the tanks, I'm seeing 2 T-32s, T-69, 2 1390s, 2 T1 Cunninghams from Arbis. From Fnatic, I have a 5100, T-32, T-69, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
Let's check in with the movement from both teams at the beginning. RBIS in the south and the red in the north, Fnatic in the blue. And it looks like Jackie Rudo and Soviet are going straight to the center.
And this is
the same outcome.
This is familiar. Legit right below is going to spot Soviet and Jackie Rudo as they go up and over. And who do we see this with? This was this Simp earlier?
#RU versus RBIS.
Okay, that was it. They sent a tank to the exact same rock, which is very strange. Now Antonio Hansen looks like he wants to go up, and he's going to take a shell for it. Realizing that he has made a mistake, he's going to back down, but no, more shots coming out from Ox Mathis out from the outside.
Friction gets hit as well. Legit takes fire, 253. He falls back.
All right, a little damage traded back and forth for everyone. And in the end, it looks like we've got Legit and Antonio Handsome at comparable amounts of health.
Antonio Handsome pushing around the corner.
Oh, Sella forcing Friction's head down right in the middle. We've got this 2 T-32 combo yet again. Same situation where you have more hold down, more potency in the hold down than your opponent, and also nice armor. T-32. Anomal's going to bounce the shot from Friction. And there's the fast cap. Looks like Soviet, Jackie Rudo are moving in. Relics hanging behind. Precambrian going to go take him on. But the response is going to have to be quick as there are 40 seconds left. And with this, the response will be a push right over the middle. Anomal taking fire already from Militant 83 and Friction.
Militant continually firing to Anomal, and he has taken 1103 worth of damage in that volley. Legit moves to the south, but the spread from RBIS is allowing so much concentrated fire from Fnatic, and they take down Sella.
And now you've got Relics, Jackie Rudo getting off the cap. Soviet is a bit cut off, and Ox Mathis is going to be able to jump on him. But it looks like it's going to turn out to be an expertly executed bait, as Ox Mathis is now caught in the open without an escape route. Akiyama also out in the open without an escape route. They're going to have to jump on the Soviet to try and get that kill, while Akavolt goes for the cap in his T1.
Akiyama hit for 200 damage.
And his ammo rack.
Jet hit for 10, and now the tables have turned as RBIS has put a tank on the flag cap to the north. Soviet still dancing around this warehouse next to Akiyama and Ox Mathis. Jackie Rudo jumping from up top, trying to get behind Akiyama. Does he fire? No, he can't.
Does not have the angle, and Soviet's going to jump in there and say, hey,
causes a turret break. Ox Mathis could fall. Soviet lines it up. Doesn't get it. Ox Mathis gets a kill.
Not bad play right there from 1390. We've got Militant 83 about to move in. Legit just jumping on him. And there he gets the kill. Nice play.
Militant misses a shot on the run. Akiyama, I believe maybe reloading. Friction lines it up. And Militant actually gets the kill. 55 seconds left. 2 of the tanks.
Legit, I think, caught fire there for a second, and his auto fire extinguisher must have gone off. Militant lines up the final shot.
Relics just pumps a couple shots into Akavolt. Antonio Handsome fires on the run, doesn't connect.
Blind fire. And now Antonio, I think, turns away.
And Akavolt fires towards Relics. Can't get the kill. Legit last alive with 7 hit points. And Fnatic is 1 tank away. They do it. Fnatic ties up the series 2-2.
All right, there's that momentum. We're going to start seeing Fnatic, I think. Probably, I'm guessing they're going to be able to take steps in this one. This is generally the situation in which we see Fnatic start to win. They start the series poorly on a few losses where we all start to kind of doubt and we get a little confused, and then they probably come back and they win it all. It's difficult for Arbis to get momentum from this instead of a situation where we saw against Simp, where Fnatic was doing fantastically right at the beginning, looking really, really strong. But then once they lose the momentum, it's gone. This is a situation where they've been able to pick that back up, and as long as they're able to run with this, they're going to be fine.
RBIS now has the look of defeat. As they were up, and now it's tied.
Yeah, the face right there from Aquavolt. Pure discomfort.
That smirk. That's true. And now a little bit of pep in the step of Fnatic. Hopefully here. Now, there's still 2 more battles that can ensue. Steps and Prohorovka.
Soviet looks a lot less angry. That's good.
A win and a draw, or a draw and a win for either team would secure victory. 2 wins, obviously, in favor of one of the teams would close out the series and end Season 4 for the winner in 3rd place, taking home $8,000. Militant 83 has missed 2 shots, at least we've seen on camera, that have been crucial at moments.
Well, we can't say much, as I guess there are other players that have missed plenty of shots.
I mean, Militant still did the most amount of damage.
Yeah, he's consistently been performing well enough. I mean, you can't expect any player to perform every single battle absolutely exceptionally, top of the line, top guy of damage, or else what are you going to expect from everyone else? You're expecting second from somebody?
Well, it's
not a team like Fnatic.
Well, it's kind of like what we see from Commander Chan over the Cunninghams.
First place all the time.
First place all the time.
Yeah, but Cunninghams are not here tonight.
Exactly. 15 seconds left on the countdown, ladies and gentlemen. Real kill. Battle number 6 on steps. Let's detail the tanks.
All right, we've got a T-32, T-69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of Arbus, a defensive lineup that we've seen already twice tonight. And then on the other side, we have Fnatic bringing Pershing 2 T-69s and 2 1390s with 2 T1 Cunninghams. So they're beefing it up a little bit, bringing 2 T-69s instead of that Pershing and a T-69 with 3 1390s that we've seen before. So they're going to be sacrificing a little bit of mobility in favor of a stronger hold down. And I'm guessing hopefully for them, a stronger ability to defend.
Yes. Still anybody's game in this tied-up series in battle number 6, and let's take a look at Jackie Rudeau in the AMX 1390. Scouting ahead along with Friction and Antonio Hansen moving up. And they've taken the western side, the east, taken from the southern team. This is a switch.
Yeah,
that
it is.
meta is so deep on either side right now.
It's crazy. Why would you go to the east from the south side? Now, you do have a decent attacking position from the south. I just feel like from the north you can do better. Yeah. It's not so much better that it absolutely completely dominates that strategy, but it just kind of does sometimes. Depends on individual play at that point, but it certainly has some small advantages that I like more than the south side. Arbus gets it though, and that's the situation we're in, where they're going to have the east. They have an equal opportunity to defend their own south base with some hold down, and they've got a T-32 and a T-69 to do that with.
Jackie Rudeau now positioning himself closer to Nagatron, who's still getting closer to the flag cap.
I think they've been spotted. I think Aquavolt has done his job as a T1, and now we've got attention from Arbus. And what will that mean for Fnatic? Are they going to be able to aggress with this? I don't think so. But what other option are they going to go for is the big question, you know? You don't know?
No, I don't.
No?
I'm just trying to come up with the 5-minute reset that can happen for the strategic movement of some of these tankers. I could look at the no man's road cut in half coming from Fnatic, again trying to get that surprise on RBIS. It could be maybe a fallback from RBIS by baiting one of the T1s to have Fnatic push into that position. But guess what? As Admiral Akbar warned us in Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, it's a trap.
What?
That's what went through my head in those 4 seconds through kill. I have been talking since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. Well, keep doing it. I think the crowd likes it. They're having fun. They're having a great time.
So my mind is going places I didn't know was possible yet, looking at different strategies on the map for steps right now for Fnatic and RBIS.
All right, well, let's start with scenario numero uno. And that's going to be Aquavolt being covered by Akiyama, unnommable, and whoops.
Antonio Handsome.
Gotta get rid of those Windows keys.
Hanging next to the rocks here. Still no movement, no spotting happening from either side. And I look at the possible advantage of moving to the north, but Fnatic has the north, of what I'd love to see from Fnatic. And that Soviet railroad cross-section push. I mean, it's the best way I can say it, but that no man's road in the center. Now we're seeing some movement coming from Fnatic as they're heading towards the east. Could we see an overmatch if they see legit in Precambrian?
I think that might have been a little spotting right there. I think Relic should be lit, or perhaps not. Is that an active scout run? That was an active scout run from a
yeah,
T1.
It was. It was. Now he's falling back.
It's so awkward to watch an active T1 scout run because it's just not that fast. And it doesn't have any armor. And its view range is kind of okay, but it's not really that great.
Oh, now Relix is going to do a little bit of scouting on his own.
Well, legit is the one I'm watching for. I'm a little worried for him because he's kind of away from support. And Ox Mathis is a little bit far to the south for this engagement. But with Anomalable and the T-32, I think they're going to be able to roll over Fnatic if they get the chance to begin the engagement with this group of 4.
Sella takes a first shot. It's 241. Fires again from Jackie Rudo. Does not connect. Soviet from up top. Cannot get another shot. And Anomalable there around the corner peeks out. And RBIS committed to stay in this Eastern Valley. Now moves up.
No, it's a retreat, though, from Fnatic, and Militant's going to be leaving, but ouch, because Legit just took way more damage than he was expecting to. That looked like it was going to be free, but no.
Look at this spread from the other side of the map. Ox Mathis tries to poke up, land a couple shots against Militant. He takes 679 damage in that volley. Soviet's now creeping up saying, how dare you attack my friends? He's going to try to get a couple shots against Ox Mathis, but Jackie Rudo falls. Ox Mathis is the next one to go. Militant focusing on which tank? Legit.
But Friction was tracked out in the open, had to burn his kit, and Anomalable could get him with one more shell. Akiyama is going to be able to finish off Militant 83 if he has yet one more shell. I guess not, as Soviet is going to begin chasing Legit.
Antonio Handsome still finding it. Still fighting with Anomalable, and Anomalable takes down Militant 83. That's who he was looking for. Antonio Handsome could not keep him distracted enough. Friction fires against Anomalable. Anomalable takes down Friction. And 3 of the tier 8s are down for Fnatic. Only 1 for RBIS. Legit, however, super low. And Akiyama takes down Soviet. What is happening? Fnatic is falling apart to RBIS. Sella lands another shot against Antonio. Now it's only one more tank. Real kill, and that's Nagatron.
That was just the strangest fight I've ever seen.
Aquavolt pushing up. And with those electro fights, RBIS takes another win, and look at the smile on Precambrian's face. RBIS one battle away from defeating Fnatic.
This is crazy.
This is weird, man.
This is not.
What is happening?
Is this a dream?
This is the same team that defeated Simp, what, last week, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. And
in the playoffs?
And now they're looking at beating Fnatic.
You know vicariously that #RU has a really good chance of beating Simp since they defeated RBIS.
Yeah, they got a pretty good chance.
Well, RBIS now has the potential position to play defensively, play for the draw, and get the win series, securing 3rd place.
Yes, but that's not a good idea. When you play defensively, it's like what happened with Fnatic versus Simp just last series, right?
I know.
Yeah, I know you know. Does everybody else know?
I know.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. Fnatic versus Simp. Fnatic gets ahead. They say, we are awesome. We can defend. Our opponent must attack. Defending better than attacking. We got this.
Yes.
But when you play I feel like when teams play to draw on the defense, they ignore this entire realm of possibility where you can attack and other things. And that's where we get into a situation where if Arbis plays to draw this next battle, then Fnatic is given all of the freedom in the world to take advantage of their opponent and control them. Now, this is Prohorovka. We could see that East-West polarization, but Fnatic has a chance if they pick, kind of a 50-50, if they will get the strategy compatible with a brawl. Now, of course, they must finish off this brawl with actual success, but this is Prohorovka, and Fnatic has had some trouble here in the past.
Yes, they have. Once again, battle number 7 on Prohorovka. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. RBIS one battle away. Fnatic has to win this in order to take it to a tiebreaker. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
We have a T-32, T-69, 3 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of Arbis. For the side of Fnatic, we will have a Pershing, 2 T-69s, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams. So we've got very similar to the last battle, actually. Almost identical in some ways.
Jackie Rudo and Soviet going straight through the center of the map. At least on the northern approach. Will they still stay that way?
Oh, please let this be simple tanker strat.
I would love to see that. Oh no, Jackie Rudo's just
it's
doing...
kind of a double loop. Double
doing
scout run.
That button hook.
Precisely.
Wide receiver.
He's not catching a ball.
I know. I'm just excited I'm in the same town as the Seattle Seahawks, who won the Super Bowl last year. I know the crowd is as well. All right, Legit fires from a distance. Soviet fires back, takes down Precambrian, but he takes a shot in return for 502 damage from RBIS. He's going to fall back. Legit takes down Nagatron, evening up the amount of tier points on the board, 41 on each side.
All right, and that will actually throw the health points, though, into the favor of Arbus. Fnatic has taken a lot of damage, Soviet especially. Friction a little bit here, but none of the T8s have taken a single hit. They are down on shells, some of them are reloading, but they have the advantage in this situation, and they also can grab control, which Anomalable is doing, of that bowl position. And he's going to pay 252, 464 hit points just for that.
As he gets to the defilade, he says, worth it! Waiting for the rest of Fnatic to come towards him.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Unless he hit maybe one of...
Oh, that wasn't worth it when you shoot into the dirt.
Yeah, that's not good.
Legit and Ox Mathis now pushing up the northern side past the road.
They need to go quick. They do not have a single moment to waste. They need to get into position and begin firing as quickly as possible. Once they do that, should be good. But if Fnatic is given enough time, I think they're going to be able to dig themselves out of this one.
Jackie Rudo takes down Aquavolt. Not enough electrolytes in that electro fight for Aquavolt there. Jackie Rudo takes 49 damage in that fight.
Now Akiyama is getting into position. We've got Sella moving in as well, and I think there's going to be an overmatch here where we'll have Friction, Antonio Handsome, and who is that with him? That's Militant 83 are going to get jumped on, overmatched. Legit Ox Mathis are moving in on Nominable. Up top is going to soak damage. And here it is for 5v3.
Antonio falls and then Anomalable, but look at this push coming from Akiyama and Ox Mathis. They take down Militant. Now they focus on Friction. It's only 3 tanks left alive for Fnatic. A big bounce off Akiyama. Soviet falls next. Jackie Riddle's the last tier 8 left alive on the field for Fnatic. RBIS will become the Kingslayers if they can destroy these 2 remaining tanks. Jackie Rudo still on the run, gets the kill against Akiyama. He's gonna fire against Legit. 2 Legit to quit, but unfortunately Legit is on the reload. Sella, the same. Relics up top, trying to get that flag cap. Jackie Rudo pumping more shots.
On the move, you're not gonna make those shots count. It's not possible. You just don't get the RNG for this. And he's just gonna start running away. Ox Mathis is just about on him, and he has shells.
Ox Mathis is reloaded. There's 1. There's 2.
All right, that's good control.
There's 3.
Excellent control, actually.
Show me 4. There's a miss. Ox Mathis lines it up. Fires and misses again.
That looked like auto aim.
And Ox Mathis fires and misses again.
That looked like track.
3 for 6.
That looked like track.
Possibly
I'll
absorb
give
shot.
him that
Oh,
one.
from downtown, it's Legit. On the run, he gets the kill, and RBIS does it. They defeat Fnatic, and they become the 3rd place team at the Season 4 Finals for the WGLNA.
Excellently played. Got to point out, Ox Mathis, we were talking about this at the beginning, needed to perform incredibly well here. We were missing one of the key players that we're used to seeing from Arbus, but they are doing so well even without him.
This is a huge upset. A team that has joined us in all 4 seasons of the WGLNA, twice the champion, has now fallen to 4th place. But RBIS joining us for the first time ever in the Gold League this season has reached 4th place. This is an incredible story.
It's very impressive from Arbus. This is a team we're going to have to look forward to in seasons to come to see how well they do. We know some of their players are absolutely exceptional. We're very familiar with many of them, but I did not realize that they could perform quite at this level. I thought they would be in the 3rd, 4th, maybe #RU. I was not as confident or sure that they would end up beating once Simp. They lose to them. They lose to #RU, yes. but they've beaten Simp and they've beaten Fnatic.
Fnatic has been a foundation in the world of WGLNA, and their efforts, their performance, their presence will never be forgotten. And how esports and World of Tanks has gotten off the ground. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Fnatic. Impeccable team. And RBIS will be joining Waffles in a little bit here to get their thoughts. But give it up for RBIS, your third place team. Well fought. Well fought indeed. Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the setup of #RU versus Simp in the finals, man. If you would have told me #RU was even going to make it this far after the third week we saw their performance, I would have thought, how? This is not the same team we're seeing. They had adjustments to their roster. They had members playing from Russia, playing from cafes.
Well,
so
you have to give them credit. Last season, at the finals, they did very, very well. They had some trouble with one little hiccup, which was the fact that they hadn't cracked that shootout, but they still did very, very well. They performed exceptionally, one of the best teams. And I think we only really doubted them because they were not as consistent as we wanted them to.
That consistency is a huge thing because that was a trend of this entire season for our veteran teams, right? Consistency of River of Blood. Well, I mean, they're always a Cinderella story, but they had a tough season. Simple Tankers was a big one. And we also saw some great surprises, like how well Bernal Empires was doing, how well Refuse to Die was doing. But in the end, after a couple losses, they fell down below the top 8. But still, this was a back and forth storyline for these teams, veteran teams, that were getting knocked down by newcomers.
You're seeing a league where the top 2 teams are not at such a lead away from everyone else that they cannot be touched. You are looking at a league now where we have teams like #RU, Arbus, who can compete at this highest level, that are joining the very top, highest tier of play. And no longer is there a second class, if you will, of team that sits right below Fnatic and Simp. Now you're seeing teams that can actually compete with them and beat them and deserve to be put up and talked about with the same kind of awe as we do with Fnatic and Simp.
Very true. That same type of awe, that expectation. And when you have certain expectations, you also need to prepare to be disappointed. But the surprises we have seen this season have been fantastic. We're still waiting for confirmation to make sure Waffles is ready with an interview. And we're going to go ahead and kick it on over to Waffles with that interview, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back a little bit later with the finals. Stay tuned. Waffles, take it away.
So holy smokes, guys. I'm here with Precambrian of RBIS. Have you guys considered a name change to the King Killers? You guys don't play the name game. Simp what? Fnatic who? You guys don't seem to care. Is that a reputation that you're going to start embracing?
That's definitely something that we've always prided ourselves on. We're not afraid to play anybody, and I think consistency obviously is not quite there, and we're going to work on that in future seasons. But the fact that we can go toe-to-toe with all these heavyweights is it's pretty awesome and something that we could take positive out of this experience.
Right on, man. They were doing a lot of aggressive stuff really early. Did that kind of throw you guys off? It seemed like they were just coming in YOLO style.
I mean, we kind of expected them to be a little aggressive off the bat, coming off of their tough loss. Obviously, it's 7 games in the tiebreaker against Simp. We knew they'd be fiery coming at us. So we it was pretty interesting for us because we had to throw audibles together every game. We had some tech issues that we couldn't talk about our strats beforehand, but I feel like, you know, we were ready to deflect that aggression, and it paid off in the end.
Right on. You guys did a great job, obviously placing 3rd. You've got to be happy with that. It's your first time in the league. So what do you have to do to turn that bronze into a silver next season?
To turn that bronze into a silver?
Or a gold, rather.
First, yeah, definitely we're going for the gold, but I think it's consistency for sure. a lot of the time we fail to execute on our vision. We've got like, you know, the team play is not quite there. We've got guys that are still full health that are not like taking shots for other guys, and our movements aren't as clean as they need to be. So we'll definitely go back to the drawing board there. But for our first season together, and this is the first season that these 10 people have been together, this group has been together. So I only see good things for us in the long run.
I think everyone expects big things after the way you guys performed this weekend. So congratulations on your third place effort. We're going to be going back to Lauren Elise right now, guys. She's got some stuff she wants to tell you.
Wow. I was not expecting that to happen. Fnatic has been one of my favorite teams thus far. My heart goes out to them. They still did a really good job. They're going to get $4,000, so they're not going home empty-handed. Congratulations to RBIS. You guys did a really good job, and you definitely deserve the $8,000 and the title for third place. Now, things just got serious. We are going to battle it out in the finals right now. The grand champion's going to go home with $50,000. Who's it going to be? Are you ready for this?
Here we explore tank facts about the Tiger II. The Tiger II is named after the Tiger I, who was named after Shere Khan from the Jungle Book. Its full name is the artist formerly known as Panzerkampfwagen. Wow, this is really German. Tiger Offs B, but it now goes by the Bengal Tiger or King Tiger by the ladies. The tank sports a top speed of 38 kilometers an hour. And, whoa, this tank is on fire. Is someone going to put it out? I don't hear any sirens. Is there a firefighting tank? Would the water be sprayed out of the gun? The Tiger II was first used in combat during the Battle of Normandy and was later used in Operation Panzerfaust, which turns out was not a pork-themed barbecue. It weighed almost 70 metric tons and bolstered 180 millimeters of front armor. The view range of 390 meters allows for long-range fire, except for this guy. Wow, how could you miss that? So if you're ever in the jungle and you come across a King Tiger, make sure to have some fire at the ready. That goes for any tiger, or anything else in the jungle.
Hello, tankers, and welcome to crew training. Any competent vehicle operator knows that the moving parts of a machine will break down, especially if they're getting shot at. When it comes to tanks, the tracks are the most common mechanism a crew will scramble to fix. That's where repairs come in. The repair skill increases a crew member's ability to fix a damaged module. Every single member of your crew has this ability, and it's highly recommended that it's the first skill that you research. When the repair skill starts gaining experience, you will notice a reduction in repair time when a module goes out of commission. Tracks, turrets, viewfinders, even the engine may need a couple bangs from a wrench after a lucky shot from the enemy. If you need to repair a module instantly, you can use a small repair kit, which you purchased before the battle began. You can also purchase the large repair kit, which adds plus 10% to the crew repair speed. Now, once this kit is used, that bonus is gone, but every single damaged module is fully repaired. Some tank commanders prefer to install a toolbox, adding plus 25% to the crew repair speed. If you can tell the difference between a wrench and a torsion bar, we'll make a mechanic out of you yet. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
Here it is, you guys. We've been waiting for this moment. The teams have worked for 4 months to come on this stage to battle it out, to find an opponent that they can face to become the grand final champions for the Season 4 WGLNA. Who is it gonna be? We have Simp and #RU. Now, MacG, I think you owe me a dance, but it's fine. I won't make you do it just yet. But let me tell you, if you win, you better dance your ass off.
Okay.
Deal?
I will.
I like it. All right, so you are the reigning champions. You guys are back. You know how it is to be in front of a live audience. You've never played against #RU. What are you expecting?
We're expecting a tough opponent and a good fight. So, you know, just like every other match we have, we're ready and hoping for their best.
Were you expecting to compete against #RU for this final?
I was expecting a few weeks ago to be competing against Fnatic, but you know, things happen. I could have never predicted #RU being here.
Well, good luck and have fun. This is your whole team first time competing for $50,000. What do you think is in the future for your team if you win that?
Do you want an honest answer?
Yes.
Actually, it's like our last season, so that's probably our last game. So that's it.
You just got here. What if you guys win? You don't think that would be encouragement to keep going?
We all like it's still like a question to discuss, but most likely it's gonna be our last season. So actually, we are really lucky to be here because in the middle of the season we were not kind of expecting to be here because it was too tough for us to make it. But as far as we're here, we're in the finals. We're gonna take everything from the moment.
Okay, and you taught me how to say I love you all in Russian. It was "Я вас люблю."
Absolutely.
"Я вас люблю." Good luck, have fun, and may the best one win. Let's battle it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the first, maybe the last time of #RU on the stage for the grand finals of a season. So stakes are even higher for this team. Simp, a champion before last season in season 3. This is incredible. Waffles, you got to interview these different team captains. What's been the vibe so far between all the different victors today?
Man, they've all been really upbeat. These #RU guys are kind of hard to figure out. They're always so pumped, so full of energy. And I mean, I feel like they kind of got to play like they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
They really don't. I mean, yes, it's more money to get first place, but they've got something to prove. Simp has done this. They've been there. They've done that. So there's a certain amount of them not trying as hard, but I just feel like #RU can just kind of go in this YOLO and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, less pressure, right?
Yeah.
You haven't been there before. No one's expecting you to even get this far, so you don't even feel like you are reaching for something. You've already accomplished your goal and you're going past it, right?
I feel like people looked at me like I was crazy when I picked them to win, but I'm telling you, it's the dark horse. You got to hitch your wagon to it, and you got to ride it to the sunset. I really feel like these guys have a chance if they go out there, they play like they mean it, maybe catch Simp off guard with something they haven't seen. They keep saying they've got stuff that we haven't seen. You heard Cash Money, Young Money. He would not tell me what they had planned, so maybe they've got something up their sleeve.
I really don't even know what you could have gone off to try and guess it. Was it because they were the team that was on the hot streak? Because I thought it was going to be Arbis for the longest time because they appeared to like have this super secret, awesome knowledge of the meta or something. But then #RU seemed good to me as well towards the end of the season.
I think it's the Russian swag. I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think they're creative with their strats. I think they're a little bit unpredictable. They do sometimes sit back on their heels, play a little bit of reactionary play, but that seems to work a lot of times. You can gimmick people into becoming over-aggressive and just take advantage of that. And I think we saw that in their first match with Arbis.
One of the best series we saw throughout the entire season of #RU was up against, guess what, Simple Tankers. We keep mentioning Simple Tankers.
Surprise, surprise.
But we saw a lot of great series this season because of that. Breaking it down, Ensk and Mines were both wins, an impressive play because they were using that side mountain, which was a surprise to all of us. Not a surprise to the Russian teams because it was a type of format that Russia and Europe was using, that type of tactic. But you look at Prohorovka, and they mentioned they didn't practice Prohorovka for a long time before the game, so the result was predictable for them to get the loss of Prohorovka against Simple Tankers, but they were ready to lose on Prohorovka. So that type of mentality, they were ready to lose. That's understanding your weaknesses and your strengths. Recognizing that, yes, we're not strong on this map, but we're stronger on others. And Prohorovka will be the 5th map in this series.
Yeah, we're going to start on Ruinberg even, which predictions on that one?
A draw.
Draw.
I'll be 100% honest. I think it's going to be a draw. It's another one of those, let's feel out what's going to happen. Well, you know what? They're up against Simp. So that's not what happened
Simp's
when it came to Fnatic. How surprised were you, Waffles, when you saw that type of play?
I was unbelievably surprised. I feel like, though, #RU has to come out and make a statement here with Ruinberg. They need to put Simp on their heels right off the bat. That's going to take Simp out of their game. I feel like that's one of the best chances that #RU has to kind of make this start going their way. They need to get that ball rolling with momentum, and then they need to just keep it.
Yeah. That is important, that momentum. Randall and I talk about that a lot, and how a map like Abbey or Step sometimes can stop that momentum and have it swing in favor of the other team. But Steps has been the best map performance-wise for #RU. The map they've lost the most on has been Himmelsdorf, and that's the 2nd map of the series tonight.
Yeah, but I feel like Ruinberg and Himmelsdorf being so close together, map after map, is going to allow either of these teams to get kind of a more momentum going with those IS-3s, 5100s.
Yeah.
Because you give yourselves one map, you play, and maybe you guys aren't quite used to it because maybe you were ready for open maps when you were thinking about stuff, or you just, that's what happens. Or you have to transition out of it into an open map, and that's just weird.
On the same coin, going in, they might have known that these maps are their weaknesses, and maybe that's where they've actually been working hard. I mean, they've seemed strong today, no matter where they've been placed. They've fought out of a couple of holes. They've made it happen. I mean, I'm seriously cheerleading for #RU here. I understand that.
#BiasCaster.
Hashtag bias. No, it's good to have that type of attachment emotionally when you're rooting for someone. When you see this type of story with #RU going up against Simp, we can't forget Simp. I mean, I want to talk a little more about that last series that they had against Fnatic. That rush on Ruinberg was quite the surprise, but Cliff, understanding that they could overmatch so swiftly when the standard meta of Cliff was to go up top, send 2 of those tanks up to the mountain. It's a little bit back and forth kind of scurry dance, the goat dance, you can call it, of going up there.
Mountain goat.
And they did not do that at all. And that is when it started to change in favor of Simp because they were behind. That was another big surprise that I was able to see. Can Simp execute those same type of surprises? That's what's difficult when you play the type of strategy earlier on in the tournament. I think they still could do it because it comes down to that first 3, 4, 5 second window where you're able to land those shots, get that HP, focus on that one tank, that focus fire around the corner. And after that, you have the advantage.
I think you have to predict your opponent first.
Yeah.
And #RU, like you were saying, Waffles, is not as predictable a team. You think there's going to be wilder. So I think if you're Simp, you're going to have to understand what mentality #RU is in first before you make those kinds of moves. I don't think Cliff is going to be that kind of a success again, you know.
So do you think what Simp did on Cliff then against Fnatic was like a one-time shot? Like that's only going to work once now that people have seen it?
Yeah, like that, yeah. I think it was like one of those things where they knew what Fnatic was probably going to bring. They understood what Fnatic's...
It's been their rival since day one, so that's understandable.
Yeah, they understood what they were going to do, and they countered it. They understood how to play their opponent. It was just a smart choice, and in this situation, it worked.
And Waffles, you've been a member of the Simp clan in the past for quite some time. You know the type of mentality that this team has, and I was able to talk to Laps extensively this weekend. They're here to stay. They're in it for the long haul. And when there's talk of teams that this may potentially be their last season because of other obligations they have or how difficult it's been for them to keep the team together, practice, sacrifice, all those things, Simp's is like, oh, we're still in this, or we're going to stay in this.
Simp feels to me like a team that really doesn't turn this into a job. I know that they're professional players and that it could be construed as a job, but it seems like they make it a point more than anybody else that this is fun. This is a game at the end of the day. And yes, they're pro players and they do put in substantial amounts of time into strategy, into, you know, practice, but it's always secondary. And I think that keeps them from burning out.
Yeah.
Maybe more so than other teams who maybe drive it into the ground a little bit more, maybe forget that this is a game and we're here to have fun first. I think that's the major difference between Simp and these other teams that we've kind of heard belying this process
The
of being
approach,
a pro
the
team.
mentality is true. Getting closer and closer, though, with the amount of money these teams are winning, it has turned into how high the stakes are, full-time jobs to put together these strategies, to practice, to hone their skills. And it's very tough, heartbreaking to see that teams and individuals that have devoted themselves so much over the last number of months do not reach first place. And so they go through a sort of depression, which is sad to see, but that is part of competition. And hopefully soon that these teams could get more support and maybe make it a full-time job in the future. It's a full-time job for Rukiel and I to do commentary and to do research and put these shows together, but it takes an effort that requires balance. And you have to have balance in order to maintain the energy, maintain the discipline, maintain the fun, because in the end, it is a game.
I think Simp does a great job of balancing that. I think it comes through in their interviews. There's a lot of stuff that we hear from them that maybe doesn't make it on air, but it comes through very clearly to me that while this is an obligation and they treat this very seriously, that it is fun for them all the time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Rukiel, you and I have been doing this for a number of years.
A year and 6-ish.
Plus, under 2 years, at least World of Tanks. Right. And you and I have the opportunity to interact with a lot of people. And we have kind of created our own memes and our own personas. And we had a number of the players do some impressions, which I only got to see briefly. So I would like to see those impressions again. Let's take a look.
Clutch, what do you think about bringing the Science 3 on steps?
Did you know I'm learning Mandarin? Konnichiwa.
Hello. My name is Randall Rukiel.
Ruse rules. Don't fry bacon without a shirt.
Oh my gosh! Rukiel, did you see that T1 Amarak? Unbelievable! First play of the game. How ridiculous is Clutch? Seriously.
I was Simp's #1 main scout, North America server.
So, Clutch, I heard you like the T-32.
Well,
What do you think?
hold up a second.
Oh, sorry, I was just admiring myself. That'll look great on Instagram.
Forward is the best direction. Nailed it.
Alright guys, we had a blast. Thanks for watching WGLNA Season 4. Rukiel, what do you think?
Good guys games night.
I guess I do sound ridiculous sometimes.
It's the contrast.
I was there for the taping of that, and I wish I could say that it was difficult to get those guys to lampoon you.
Oh.
They were all very, very excited to film that bit.
Great. Well, we are flattered by it. It's been a team effort for sure, though, to reach this moment. And even though it's a little bit late in the day, we still have a crowd ready to see a Season 4 champion crowned. They're still out there. They're still awake. There they are. Waiting for the final setups for our teams right now, Rukiel, and reminding everyone about this. What's at stake? $50,000 for first place. That's a good chunk of change, especially in Maine. Waffles, I'm sure that could bring me buy you a house.
That goes a long way in Maine, let me tell you right now. Probably farther than where a lot of these guys are from. I could live like a king on that for quite a while.
You led Simplistic, a team that joined us in the WGLNA for a number of seasons. What is the hardest thing about being a team leader for a WGLNA team?
Mostly it's just keeping everyone's morale up. There are highs and lows. This game is like a roller coaster, and you're not, unless you're Simper Fanatic, you're not going to have that 95% win percentage or whatever that they have. So it's keeping everyone civil to each other sometimes when things are low. It's keeping everyone's ego in check when things are good. It's about managing emotion. It's about managing people's time. A lot of these guys, this is a fun thing, a secondary thing, especially when you're not perennial contenders like Simp, like Fnatic. So it's about managing all these personalities that like to come together and play these type of games competitively. You've got, that much competitiveness in one channel. That's a lot of Chiefs and not many Indians sometimes.
Yeah. Rookhill, you've competed on professional stages for World of Tanks in the past.
Yeah.
What went through your mind? What was going through the team's communication before a finals event like this?
Being on a stage is crazy, because especially the first time, right? Because you're not used to the lights, you're not used to playing on someone else's computer. The headphones are weird. Actually, sometimes the headphones are awesome. Depends on the
drowns
situation.
out the noise. You get to focus a little bit.
Yeah, and then you can't even hear the people heckling you. Because, have you ever been heckled while on stage? Some of these guys haven't. It's a little bit distracting to some people. You can tell when a player isn't doing very well. You can see it on their faces from the camera shots. Sometimes they just look sad because you can't handle the fact that there's some guy yelling at you where you used to have a wall on the other side of your monitor. Now you've got some guy who obviously had a few extra.
That can stand for stand-up comedy. They can stand for a presentation. You are performing. You are performing in front of a live audience, and there's all sorts of nerves and anxiety that can happen, but especially when you're playing as a team. We're almost ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we're still waiting for confirmation to make sure all the players are inside the game for the invites. But before we jump into the finals, let's recap a bit of the journeys of these teams. First off, let's take a look at the journey of #RU to the finals.
#RU. Last season, hey, they had a tough break in that tiebreaker against Hammer Time, all right? Who wouldn't if you didn't practice the shootouts, #RU. But now looking how they played through the division, they were all over the place. One week they're doing great against a veteran team, the other week they're losing to Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret is close to shutting down this veteran team. T1 on the flag cap. Victoria's Secret is going to do it. 3-0 against #RU.
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing indeed.
But what mattered was in the end, and that tiebreaker, that revenge match they had against Fun Gaming was big. The first time these two teams faced each other, it was a draw fest, and Fun Gaming took the win.
Now, Young Money waits. Valera Desolator is so close to getting the shot. Rams and gets it. #RU cleans it up. 2-0 takes the series. The complete opposite of what we saw in the first week of Season 4.
In the tiebreaker series, #RU took out Fun Gaming and then destroyed River of Blood to make it to the playoffs.
To Rylac, that is some solid damage from the IS-3.
This is it. And they fall. That's it. #RU seals the deal. They move on to the playoffs. River of Blood is out. They have to fight in relegation to stay in the Gold League.
Now, what type of #RU team is going to show up? The one that was bumbling around and having trouble at the beginning of the season? Or the team that decimated their foes at the end of division play and through the playoffs? If #RU is over their obstacles and they have some good luck in their favor, then they will definitely perform tonight. Let's talk about Simp. Undefeated through division play. Were we surprised? No.
Can anyone beat Simp? That's a question for this division.
Now, they barely took the win against Simple Tankers in that tiebreaker. Simple Tankers was so close to finally defeating Simp, but it didn't happen.
Jay Smith pushes up against Heavy 20. Oh, Jay Smith with the ram damage in the shot is able to get it, and they've done it. Simple Tankers ties up the series 2-2. They're going to take Simp, the American champions, to the tiebreaker. Can you believe it?
Then in the playoffs, Simp faced RBIS. If you were to tell me that RBIS was going to defeat Simp, myself, Rookhill, and all of WGLNA would have laughed in your face. Well, at the end of that, Simp was not laughing.
One base has been captured. Will the other one say base captured in time? Victory Arbis by 1 second.
It is theoretically over. There's almost no proper response that could win. This doesn't feel like the Simp I know.
It's not.
However, Fej in the T1 destroying the AMX 1390 had all of us going nuts.
Fez! What? Fez! Fez! What? Fez does it! Fez does it! From a distance! I love it! I love it!
What?
Simp
Has Simp improved since Season 3? Of course. They're playing way tighter, they're more aggressive, and their battle buddies are dealing incredible damage in their IS-3s. Do they have what it takes to become Season 4 champions? We're going to find out.
Got to see a recap of both those teams and how they've made it to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. And that was quite the show coming from Fej to get that kill against that 1390. One of our favorite moments.
Absolutely. Just absolute great teamwork from Simp that just shows the highest level of potential play from them. How Fej, as a T1 who hasn't gotten to shine that much and how T1s usually don't get to, can just win a battle.
There we see #RU, who had a losing record in the regular season, was able to win in the tiebreakers, the wild cards, and in the playoffs to make it this far. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the WGLNA Season 4 Finals. Battle number 1 has been loaded. It will take place on Ruinberg. Rukill, what do we have for tanks?
Looking at 3 AMX 5100s, an IS-3, a 1390, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of #RU. For Simp, we will have 2 5100s and IS-3, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
The change up of the 1390 added here will be intriguing. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for the team in red spawning to the north. They are #RU. And their opponents, previous champions, the defending champions of the WGLNA from Season 3. They are spawning in the blue. Give it up for Team Simp. Randall, what are the initial movements?
All right, we've got a west side. From #RU, we got Master Putin taking an interesting position, actually. Intrigued to see how this works out for this 5100, using a down tree as cover, on top of some other bushes, which are going to add to that, making him nearly invisible to many tanks. Cute play. On top of that, we got Young Money, Games Rigged Valera in kind of a trap position. This is very metagamey to me. I feel like they're definitely expecting a certain kind of play from Simp, and they're setting up for it. With that, Simp is not at all playing into that, and will be playing east side, which is strange for a south spawn.
It is intriguing from #RU. Well, Simp will be a little bit intrigued as well, as they're sending their tanks up to that Delta Village, and Fej is feeling a little bit frisky, the AMX 1390 killer. Singh will be leading the charge up to the north to scout what's left, if there are any tanks, of #RU past the TIE Fighter. And that will allow Simp to the south to spread into different corners. Singh, still leading the charge, has now hit the northern section of the map in the corner, and he'll head to the northern village.
That's an interesting play, who will be followed up by Blue Boy's captain, which should work out well enough from Singh. Should be spotted Godzilla zeroing on. That, will he have cover? Master Putin does not fire. All right. So we have a very interesting situation where Godzilla mode has not been spotted in the 1390 at 100 meters. While being covered by a 5100, and has decided to not open fire yet. I think he wants to get Singh to maybe relax enough to the point where he's going to expose himself too long. There's a shot fired from Master Putin downfield, and it does not connect with Singh. Singh is now spooked, and I don't think he's going to be coming out of that corner anytime soon.
Nope, it's one shot, a little too close for comfort. He's going to back up. Blue Boy's captain's going to be joining the fray. Oh, shot fired and a hit against Singh.
Nice high roll for 320.
I jumped cameras right when it happened. Singh's going to fall back.
And Godzilla just sat there the whole time. Just did not even flinch when Singh started to close the distance. He knew how far Singh would have to be.
It's that teammate trust.
Not even that camo trust, understanding the mechanic on top of that. And Master Putin, yeah, I guess that is true. The fact that he didn't fire was... Yeah. I think it was because he was told not to. Part of me suspects he forgot. Because like sometimes you're just sitting there and you're like, oh wow, a tank.
Oh wow. Yeah. Well, Crimson Corsair is looking towards where one of those tanks could be, as Master Putin is on the reload right now. To the northern section, we got Mac G. We got Heavy 20. And we have 6 minutes left for one of these teams to get an advantage over the other for the win. Even if it's just damage, though, it's important.
There's a little bit here.
Taking us to the
taking
tiebreaker.
320. 320 is not bad.
Sing falling back. So where does Sim go from here? Do they realize, okay, they're going to guard the flag caps, and we go for a potential pincer attack, or...
No, pincer won't work.
Nah, not in this defensive play from #RU.
You could screen if you can figure out their locations. Alpha 3 is a weak position. So, with good scouting, and actually no, with good scouting even then, that would be suicide scouting to get at that 5100. Currently, that's Master Putin's position. Currently, Master Putin's position is kind of unscoutable. He's going to be camoed up pretty well. He can take fire from, what is it? Bravo 0, Charlie 0. That entire east road, it's a raised ground, so you have enough of an angle to fire at Master Putin. You just have to know where he is. Given my knowledge of both teams' positions, I can say that's one answer. However, that's not an answer Simp could probably have come to. So they're going to go, as you can see, to the south and try to create, I guess, maybe a flank, or try to just feel out their opponent.
Indubitably. Remember when I said that this was going to turn into a draw in battle number 1?
I did not disagree.
You know you did not.
No. Ruinberg has been kind of slow today.
Yeah, it's been slow towards the second half of the season.
Yeah, it really has. Well, Arbus Fnatic was a little different for Ruinberg. You did see it go to Fnatic, but you saw it at the beginning of Arbus versus #RU, and that was a draw. And when you saw Ruinberg for, Fnatic Simp, it was to Fnatic, but it seemed really slow to me. It just, uncharacteristically.
All right.
Usually you see at least one team aggress,
Look at this cross play from Simp. Now moving towards the F crossroads. And Adroxis looking down the main alley. He's still in Echo 7.
That's not a bad angle. He can...
Echo 4, excuse me, Echo 7. Now moving towards Echo 4 will be his teammate Crimson Corsair looking around that corner. Go ahead, talking about the angle.
No, the angle is it's interesting. It's a cute little crossfire. Adroxis is going to be able to move up, and Heavy 20's got him covered from the most likely angles. Adroxis, free kill. Now the response from #RU should be to turn around. And did they just turn their turrets? Yeah, it looks like they've just turned their turrets, which is strange.
Well, Adroxis now creeping up on that corner, while Mac G in the T1 will try to scout down the one line. Needs to be careful.
It's dangerous.
Hits the light pole on purpose to see if any tanks will fire towards him.
Did he see Kazo? He saw him?
I'm not sure if he saw him or not, no. I think he just, with the information that's gathered, they know they're in that corner. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Mac G pushing back towards the rest of his team. You see a triple lineup here with Adroxis, Crimson Corsair, and Heavy 20. They're peeking around the corner. Adroxis going first. And he takes a shot for 282. Fires back, misses, gets another hit for 554.
This is such a strange thing to see. I don't understand what #RU is doing right now. They have their tanks backwards towards their opponent, and they're just waiting for them to drive out and fire at them. Are they planning on driving away once they get... Okay, that's the plan.
Yes, or it's the greatest taunt we've seen on Ruinberg so far.
Well, Valera Desolator just drove out into another lane of fire, for which he's actually being punished right now. And maybe they need to just pick a direction and go, because they're surrounded right now.
Now, Adroxis gets lit up. One shot and he could fall. Heavy 20 is going to move in. Try to go for the HP sharing. And here come the ISUs around the corner. Crimson Corsair takes 378 damage in that shot, but Master Putin gets tracked and his turret pulled away. And from far range, you have Blue Boys trying to land a couple hits in the first shot, the first kill against Crimson Corsair. And then Adroxis, #RU, still has all their tier 8. Sing pushes up. Heavy 20 falls. Sing is the next one to fall. And #RU, with 1 minute and 25 seconds, has only 3 more tanks to destroy.
And
Now
there-
2.
Fedge is 1 more, and now we've got Master Putin hunting for Blue Boy's captain, who's actually at full health.
Fedge around the corner is seen Godzilla mode. Not going for the kill, but deciding to chase after Blue Boy's captain.
He doesn't have shells yet. He's got at least 30 seconds. Oh, Young Money's got it.
Young Money takes
There
down
he
Fedge.
goes.
Blue Boys on the run with 55 seconds left.
Godzilla's closing the distance, and it looks like he might just go for cap, which it looks like as well as Master Putin and Gazo. So 3 on cap. You've got 33 seconds. Don't know if they're going to get there in time.
I don't think they will, Ruko.
No, they could, I think.
30 seconds left. 46 now on the timing. Third
One of
tank
them
gonna
did-
get on top.
27.
27, 26.
Not quite.
Oh,
Unless
it's ticking down. About a 2.5 second gap. Blue Boys may still try to go for the reset, but the heavy tank from hashtag Are You trying to find Blue Boys captain? 6 seconds left with 9 still on the cap.
And he knows. He knows he's safe.
1. It is a draw.
Yep.
3 seconds left to go for the flag cap.
That's got to be a little demoralizing, though, for Simp to have nearly lost that one.
Well, it's both for both teams. I
No.
think for hashtag RU, if man, we could have had that. We lost. It's a draw. It's not a guaranteed victory.
I think because hashtag RU was on the defensive and Simp was the one who walked forward into that, that they're probably going to be feeling a little worse about it. And then hashtag RU gets to say, well, we were expecting a draw anyway. We didn't even want to play this map. And with that, you probably aren't feeling so bad. And it was just a strange battle anyway. The two 5100s IS-3 kind of backwards.
Yeah.
Firing at some of the Simp tanks, it just seems so odd. Like, I'm not sure if it's, I don't want to say it is wrong, because there are situations in which I guess it is actually correct because you can just drive forward and get out of a situation. Get out of a crossfire or something.
But when you measure that up to angled corners, when you measure it up to HP sharing, you measure it up to the armor penetration values, and where's the best place to put your tank when you're up against the enemy?
Yeah, and I guess the engine of the 5100 is a little bit less important than the ammo rack and all of the crew members, so you might as well use the engine as a shield. Kind of just like
It's okay, boys. We have a giant metal monster right behind us that can absorb some shots.
Yeah, except it catches fire a lot. So I don't know if it's better.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about that.
The ammo rack isn't really that exploding.
But when it comes to damage being dealt,
yes,
it is hashtag RU. That is in the lead so far.
Significantly, 1,605 by Valera Desolator in that last one, and he's picked up a kill. Young Money was able to pick up 3 kills in that battle.
Nice job, Young Money. The tables have turned when it comes to good fortune for this player who was having some serious bad luck throughout the entire season.
He seemed to die first in every single match, every single battle for like 2 weeks.
Battle number 2 for the finals of the WGLNA Season 4 will take place on Himmelsdorf. Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we're looking at 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for the side of hashtag RU. SIP will have 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams.
All right. This is another mirror matchup.
All right, all down to the execution, and of course this is the traditional IS-3s in combination Young Money and Godzilla mode against Heavy 20 and Adroxus, with backup from those 5100s who will play it better.
Blue, Simp to the south. To the north, Red, hashtag RU, and Blue Boys captain. And over to the west. Nothing to see here yet on this side of the map.
And for opening moves, we will have a split out of Simp. Some tanks going east towards the hill. Actually, very traditional Simp south strat, where they'll line some guys up on the G line, maybe a little backup on the 3 line there, as you can see on the minimap. But then, sending some guys to the hill, which is a bit old school, if you will. Whereas hashtag RU has decided their strategy will be more group-oriented.
Yes.
Where they're going to keep various tanks within a very short distance of each other, all 5 tier 8s. There's not going to be really a floater on this team. No single individual left alone. Instead of maybe battle buddies, you have just the whole group together.
Adroxus around the corner, waiting for a tank to move into his sights to get the initial shot against their opponent's #RU, who took him to a draw in battle number 1. No potential shot yet from Adroxus. Mac G is up on that hillside. Nothing spotted yet. I'm not sure if he saw Kazo or not.
I do not think so.
Kazo is retreating from that position, rejoining the rest of his team on the Alpha line.
Now we've got Toplum moving down the 1 line. Gonna get into one of the traditional bush positions, opposite of where he was in one of his previous series. I think it was Hotel 1. Usual southern position right in front of a building. And we could see a T1 fight from Toplum and Fetch. That side would certainly open things up, I think, make it a little easier for #RU, a little more difficult for Simp.
More difficult is the key. They were making it more difficult in battle number 1. Unfortunately, they could not chase down Blue Boy's captain in time or get the flag cap. 3 seconds.
Yeah.
3 seconds.
They probably want to begin doing whatever they need to do a little faster.
Of course. Yeah. That has been the constant theme of Season 4.
Yeah. Teams
get to do something, do it faster.
Well, they want to. Most teams want to kind of leave room for their own error.
Of course.
Because while many times you have these crazy pushes that do succeed, sometimes teams will start them and then they won't go so well and then they'll just stop. And it won't seem like a crazy push anymore because the team has already kind of lost all its momentum in that and decided this was a bad idea. I have a cool position. I'm just going to keep it and we're going to draw this.
Yes. 6 minutes, 48 seconds. And Blue Boys captains turn around towards the west. Still in the same position. The spread going down the Gulf line with one tank on Foxtrot and the other, Mac G, moving into Echo. That's Fej, the 1390 killer, behind the buildings.
And what's he going to get done?
He is going to stare at this brick and comment on the mason work.
Subpar? Excellent?
This wall did okay. I mean, it got bombed pretty hard.
Okay.
So was able to withstand a large enough explosion. Fej will appreciate that, then he'll destroy it because it's what he does. Mac G has now positioned his tank into enemy territory on Alpha, Alpha 0. Unable to see, I believe, anything from #RU, but that is still key information to scout and show that they have moved more towards the west.
All right, we're going to have Mac G moving very closely to Young Money. Cash Money moves out in the open. And nothing.
Nada.
Oh, Young Money knows he's spotted and he begins jerking around. All right, that's going to indicate, at least to us, that Mac G has made a successful active scout run into T1 Cunningham. Yay. And now Simp will begin moving up. That will be their cue to go up the 8 line. 5 minutes left in this. Sing will be moving down the 0 line, as we saw last time, across the A line. He'll chill out in about A7, Alpha 8, to create a bit of a crossfire for Simp as they move on up and, you know, start pressuring the cap. You're also going to note, there's everyone moving across the courtyard, moving into the 5-6 line, and they're going to start putting a little pressure here on the positions of #RU. Interestingly enough, Blue Boys going for a bit of a flank where we have not seen that in previous battles. Cool. not. Maybe he's okay. Looks like he might decide against that. That's
cool. Go back. He's about to do it. He's about to go back.
No, I thought it was interesting. I was like, oh cool. This is something we see a lot of times where teams will send one tank, a floater, to the south, and that will kind of be an unexpected flank. Of course, sometimes it doesn't work out. Generally doing the all 5 up north and then just kind of screen the cap for the T1s works pretty well in my opinion, but Blue Boys was going to go for that and thought it was going to work.
Well, Heavy 20 and Crimson Corsair and Adroxus hanging down the middle road.
The thing about this is, look at the trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap?
It's a trap.
They can't withstand fire power of that magnitude.
No, that's a lot of cannons.
Yes, sir. 3 minutes, 53 seconds. If there's going to be a push from either team, it's going to have to happen initially. That building deserved it. Heavy 20.
Why would you do something like that? Why would you just shoot a building?
You went to go to that boarding school when you was a kid. They said no. You're 220.
You're 220?
You're 220.
What does that even mean? I don't understand this combination of words.
Because I don't want to say you're too heavy, because that's not nice. But that would make sense why you wanted to blow up that building.
That doesn't make any sense, Josh.
I know it doesn't, Randall.
I think
know it
you're
doesn't.
losing your
We're
mind.
at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. These teams have not engaged in over 20 minutes. This is going to bring us to a best of 5.
Yeah.
From this best of 7.
Mm-hmm. Engaged last
You
time.
hold on, I'm getting to the point, and I think this is going to baffle your mind.
Okay.
2 draws.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
220.
Ah, God.
Did you like that setup?
No, there's no way you intended that. You did not start.
Adroxus and heavy 20.
You made that up off the top of your head.
It's still a creation. All right, it's still coming around the corner. No engagement yet. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Godzilla mode. Saying let them fight. Adroxus fires for 390. Another shot from heavy 20. Does not connect into the dirt.
Godzilla's ready. Next time they come around that corner, it's smash.
He's ready, man. It can be either IS-3s. It can be Mothra. It can be Mecha Godzilla. Godzilla is in Godzilla mode. He's ready for the attack. 2 minutes.
Adroxus seems like a Mothra. Like if he were
a monster from the Godzilla world.
Yeah, I think he would.
Blue Boys captain pushing up. Mac G still scouting around the corner. Minute and 40.
And Young Money might be able to pick up Mac if he gets a little too aggressive.
Shot fired.
1,258 on the Sing. Wow, that was fast.
Sing is saying no thank you to the rest of #RQ after that approach.
Watch Sing
Stay away from any cliffs. Sing.
I think Simp's gonna leave. Is everyone retracting? Is everyone just kind of done?
Yeah, they're hanging back.
I think they're done here. I think Simp has decided this is done. But I think we're good. Let's leave. I can wait around for another minute, and that's not lose. After Sing took that kind of damage.
Crimson Corsair and Blue Boys captain watching the corner still, hoping, wishing #RU would maybe hyper aggress and cross that opening and then get some shots in. Still not the case.
Well, it does look like Sip is actually going to roll out a little different. Blue Boy is returning to his old position, and Mac actually going back north, which is very, very strange. I thought for a moment we were going to see Simp actually leaving this due to the fact that we had the damage taken by Sing, but now I guess they might try it again. I'm not sure.
No,
what is Simp going for here?
It's a dancing back and forth. They took too much damage on Sing's side. They're not going to try to aggress because of it, because they don't want to do any more, have any more damage being done to their tanks. So in 3 seconds, it's going to be a draw. 2, 1, and Blue Boys captain fires for effect.
Okay.
Doesn't land. Well, well, well. This brings us to a best of 5 instead of a best of 7 because of these 2 draws. But you look at the amount of draws that we had today, Rukyo, looking at the pattern here. #RU versus RBIS. Those started with 2 draws. We had 2 draws of Simp versus Fnatic, and then we had 1 draw on RBIS versus Fnatic. These teams are taking a while to really gauge how each one is going to react initially.
Yeah.
And a number of the draws have happened because of what we just saw happen to Sing. He popped out and said, hey, maybe, boom, 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 boom. Takes a volley of fire of 1,000, falls back. They're not going to aggress at all.
1,200.
Yeah.
And that volley gave #RU a serious advantage if this goes to the tiebreaker.
Yes.
They over 1,000 between Master Putin, Young Money, and Games Rigged, whereas Adroxus got a completely average IS-3 roll of 390. I mean, that is exactly average. That never happens.
It's right in the center.
I always get like 360 something. I think my IS-3 doesn't like me.
RNG rolling in your favor. Master Putin 2 for 2. At least he did something.
Yeah.
At least he did something. 554 damage. Young Money, Cash Money, 411, 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Hey, not bad, not bad.
It's a high roll. It's a good high roll.
Topple him, shots fired, 51. None of them landed.
Really?
Yeah.
What was he shooting at?
Possibly cover. Possibly.
No, I know what he was shooting at. Okay, on the one line, there's the fence, the destructible fence. I think he just wasted a bunch of them on that and then destroyed train cars.
Battle number 3 will take place on Cliff between these two teams. We're finishing up the countdown for them to select their tanks and then jump into the game. There's Godzilla mode. To his left, our right is Young Money, Cash Money. Game is rigged. Master Putin and Kazo ready to maybe get a win here against Simp. And there we have Simp's lineup. Blue Boys captain, Mac G, Crimson Corsair, Heavy 20. Adroxus, Sing, Fej. A man that strikes fear in the hearts of all 1390 players around the world. Real kill. It's time for battle number 3. What do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we have 5 AMX 1390s for the side of #RU. Simp will be bringing a T69 for 1390s, Mac G and Fej in T1s. Beware 1390s. Beware. All right, now for the opening moves, we do have Game is Rigged leading the way for #RU, the red team spawning in the north towards the middle, which this could very well turn out much like the Fnatic versus Simp match we saw earlier. Both teams will hit the middle, we will have an opening move, and Simp may go for that flank that they did last time. However, the response, after seeing that, it looks like Godzilla mode, and Master Putin are going to meet that head on. Adrox is taking the first connections for 456, 196 on the Heavy 20, and up and over comes Young Money, Cash Money.
Heavy 20 trying to guard Adroxus, who takes a shot from Young Money. Again, a miss. Valera not able to get, but Young Money does. That's a first tier 8 down. Sing could be next, but Godzilla mode falls. Blue Boys Captain Sing falls from Young Money, Cash Money. Master Putin is in trouble, but Heavy 20 takes the brunt force of Valera and the rest of his teammates. Master Putin falls. Blue Boys Captain gets that kill. Blue Boys, however, on the reload, now being chased, perhaps by Valera Desolator. T1 doing some damage. That's Fej from further away. Crimson Corsair takes a couple hits. Young Money, Cash Money rams into Blue Boys Captain. He might have timed the reload correctly. Valera taking more damage from Fej.
And Valera taking 148. It's 148 from a T1. And Young Money is about loaded. Right behind him will be Blue Boys Captain.
Yeah, there's one shot for 229. Waiting for the next shot. He gets it. Valera is going to press into Blue Boys to stop the shot. He hits the front of Young Money. It looks like
Valera,
it absorbs.
Please. No.
And Young Money still left alive. He falls from Mac G. Mac G gets the kill. Valera Desolator misses a shot against Blue Boys.
Look at these T1s. Mac G could get another kill. Just give him half a second here.
Mac G waiting for the reload. He's going to unload against Valera. Valera turns in time, and Fej unable to get the kill. And now it's Fej and Crimson Corsair versus Valera Desolator, and Valera takes down Crimson. Fej trying to get behind Valera. Fej not able to get it. So close. Valera Desolator with 19 hit points left. And #RU puts a point on the board against Simp.
I need to see these T1 post stats. We have Toplin getting 46 in the battle. Not bad there. T1's Fej, 424 damage. Everyone, round of applause, please. Come on, are you not entertained with that one?
That is
424 damage. That is a T1 Cunningham. The tank you start out with in World of Tanks.
Fej did more damage than Sing in the 13-9.
Yeah, absolutely. From Mac G, by the way, also picking up 2 kills. 2 of those. 2 for 149 damage.
Well, keeping those T1s in the firefight made it close, real close. Valera barely hanging on there. Battle number 4 will take place on mines between these two teams. And Simp is taking a timeout.
Interesting. Why would they be doing that? They know, of course, I guess it's because best of 5 right now.
Yeah.
So They just have to, if they lose one more, their best situation is going to a tiebreaker, right?
That's right. Well, because this is a best of 7, because of the 2 draws that happened at the beginning, and now a win for #RU, we kind of declare that it's a best of 5 now because of the 2 draws, right?
Yeah.
So, now Young Money, Cash Money, talking to his teammate.
All right, looks like headphones are off. Everybody just realizing it's time to take a bit of a break.
Well, a timeout's called for a reason.
Yeah. Get to take the headphones off for a minute and, stuff.
Godzilla's for Lair Desolator. The game is rigged. #RU still in deliberations, possibly, after the result of tonight's match, if they're going to stay together as a team or not, if they'll continue in their career for the WGLNA.
It is an interesting thing. I know a lot of players, you can stay in this for as long as you like, but you can always, go back to school. Some people dropped out for that. I mean, many people have their own careers they're trying to work on, and they try and, put that off to the side to play World of Tanks, and maybe you aren't fit out for it anymore. You can't do it.
Yeah, as we talk to Waffles, some people trying to create this into a career. Some people do it as a hobby that can pay off if they win a good chunk of change here at the Season 4 finals. But it does require quite the investment. It requires quite the sacrifice in other things. And, defining sacrifice is you may lose out on some things, but you can gain something greater. And a lot of these teams have gained a great friendship, camaraderie, and a great experience by attending these different season events for the WGLNA, and they will continue as we continue into the Global Grand Finals happening in Q1 of 2015, where teams that now will place first and second for either Simp or #RU, depending on where they end up tonight, will get points towards the Global Grand Finals and could move on to represent this region.
Very well could. It would be interesting, though, if #RU takes first and gets to represent us at Global Grand Finals. Although I don't know how it would work out if they were to leave. That would be...
I think we'd figure out a way.
Yeah, it would just be kind of strange.
Second place of another season. Yeah. Be sad to see them go if that is the case, but what better way than quite a performance?
Yeah, go out with a bang, right?
Yeah, for an entire season. Simp's planning to stay here for quite some time, in the words of Laps. And the expression of a lot of these team members is that, yes, it can be daunting to put this much time and effort into a league. We know. We know all about that. But it does pay off, and that's what these teams are trying to accomplish right now. Speaking of sacrifice, kind of gets you a little bit like, whoa, man, it's getting a little bit heavy.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
If there's one team that loves to have fun, there's one individual that loves to have fun, that is Young Money, Cash Money. He's always a great guy to talk to. And we were to talk to him the rest of #RU before the Season 4 finals began. Let's take a look at an interview with #RU.
Compared to the last season, we feel way more confident as a team. We know what we are doing, and we have a goal which we're gonna reach. It's still a moment of excitement going to the finals, meeting all the players, and playing on the professional stage. But we are confident in ourselves, and we are not the team you'd want to underestimate.
We made it to the top 4 already. Last season we were top 8 and we lost to Hammer Time in the first battle. And it happened this time that actually we played Hammer Time on the same stage. And this time we won them. But that brings even more boost of confidence. Like I can say for myself, I'm almost sure that it brings a boost of confidence for the whole team, because that makes you think that we're on even higher level right now.
We never played in a shootout this season, and we never reached it to Karelia or Sand River, because we kind of changed our approach as well. So it was a great lesson for us from Hammer Time, that how you approach the game for not leading it to this situation you want to be, and winning Hammer Time in our series for allowing us going to the finals was really important for us. It was like a revenge, and we didn't even reach it to the shootout or Sand River, whatever, which even better for us. We have really, as Godzilla Mode said, a really huge boost of emotional boost, and now we know that we are doing it right, and we increased in our level from the last season.
But I want to mention this time we practiced Sand River once.
We did.
We did.
And it was good. We did pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, when we go to Sand River in this series, they at least practice it once. That's 100 times more. No, excuse me. That's 100% more than they did last time.
That's infinity.
Yeah.
Because they didn't practice.
It was a does not exist to exist.
Yeah. It's
Man,
infinity.
That's deep. That's deep. Well, it's only fair since we got to show the interview of #RU. We also had the wonderful opportunity to speak with Simp. Let's check in with how they prepared for the finals.
Simp is not top-down driven. Simp is driven from every single player and what they bring to the team and what can come out of that. A lot of Simp is the ability to criticize and accept that criticism. There's a lot of value to be gained from openly discussing failures.
As a team, you have to let everyone contribute and put themselves into the team.
There's a lot of personal sacrifice on the team. I mean, certainly a lot of them are students. Some of us are professionals. Some are dedicated to this alone right now in their time period in their life. You know, a lot of this is very much time, energy, and communication.
It's a lot of humility, you know, working as a team. That's you know, team success is just, it requires everyone to be in the same boat working together.
Winning Season 3 was very vindicating for the team. It was the proof that if you put in the effort, you will get the reward.
The way I see it, we're not defending champions. If we lose, we're not going to lose our Season 3 title. I think facing Fnatic before the finals is going to be great for us. We don't have to worry about them. Watching what we're doing in the semifinals or the quarterfinals and countering what we're doing. So it's a relief. It takes a lot of pressure off of us. At the end of the day, this is a game. This is a sport. This is something we do. And the end goal is for us to have fun. There's no reason to be, you know, angry at the end of the day. It's like we're being paid, we're being rewarded for playing, you know, this video game that we all loved. Like, that's pretty great.
Relaying what Lap said about not being top down, that is intriguing because when we were in Season 1 and MacG won MVP, the reasoning was because that they had mentioned how great of a leader he was and how supportive he was of everyone else on the team and the clan.
He really... I'm not the one to ask about that, though.
No, I'm not.
I'm
making a statement.
Yeah, it's fair. I think it is. He's done a lot of work for the league.
Yeah.
He's built up one of the strongest clans. He's been in tournaments since the very beginning, and because of that, he definitely deserved a Season 1.
We are waiting for the timeout to finish, which it just did, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sweet.
It's been a long night, Rookkill. It's been a long night. It's been a long season.
Yeah, best of sevens are exhausting.
Yes. Yes, they are. But it's okay, because you and I have the fire, the spirit, and the fury.
The hotto.
The hotto. As our admin Candozer says. To see this through of Young Money Cash Money and the rest of his team, #RU versus Simp as we jump into battle number 4, which will take place on Mines. Currently in tank selection for these teams. And once that countdown is finished, we'll jump into the battle.
Yep. It will be, I believe, north side going to #RU. They actually are spawning on the north for almost every single map, with the exception of Prohorovka, which is odd.
And they take north side, west side.
Simp seems to like the south of every map.
Every map except Prohorovka.
Oh, I don't know if they got to choose that one. Let me check,
that's right.
actually. No, never mind. We're actually too late.
So we're going to jump into the battle. And here we go. Battle number 4 after the timeout called by Simp. This could be a change in momentum as we talk about. Rookkill, what do we have for tanks?
Well, for tanks, looking at a T32, 2 T69s, 2 1392, T1 Cunninghams, that's #RU. Arbus, no, sorry, Simp, getting a little tired, sorry. Simp,
it's okay.
5100, IS3, T32, 2 1390s, 2 T1 Cunninghams. That's an interesting lineup, and because they're spawning in the south, this is a similar lineup to what we saw them in, what was it? Their last match.
Yep.
Which they played defensively very effectively as well. 2 1390s can go west, 5100 a little bit west, T32 IS3 get to just be awesome.
and blow stuff up because they're heavy tanks and they're good at sitting still.
All right, heavy 20. Cruising up on the water side.
On the west side. See? Yes.
Not able to spot anything yet. Topple him from #RU. Could try to stop him in his tracks with the spotting. And the rest of #RU going to the center. And look at the shot from Heavy 20 on the side. That one didn't connect, but the first one was able to land against Master Putin. And Fej has taken some damage.
Valera jukes it and actually backing up. Nope, not that one. 212 damage into the side of that T-32. Valera is, I guess, going to have to take cover, and Heavy 20 is going to get to feel pretty good about himself after that one. Blue Boys, of course, now taking some blind fire. Might be able to reply to this. Does not. And Valera is going to begin his climb up into the top of the hill. T-32 on that high ground is going to be incredibly dangerous.
Droxus pushing up. Oh, shot fired, and it's a miss. As a reminder, too, these billboards that you see are not shown to the players, only to the observer accounts that we're on. So it won't count as cover, doesn't hide the tank.
I suspect the players deliberately drive through them.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Crimson Corsair rounding the corner. Where Simp has these tanks that are hanging back, even though they're down a point.
Smooth moves. Got Young Money Cash Money getting off the hill, so it could have a bit of a shift in strategy from #RU, as they could do much of what, who was it before? Fnatic, did they? No, it was Arbus and #RU match where we saw something like this, where it was #RU playing the role of the North team, I think, last time. Or not, this is, never mind. I thought Young Money was going to take a left, but he
went right.
Yeah, he zigged when I thought he was going to zag.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, thanks, Young Money.
Fej is going to stay next to the house here. We see these T1s in this position a lot on mines to be able to scout if there's any kind of crazy play happening on the east side.
Well, the crazy play was Kazo early game messing Fej up, and if you look, he's less than 1/3 hit points right now. That T1 did not even get spotted, I think, and Kazo just unloaded on the position that Fej was in, actually just knowing where Fej liked to go, and then shooting at the spot where he liked to go, and, well, results.
Shot fired, blind fire. No connection. Droxus Crimson Corsair still hanging back here with time ticking away.
It's just going to keep on ticking. And I don't think they're really going to go for much of a push right now. IS-3 T-32, you're not going to be able to chase down 1390s. No. You're not going to be able to tackle T-69s. You might be able to catch Valera out of position, but he has a high ground. So there's no way to attack him, really. You're putting yourself in a situation as Simp, I guess.
Very true, very true.
To be defensive. That's the whole goal of this. It's to kill a battle and come back very quickly with 2 wins at the end of the series.
What is the map after Mines? It's Prohorovka?
Yes.
Well, Simp has had some luck with that map so far.
Luck, skill. They know how to play it. They know how to play Prohorovka.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind they know what they're doing on that map. Their openers are safe, effective, clean, broad, I could say, in that they have good coverage in that, similar to the way they handle mines. They're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They're spreading out, making sure to get good coverage so that they can react, because that is entirely their playstyle. Simp is the reactive team. #RU is a team which I think is maybe even identifying themselves right now. They're finding out that, you know, we play multiple styles rather effectively. We could be aggressive, we could be defensive. Just need to figure that out. That could just be speaking to their level of skill. The kind of a team that can be defensive, can be aggressive, can play that midway game.
Yes. That's what these teams have had to evolve into. We saw Simp play more passive, and then they became more aggressive at the Global Grand Finals, and that has worked in their favor in Season 4.
Oh, there will go Toppling. T1 down for #RU, giving Simp an advantage now. And gonna have to see how they're able to handle that. Simp actually has the west side open at this point.
Yep.
Young Money Cash Money, who we saw earlier zig instead of zag, has stayed in the backfield. And because of that, will not be able to reply to Heavy 20 Blue Boys captain's control of the west, even though they may not actually exploit it. Because as we can see, Heavy 20 has not shifted from his position. Simp does not want to risk losing this one simply because of over-aggression. And on top of that, their strat's designed to defend. It's a camp. It's a camp strat.
A lot of pings happening from Simp right now as we're getting closer to that 3-minute mark.
How much are they pinging? I can't hear it.
They were pinging once every second, and now it has stopped. But definitely communication happening on Simp.
I know Arbus loves to ping.
Yeah.
All the time.
They
don't stop pinging.
That's that little beep sound that you'll hear if you are on one of our computers. Blue Boys captain. Now down in the south, going to be swinging through towards the center of the map.
No, finally. Okay, I was wondering when he was going to start doing that, because he plays the role of the scout for Simp.
Yeah.
He's the 1390 that goes out and finds the bad men for everyone else to shoot. That's his job. But on mines in the past few battles, he's been sitting in that southwest corner, which is confusing to me because I thought he was the scout. And instead, he's kind of playing a role of a sniper, which I guess speaks to flexibility or something, but I like it when he scouts because it's good.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have a little movement here under the hill. And that's going to be Crimson Corsair and Adroxus moving on up, maybe posturing up, so Valera Desolator is going to have to give ground. In the meantime, they're going to, I guess, send Mac G back to defend the cap with Blue Boys is odd to me, 1390 defender.
He's hanging back. This is, again, playing towards the draw, perhaps, for Simp. But I know I've brought this up a lot of times throughout the entire season, Rookhill, about playing for the draw. You don't want to do that. Not at the finals, not at this time. You've got to at least be aggressive at past the 3-minute mark and go for the attack. And now Adroxus and Crimson Corsair and Sing and Blue Boys captain are swinging towards the center. They're moving towards the center to perhaps go for an attack against #RU. They have to measure the advantages of doing this, and that is to get more damage. However, the higher ground has been taken by #RU, making it difficult for Simp to approach.
Yes, and now the crossfire is getting set up. We have Godzilla mode on top of the hill as well with Master Putin. Down below, I'm worried about Young Money Cash Money's ability to cover the entrance to the hill. He does have a shot, but it's a bit far for a 1390. I don't like 1390 sniping. It feels inconsistent to me. However, oh, look at that with Heavy 20.
He's getting closer. But Young Money Cash Money has been hanging back to guard that flag cap. Minute 27. Blue Boys Captain Heavy 20 now going to move together.
That's one way to make it happen. Game is Rigged could help out against this push, but he's probably going to be better suited assisting with Simp's main thrust, which will be right down the middle. Now, there will be a flank coming in, yes, but I feel like that will lack potency if #U is able to deal with one threat, the one main threat right down the middle first.
True.
The 1390s can just be scared away, and then those IS-3 5100 T-32 will be able to do sufficient amount of damage every time the IS-3 and T-32 load that the 5100 is going to have a pretty easy time cleaning up, especially with lower hit point tanks like T-69s, 1390s, who aren't nearly as beefy as the T-32 and IS-3.
Heavy 20, Blue Boys captain, swinging around towards the center. 25 seconds left.
Well, that's one way to do it. I think that's gonna all in waiting to happen.
Or an east side play, possibly.
No, okay, never mind. Look at the time.
10 more seconds left until another draw between these teams. Another draw on the board.
Don't understand why Simp didn't at least go for it.
I don't understand either. I do not.
I guess, is Mac losing track of the clock, I guess?
No.
Or what? Because now there are 3 battles left. Simp can tie this one up by winning one of them and drawing the next 2, but they need 2 wins in order to take this one home.
Yep. Has to be a 2-win victory. Well, #RU still maintains their lead.
and they did so with hardly even firing a shot. The amount of damage that was done to the enemy team was sufficient to maybe do about half damage to a tank.
No, that
Well,
that doesn't
three-quarters.
stack up to the damage from, I think that was battle on Himmelsdorf.
Sure.
Actually, yeah, Himmelsdorf, the damage there for #RU was pretty nice. That was the one where Singh took a massive amount of damage, a volley, 2 shells from Master Putin, Young Money, got a shell in there, and the game is rigged, I think, got a shell off. That one, it doesn't really stand up to that. That's a little over 1,000. And then, of course, in this one, you had nice damage from Adrox's Heavy 20 and Blue Boys.
All right, well, we have a timeout called for one of the teams. Looks like it has to be #RU.
I wonder what they're calling it about. I guess maybe just
to do it.
Just a break.
Why not, man? You're in the finals. You have one timeout for this best of 7 series. I would call whenever you need to.
Yeah, just a bio break maybe.
Possibly,
you know?
possibly.
I mean, you're playing all day.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go ahead and let them take that break. So we're going to play one of the pieces you guys enjoyed the most during this event. We had crew training, firefighting, crew training repairs. We had the Talk 2 piece. We had the Tiger 2 piece. I wonder which one we should play for our audience.
I have no idea. Maybe they should tweet it at us.
They should let us know on Twitter. What was that, audience? Crew training, which one? Repairs or firefighting? They want to see repairs. They want to see repairs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll get what you asked for. Let's check out crew training repairs.
Hello, tankers, and welcome to crew training. Any competent vehicle operator knows that the moving parts of a machine will break down, especially if they're getting shot at. When it comes to tanks, the tracks are the most common mechanism a crew will scramble to fix. That's where repairs come in. The repair skill increases a crew member's ability to fix a damaged module. Every single member of your crew has this ability, and it's highly recommended that it's the first skill that you research. When the repair skill starts gaining experience, you will notice a reduction in repair time when a module goes out of commission. Tracks, turrets, viewfinders, even the engine may need a couple bangs from a wrench after a lucky shot from the enemy. If you need to repair a module instantly, you can use a small repair kit, which you purchased before the battle began. You can also purchase the large repair kit, which adds plus 10% to the crew repair speed. Now, once this kit is used, that bonus is gone, but every single damaged module is fully repaired. Some tank commanders prefer to install a toolbox, adding plus 25% to the crew repair speed. If you can tell the difference between a wrench and a torsion bar, we'll make a mechanic out of you yet. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
All right, audience. We hope you took some notes. Thank you. That was fun. That was fun to do. I loved the part when we did the firefighting training, where Rukil had a basket of fire.
It was great.
And he didn't know what to do with it.
I don't know. They said, hold this.
Hold this and run.
Well, I wasn't going to walk.
Yeah.
Maybe,
it was hot in those.
In hindsight, I
fireman
should have
outfits.
walked because dropping it was messy.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
We are jumping into the 5th battle of the series. That is going to take place on Prohorovka between these two teams. The audience is excited to see who's going to take this series. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The tanks have been selected. And there we see Crimson Corsair. He never takes off those sunglasses. I've never seen him without sunglasses.
That's because he's just too cool for school.
He is. All right. The battle has been loaded. The map is ready to go on Prohorovka. Rukil. What do we have for tanks?
Well, we got 5100, T32, T69, 2 1390s, and 2 T1 Cunninghams for #RU, which is a bit of a heavier lineup than I expected. Simp will be bringing a T32, T69, 3 1390s, and then 2 T1 Cunninghams. So they're going to have mobility, but they've also still got that T-32 to allow them to play around with hull downs and be defensive if they want to. Of course, the 31390s are always incredibly flexible. I'm going to be following the opening scout runs. And who's it going to be for Simp?
On Simp, it's going to be down the road. Heavy 20, St. Crimson Corsair Fej heading down the western side, but in the center, Blue Boys captain.
Oh, that opening scout run. And it's going to be a little bit of a west side coverage as Young Money makes his over on the east. Two of them will meet, spot each other, and go their separate ways, giving us an east-west polarization. Nice. 371 damage, and that must be from Adroxus. T-32 is the only thing on the battlefield. The 105 on that would roll high enough to do that kind of damage, but the 90 couldn't.
Let's check on Adroxus.
Yeah, that's a 105.
I like, you know, today I played World of Tanks Blitz at PAX, and I chose the 90 on the T-32.
Yes.
You know why, Rookkill?
DPM penetration and accuracy.
That's true, but I also thought of you, and I was like, you know what, I'll try it out once. And guess what? Our team won.
Exactly.
It was fun.
It was awesome, wasn't it? There's so much more freedom with the 90 mil. Think about it. You have the freedom to just shoot what you want.
Crimson Corsair trying to help out Adroxus with a shot, but no dice for Crimson. Adroxus had a blind fire shot towards Young Money's Cash Money's position earlier. But this is this east-west position, but teams are taking the hill so often now.
Well, I think you're just thinking back to when #you did this last time, because this is exactly what they did last time.
Well, towards the end of Season 4, we saw it as well.
I think we also saw it earlier today.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. So it's their thing. They don't want to do another Proroka strat. They like this one. It's doing good, doing fine. Let's not change things that are working or don't appear to be broken.
That's right.
You know, that seems to be what #is going for. So,
okay, Crimson Corsair still trying to work with Adroxus to get one of those shots, and we're in a no man's field a little bit on Proroka right now.
Crimson Corsair needs to just keep his head down. I think T-69s need to just wait. They wait until that perfect moment, and then they strike. T-32s, those are the tanks that sit down all day and need to just shoot things. T-69s need to just hide and wait for their T-32 battle buddies to shoot things.
As you say, Randall, they just need to shoot the bad man.
Yeah, it's real simple. That's World of Tanks in a nutshell. People think it's way more complicated, but once you understand that it's a very simple concept, it's just executing it very, very well.
I believe you.
It's really just that. Shoot straight.
Singh is completely camouflaged by this one bush.
No, he's camouflaged from one angle by that one bush. Like, turn the there we go, boom. Not camouflaged from that.
He thinks he's okay. It's like in those cartoons where you hide behind that little tree, you disappear.
Or Peekaboo.
Sure.
The game you play with small children.
Singh's going to move from that position of camouflage now towards... Oh, well, he was going towards the center, now he's hanging back.
Shift positions every once in a while. What if someone decides to shoot randomly at the bush you're in?
Yeah.
I mean, that happens.
It's not a fun day when that happens.
This is Pro League. People.
Oh, topple him.
Okay.
Not a fun day for his crew. Say bursts into flames.
What was he doing up there?
Scout. He went right over the railroad tracks to scout.
That seems risky.
Oh, you have to take a risk to get the reward. The reward is $50,000 for the first place team.
Aren't they up?
Yes.
It was a risk that wasn't covered by anything.
Yeah, it wasn't.
There's a T1.
Godzilla mode. Godzilla mode is trying to pop up.
I mean, maybe Godzilla was trying, but I think when you put T1s in cool positions, you need to cover them really, really well. I don't know. That's what I like to do. Simultaneous action.
Checking in with Blue Boys Captain. Hanging back. Currently.
Oh, there's a move.
In Juliet 3.
Look at the time, Josh. What time is it?
5 minutes and 4 seconds, meaning we're getting close to a 5-minute reset.
We're at the 5-minute reset.
Awesome.
We're at the 5-minute motion. Blue Boys captain and Heavy 20 have moved up. We have Mac G along the east side. We've got Crimson Corsair moving up. Everyone on Simp is moving. Same thing for a little bit for #RU. We've got more hill control coming out. We have Valera Desolator. Game is rigged down below, and the coverage is absolutely perfect for #U to defend their base and keep away Simp the invaders. Simp, of course, has the pressure to make a push, so it's sensible that they're going to make a push.
It is. It is sensible.
It'll be coming.
It is sensible. They need to turn on the aggression mode.
They need to turn on free damage mode. Valera Desolator has taken a little bit, so has Young Money, but I think Simp is going to want a little bit more before they start that engagement because of the 5100. It's going to do 300 every shot, or at least average 300. It's going to hit way harder than one of those 1390s, and it's going to mess people up. They need to find where it is and avoid it when they begin this engagement, or anything really. They need to even this out, because when they begin the engagement, they're going to start at a disadvantage.
Mac G hanging back here along with Blue Boys captain. Blue Boys captain dancing back and forth next to the railroad tracks, looking for a opening anywhere for him to land a shot. Nothing. #RU is not going to give it to him.
No mistakes right now from #RU. It
Nope.
looks clean. It's a clean defense.
Very.
They're up one, they draw this, they win one more, and then it's over for them. That's all they have to do. They have 3 maps left. Well, 2 maps after this, sorry.
2 maps after this.
Steps and Steps being a map they're pretty good at, and they can afford to let Sim make the mistakes. And of course, they can start farming damage again. They can just let Sim make the attack to go for that damage. And now they're getting a little bit of that free damage. There's Blue Boys getting completely messed up as they do try and cross over. Blue Boys now sitting on 371. There's the cap beginning Kazo. That's his cue to begin scouting. Once he spots that from the hill, you're going to see Master Putin. Cue Master Putin. Going for that.
Boom! There goes Fej.
No, Valera peeking over from the middle, and that will cue Crimson Corsair Droxus to jump onto him. In the meantime, cap will continue, and someone's going to need to deal with that T1 played by Mac G.
We have to deal with it soon. Heavy 20 and Blue Boys captain are going to try to cover him as much as possible. Now, Kazo could pop up and get a shot on Mac G for the reset. That would be fantastic by using the power of the T1. However, with 1 minute and 4 seconds left, #RU doesn't think, oh, we can just wait a couple more seconds. No, you cannot do that, because guess what? Teams have been making that mistake throughout the entire night. You've got to make the move now.
Kazo tries to go kind of for an active up the hill, but he skids a little bit, I think, early instead of making a little active run, and I think he's going to be able to spot Mac, but there we go. Master Putin finally gets it. That 5100 is able to finish it off, and now we have no T1s for the side of Sim. #U still has Kazo, though, and that means they can begin their own counter cap pressure, but Valera Desolator is incredibly low health. I think this is a part where Sim can win this. They kill Valera, and it just kind of opens the floodgates. Sim can begin their attack.
Yeah, there's a couple shots towards Heavy 20. They are misses. Master Putin from way up top, trying to land a couple hits from the hill. But Heavy 20's been focusing on Young Money, Cash Money, Godzilla mode. 1 minute and 17. Kazo's going to try to scout. Heavy 20 moving across towards those railroad tracks as Valera Desolator will hold the line in the hold down position against Adroxus and Crimson Corsair. Checking in with Adroxus, though. He's going to dance back and forth and fire towards the very south, but a nice shot does fizzle, though, against Adroxus as another tank is on top of the flag cap. However, it's not enough time for him to get the flag capture points in time. With 51 seconds left on the battle clock, 122 seconds left. Singh gets hit as well for the reset. 45 seconds left for #RU to hold this and bring it to another draw.
And I think that's Master Putin. 324. A nice roll. One more should finish it off. Does not connect with Singh for that. And he's just going to throw a few more. I think he's got one left. Oh, right through the train, but still no. And Blue Boys is actually going to punish it for that 762. One of those being from Heavy 20. And Blue, they could finish off Master Putin on the hill. Heavy 20 gets the kill.
Master Putin falls. Heavy 20.
Godzilla mode is peeking up and over, though.
13 seconds.
He may be able to get a kill here or there, but the damage from Simp has been just great, and the spread also very impressive. Young Money is unable to really do much trading here.
And another draw. Another draw. They can't pull it out.
I always forget the time. I always forget the time.
It's okay. It's okay.
I wish, because every time these teams really feel the clock is on their side, they just go for these engagements that, if they lasted a little bit longer, they'd be absolutely great. You'd have these interesting engagements where I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. These guys are figuring everything out, but they started always a few minutes too late, and I get it. The safety net. I get it. It's just.
We have to deal with a lot of time travel at PAX right now. My great uncle Handbrake has opened a time portal to communicate to us, to send us intel involving the war case. So the people that are there at PAX get to find out that time is not something to be messed with. Space-time continuum.
Hey, what?
It's part of the show at PAX we have going on at the Wargaming booth. So,
tell me about it.
I want to remind everyone to please visit us at the PAX booth here at PAX Prime 2014 in Seattle, Washington, tomorrow and Monday. And they can also watch the stream. The stream begins at 2 p.m. It's twitch.tv/wargaming. We're giving away $2,000 worth of prizes every hour.
Wow.
You definitely want to check in for that.
And how long is that going on?
The stream will last from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock tomorrow night, and also on Monday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's Pacific Daylight Time.
Do you have sweet bandanas?
These sweet, awesome bandanas from Jinx are so fantastic. They really are. This is one of the most well-designed piece of swag I've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you got some in the audience, because they.
Did you guys get one?
You get one?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Okay. They also have the team logo, so thank you, Jinx. Jinx also makes some fantastic T-shirts that we showcase.
I do like my my World of Tanks, just symbol one, the orange one, on black. That's just like a
very cool,
simple, cool T-shirt. I love wearing those.
I walked in the rain to get here because I'm that dedicated, and I use this to clear the rain. It smells like Seattle. Beautiful. All right, steps. It's gonna be.
All the people from Seattle started giggling. I don't know what's so funny. I thought Seattle smelled okay.
I know. It does. It does. It smells like evergreen trees. We're going to jump into battle number 6 on steps. If #RU wins this battle, they win the series, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's at stake. $50,000 for first place. Root kill. What do we have for tanks?
Well, 5 1390s 2T1 Cunninghams for #RU. Pershing T69, 3 1390s and 2 T1 Cunninghams for Simp.
I know. Go ahead.
No. You know what?
I know that it's late. We're approaching the midnight hour, but we still have a healthy number of audience members that want to see a champion crowned. There they are.
Thank you, guys.
There they are. They want to see if #RU can take the win, or if Simp will defend their championship.
Yep. And now, opening moves, guys. #RU is you're just full of surprises. Look at that. You see where this is on the map, guys? Here, let me zoom out for you. That is something I don't think we've seen in the Pro League.
It's the parking lot strat on steps.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, they're going to a drive-in movie and they're getting to the back next to the mountains.
Is the acoustic
It's going to be
good
projected, yeah. The acoustic surround sound will work there, and it'll be projected on the mountain from far away.
Must be like a really wide set of speakers.
Yes, very.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now.
Can you imagine going to a drive-in theater in a tank? That'd be amazing. Look at this, though, from Simp. Moving up the Eastern Valley. Ready to engage. #RU.
Well, with this kind of a strat, you're going to be able to dominate the east side of the map and probably take much of the west, I'd expect. But Godzilla mode. Godzilla mode is in a position that I don't agree with. I want to tell you why.
Tell me, please, because Maxi's about to find out.
I like this. This is cool. This is cool. This has style. This is not with that style. And so I'm worried about him. I'm worried that he's going to be he's trying to be too non-conformist here.
You know what Godzilla mode is doing?
What?
He's doing the let them fight strategy.
He just wants to bring a balance.
He does. He wants to bring a balance.
To the hit point pool?
He does.
Okay. That makes some sense. I get it. But I really do want to point out how much I like this strat. This is cool.
If you're going to play defensive for the win, which hashtag are you?
This is not defensive.
Trying to do.
This is tactics.
Tactics.
All right? Special tactics.
Right on. Well, looking at Simp. Crimson Corsair. Jumping up and down next to the mountains in a hold down position. Right next to him. Not really. It's Sink further away, but it's Blue Boys captain who's closer with the Droxus and Heavy 20 and Mac G now getting ever so close to that flag cap.
Very, very close. But Kazo is safe. Kazo will be safe.
Blue Boys firing again towards Godzilla mode. Again. Can he land a shot? No more. Blind fire.
Nope. Godzilla mode's got jukes.
No, they can see him. Nope, he's juking.
The Duke of Jukes.
Oh ho.
Miss. Try again.
Nice job.
If you pay $5, you can try again.
That's all their shells. Gee, getting to the top of this mountain.
How much gold do these guys just throw? Just throw away. Because you know they're firing APCR.
Enough to earn the prestige of being the #1 team in North America.
I just kind of wanted to think about that for a moment.
Yeah.
Because these guys fire all gold pretty much.
Heavy 20. Trying to land a couple shots. Blind fire toward these hashtag RU tankers. Nothing yet.
In the meantime, we have had a shift, and they've abandoned the parking lot strat of awesome, and instead have decided to adopt the, I think it's like maybe a picnic strat.
I like it.
I like the picnic strat. You're chilling out, you're kind of looking at stuff, maybe sightseeing.
Checkered blanket, a sandwich or two.
Yeah, it's...
no egg salad.
God, yeah.
Don't put that in the sun.
Seriously.
All right, Heavy 20 Crimson Corsair. Still staying relatively in the same area, just next to the crest of this valley. Getting towards that flag cap. Mac G in the bush. Waiting. And listening to the communication of his team to let him know if they've spotted anything else. Watching, waiting, commiserating. That's what Mac G's doing. Blue Boys captain. Swinging back down to the south.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to really find anything. We've got a good coverage from that is Fedge in the south, over in Kilo 7.
Yep.
That little T1's got it all covered.
Jump over to his side.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yep. Good
Plenty
spot.
Coverage.
Good spot.
Plenty of coverage.
Little blind fire actually now. Other side of the map. Tanks are getting shot at. Godzilla mode. Taking a hit. Mac G is dead in return. I think that's a fair trade. Only one shell onto Godzilla mode, and in return, you know, you get Mac. Now, if we remember this, what is the statistic on Mac attack again?
Over 60% every time Mac G would be killed, his team had a 66% chance of winning the battle.
So yeah,
so between 66 or 72%.
Yeah, all I remember is Mac G die, Simp win.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool.
Well, hashtag RU maybe in for a bit of a Simp surprise. Because the Droxus, Blue Boys captain, Heavy 20 are moving together. Will they go over towards the flag cap? No, still staying behind the valley.
At this point, you don't want to go to a draw situation. Simp's probably going to go for a wild, crazy push. I'd expect at this point. Will they? I guess redlining it would be an interesting idea. But the coverage from the rest of the team, Young Money, Cash Money, is easy. Easy to reposition for firing on that game. Is rigged. Literally looking in the perfect direction. He is actually watching the position that Simp will go over. And then he'll be able to counter that out and fire it onto it. So hashtag is in a nice position to deal with this. They've got good coverage. Master Putin, of course, watching the south. And then, of course, you've got Kazo, T1, who's managed to stay alive. Really good job by keeping him alive here. And there's the up and over.
And
there it is.
Pushing across.
And now game is rigged, moving to support. Godzilla mode is, yeah, I don't know.
He's in trouble if they get the surround against him. But
Is the rest of #RU in a position to help? No, they're far away.
Surprise, it's Sing Heavy 20, and Godzilla is not able to get the first connection as they are closing on Valera. Valera, though, will take 474 and one good volley.
Sing, however, down, 946. One more shot, he's the first to fall. That's the first tier 8 down for Simp. If #RU is able to take this, they will win the series and be our champion. Heavy 20 now moving past the dead remains of their teammate Sing. Blue Boys captain swinging up, and Young Money, Cash Money now engaging. Master Putin getting behind Heavy 20. Look at this. Master Putin from behind takes down Heavy 20. 3 tanks remain from Simp and also Fej in the T1 as Blue Boys captain's going to hang back.
Now we have 2 mediums and a 1390 light tank against 3 1390s. Now, with that, you have more hit points in favor of Simp right now. T1s are going to fight in the south eventually.
2 minutes.
This does not look good for #RU if they cannot kite this out. We're going to look at a situation similar to what we saw with Simp and Fnatic on the same map, where the 1390s need to stay mobile and they need to get free damage where they can. Simp can win this in an outright 1v1, especially because some of these 1390s are on reload right now.
Blue Boys captain not able to start an engagement against these tankers, but I think #RU is going to place themselves on the flag cap, and Simp's going to do the same. We might see a base trade here.
Very well could, as they are closing the distance onto that cap. Crimson Corsair and Adroxus are on. That is it. Now we have a good 15-20 seconds for those 1390s in real time to try and get to that cap, and they've got about 40 seconds to do that. So we've got Kazo moving in towards the cap to start counter cap pressure of their own. He's going to have to fight Fetch for that. I don't know if he's going to be able to win. Fetch has the jump on him. Master Putin, Young Money, Cash Money have to go back and they have to reset. That is their job. That's all they have to do. Young Money's picking the right way. Master Putin is walking right into the fire of Blue Boys. Got to give it to Blue Boys. He's picked a good position.
Master Putin close to getting around that corner. 13 seconds left. They've got to keep moving as fast as they can to get the reset. Around the corner is coming Master Putin. Young Money, Cash Money along the other side, pulling the turrets away. 4 seconds left. He needs to land a shot. He gets it for the reset. Dodges one hit. Another one hit towards Crimson and gained his rig. And Master Putin are going to focus on Crimson Corsair first. Adroxus in the consistent fire tank along with Crimson take down Young Money, Cash Money. Master Putin and game his rig take down Crimson Corsair. 3 tanks remain for Simp. Same for #RU with 27 seconds left. Adroxus takes a hit for 280. Game his rig trying to get behind him as Adroxus may be left on his own. He could fire and misses against Master Putin. Dodges the shot. 15 seconds left.
And now Blue Boys is... Why is Blue Boys just running away? It confuses me at this point. He should take on Master Putin. Oh.
Adroxus gets the kill.
Fetch had Kazo handled.
3, 2, 1, and it goes to a draw.
Interesting. Now we're in a situation where the only way for Simp to win this is to take it to Sand River.
They must win. They must win on Ensk. They must win. That's Rookhill. We have had 5 draws in this finals.
That's how much these teams are respecting each other. And Simp, I wasn't expecting them to take #RU quite as seriously. I thought they would treat this a little differently, but you can see that they just played slow and were expecting #RU maybe to get aggressive and then make mistakes like that. But #RU is playing conservatively as well. They don't want to make any mistakes. They're trying to keep it tight, and their strategies are interesting. I'll say interesting. Especially that parking lot thing on steps.
Yeah.
That was cute.
Yeah, it was different for sure.
I thought it was just an adorable strategy. Like, that's it. Like just one of those little special team strategies. You watch somebody just try one of those little maneuvers that otherwise doesn't come together. You have to kind of just do that and hope your opponent does something. And when they don't make a one-line push, and no surprise, it was fine.
Yeah.
But Simp went over the east anyway.
There's Mac G, leader of Simp. Calm, cool, collected, focused.
Not stressed? Not worried?
Not yet. But they have to get a win on Ensk. How poetic is it that we talked about how well they played on Ensk in the first series that they had in Season 4? In the timing, or at least that we talked about during the season.
Oh, no, you're thinking of Fnatic. Fnatic was the ones with the greatest
timing.
timing.
The Ensk timing, yes, that's great.
Simp has always had a solid northwest strat, I felt.
Yes.
I think it's great, I really do.
Yes.
But they don't have the north, they have the south. and I'm guessing they're going to go east with that, which is very similar to a lot of teams. There's nothing truly unique that I can point out that makes Simp's southeast rollout all that much different than anyone else's.
True.
It's just a really solid way to play. Sometimes they'll play west, sometimes they'll play east. It's whatever they feel like doing.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for battle number 7 of the WGLNA Season 4 Finals. It will take place on Ents. Rookhill, what do we have for tanks?
For tanks, we're looking at 3 AMX 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams, and that is #RU. Simp, 3 5100s, 2 IS-3s, 2 T1 Cunninghams, and they're spawning in the south. And what is the opening strat for Simp this time?
Simp, they are going to the west through the city blocks.
All right, this is good strat. Okay. And that will be compatible with a conflict.
Okay, they are continuing to push up into the city side, and #RU is at the corner. Young Money, Cash Money, Godzilla mode.
Now, Toplin will be important for this. He is looking to proxy spot here and there. With that T1, shots fired at Droxus towards Master Putin, down by half hit points, 621 hit points just at the beginning, exposing himself just a little bit too much, and really heads up play from a Droxus in heavy 20 just to get 2 connections right in a row. But Blue Boys does take a shell in return. That should even things up just a little bit, or at least make it less horrible for #RU.
Heavy 20 Mac G are hanging back. Heavy 20 fires towards Kazo, I believe, does not land a shot. Blue Boys captain, only one that has taken damage on the side of Sim. He's going to fall back. He's way south now. 8 minutes and 30 seconds until a possible draw. If that happens, #RU becomes a champion. Simp must get a win.
They're going to have to push, and they better have a fine strategy to do it. I'm looking at Foxtrot 1. Who is that? Foxtrot 1, those 2 tanks.
I'm going to check with those headers.
Crimson Corsair?
Sing and Crimson Corsair.
Ah, okay, so that looks like a flank waiting to happen. You see the way those 5100s are sitting?
Yes.
They're not in a position to watch really a corner. They're in a position more to wait for orders. So they're just standing by right now, which tells me that Simp intends to push because the 5100s are in such a position. They're not in a holding position. They're waiting to go east, west, south, north, wherever Mac G says go. They're going to roll out too. And as you can see, that little T1 is just kind of doing its job, just rolling around. Mac G is what he's going to be doing this entire battle, I think, until the point of Simp making their push and trying to go for the win, is kind of just scouting with the T1, checking on everyone, making sure everyone's in the right spot, microing who needs to be microed, and then once they're all set up and he has the mastermind plan, just let him loose.
Yes, Heavy 20 is going to continue to fire, has continued to fire against Master Putin's potential placement.
Destroying buildings. I mean, you get rid of as much cover as you can for him so that he has no place to hide, no place to escape to. Master Putin is sitting at 621 hit points, which means that a shell from an IS-3 and a shell from a 5100 are enough to finish him off at this point, or actually two slightly above average rolls from another 5100.
And Toplum falls, able to scout everything inside that city corner.
Interesting. Let's see.
6 minutes, 40 seconds.
The positions of #RU. Simp will be trying to take this apart. What will #RU do? Well,
they're going to fall back. They're going to fall back towards their flag cap. They're going to make Simp come all the way and fight.
Oh! That bounce on Master Putin.
Wow.
Interesting that it did not connect. I guess it must hit track and just a bad angle on it. Now Valera Desolator gains direct crossing. And they will not be fired upon. It. Simp does know. They know. They've spotted these tanks, and they will move in right behind you. You can see on the mini-map. Everyone is just chasing this. Now we've got east-west polarization, where teams will try to cross.
Would you consider this a more defensive position for #RU?
Absolutely defensive. The Northwest is defensive, but when you start to lose position,
yes,
because you're forced out of it, the IS-3s, for example, Adroxus Heavy 20 forced Master Putin out of the position, which was okay. It wasn't great, it wasn't spectacular, it was just an okay position. but he took half of his health and damage. That is enough of a reason to stop being in a spot. Because you get chat.
5 minutes, 27 seconds. Hashtag RU has to hold against Simp for this time to become our champion. Simp must get the win to take it to a tiebreak. Heavy 20 now firing towards Godzilla mode. And
Bounces off Young Money Cash Money. Real close to a connection, actually. A little lower and it would have hit the turret ring of Young Money, which could have been an ammo rack waiting to happen. Especially since he doesn't have a wet ammo rack. He can go up one shot.
Still no full commitment yet coming from Simp, but they have crossed into enemy territory, obviously.
Kind of.
To get towards that flag cap. But, I mean, they're not keeping their southern flag cap open. But if Hashtag RU is able to scout that tier 8 to the very bottom, that could change up what's happening here.
They might just. You have Kazo moving in, and then Blue Boys is... What is Blue Boys doing?
Let's check in with Blue Boys. He's just hanging back there. There he is.
That's a strange way to sit.
5100.
Is he... Like, what is he doing right now?
Oh, he's the most damage tank on the side of Sim, so
he's
hanging back, not being target fire.
He may have just gotten spotted. He looks like he's acting like he got spotted.
Just taking out some of the walls here. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Simp has got to make a commitment soon. Droxus and Heavy 20 peeking around the corners, and now they're going to be moving up, and Droxus takes a shot for 360.
Nice play from Young Money. Good connection. That's going to even things up. Droxus is at half health. Blue Boys has taken a hit, and that is against Godzilla and Master Putin, who have taken about the same level of damage.
Falls to Young Money Cash Money. Huge shot from Hashtag RU to stop that T1.
That's both T1s down. Simp cannot aggress reasonably on the cap at this point. They must take the fight straight to him, and that's it. If they can't mob the cap, they would lose. The Hashtag U has too good of a coverage. There's plenty of damage. 35100s would easily have that. They would have to get some serious free damage to actually make a cap work.
Both T1s down for both sides. Blue Boys captain takes down Kazo. Now we pass the 3-minute mark. Simp has got to attack if they have a chance to continue.
Well, that's probably what Blue Boys is going to be doing. He's either going to be crossing in the south or regrouping with everyone else to make that massive push.
Yes.
They have enough time to make the attack. It's just going to be so very close that Hashtag RU could just push anywhere and just kind of make it happen. Game is rigged is actually going to move up a little bit, and that could turn in very interesting, especially with some of those buildings getting destroyed. But we don't have enough time for Simp to be able to destroy all those buildings and get the free damage. If they had 5-6 minutes, yes, but in this situation, they have to go forward. Forward is the only real direction right now. Blue Boys, I guess, will be that trigger once he gets into position.
Droxus and Heavy 20 still trying to share that HP. Droxus still in the lead, though, as Heavy 20 is now creeping up towards the corner and trying to cover them. On the other side is Singh, who fired a number of blind fire shots towards potential areas of Hashtag RU to soften them up before the aggressive push. Now at 1 minute and 50 seconds, Blue Boys captain will be pushing in from the southern side, trying to line up a couple shots against Hashtag RU, who are backed up into this corner. Fires and misses from a range, hits for 259, and this is going to be the trigger pull for Simp to push into aggress with 1 minute and 34 seconds left. Blue Boys captain missed a number of shots. There's another hit against Young Money Cash Money.
All right,
now Master Putin's pushing up, and here comes Simp. Singh around the corner, firing towards Godzilla mode. It takes a shot from Game is Rigged, and Crimson Corsair is low, trying to share that HP. Young Money Cash Money is going to fall back. Crimson Corsair down from Game is Rigged. Heavy 20 gets shot to the side. Another hit against Singh. Heavy 20 to Droxus, and Singh trying to get past these railroad tracks, but they're having trouble, and Blue Boys captain had a number of missed shots to the south. He's no longer a threat. Young Money Cash Money takes down Heavy 20. Droxus and Singh have to continue to push.
Oh, 385 low roll, and Godzilla mode will go down.
Young Money Cash Money holding the line here. Gets a good shot against Singh. Singh unable to hit. Young Money Cash Money still on the reload. Singh takes him down. 44 seconds left. 3 tanks against 3 tanks. Droxus barely left alive here against Game is Rigged.
surprising. Game is rigged, went for the ram, could not deal the damage. Blue Boys takes down Master Putin.
Adroxis does 419 damage. Valera Desolator takes down Sing. 2 tanks remain on either side. Game is rigged, takes down Adroxis. Blue Boys captain takes down Game is rigged. It's up to Valera Desolator to hold the line against Blue Boys captain. He misses a number of shots. He has to stay alive for 16 more seconds in order to become our champion.
He does not have enough time to reload at this point. He must keep the shells he has remaining, and he does not have enough to kill Blue Boys captain.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion. #RU.
They did it, Josh.
They did it. Taking down Simp, the champion from the previous season, a team that represented North America in the Global Grand Finals. Now a team that joined us in the previous season, a team that made it to the finals, made it to top 8, and struggled throughout season 4. The amazing feeling to see a team that had a losing record in regular season but was able to barely make it through the tiebreakers and the wild cards, make it through the playoffs, and now are season 4 champion.
They kept it tight, they kept it together. They understood how to play against their opponent Simp, who they would not play into the hands of. They understood we needed to play defensive when it was appropriate. We couldn't keep attacking against a team that was going to react too well. And even right at the end, Ensk, wonderful reaction. Well done, perfect timing.
Fnatic had worked hard with #RU in scrimmages as well, and you can see a lot of the members of Fnatic congratulating #RU. And a lot of the crowd congratulating, going nuts for #RU as well. Godzilla mode, he almost looks speechless up there. But that performance from this team changes the nature of the game itself, because it shows that perseverance will continue with these players.
Awesome. Congratulations to #RU. You are the Season 4 WGLNA Gold League champions. Victory dance! Victory dance! Let me see y'all's victory dance. What are you guys gonna do with the $50,000?
We're gonna divide them.
You're gonna what?
Divide them equally.
What are you gonna do with your portion?
I don't know. Get drunk until I pass out? I don't know.
I'll buy premium tanks and give it to charity. No idea.
I'm gonna spend it though. No idea.
You guys are gonna have a great time. Congratulations once again. Let me just ask you, in those last few seconds of the game, when you realized that you had just won, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
I guess I'm not still realizing we won.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for watching and tuning in. Make sure that you like our stream. Give it up for #RU!
Bye.